Chapter 831. Aberys had made this version of Aberon look like a walk in the park. However, only upon trying to fight him did I realize I was still outmatched. The sword was extremely powerful, and a few cuts would be all it would take to destroy him. But that involved me being able to hit the guy. At the end of it all, I just wasn't fast enough. If I had Celeste or Lydia with me, they would easily be able to match him for speed. If I had my team of girls, I was confident we'd be able to defeat him somehow. Instead, I had an injured self-serving woman, a blacksmith, a demon, hating auntie, Hisso, and myself. The only one I could even give support for was the blacksmith. And since we were fighting a battle to the death, not making a weapon, my ability to amplify her abilities was useless. Like Aberys before him, he struck me numerous times, except he used a lot more spells, and I could feel the damage adding up. Of course, I chanted healing, but I couldn't even lift my hood to take a drink of water of life. So my mana wasn't going to last forever. Worse than that, the entire dungeon was falling apart. The shaking was now constant, and I could see cracks forming on every wall. If we looked outside, I'd bet we lost a few more rings of this world. Soon, the whole thing would collapse into an abyss. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Aberon sighed. The dungeon will collapse soon. I must harvest your energy to keep it alive. How about we harvest your energy? I snap in response. Goodbye, Shining Knight. You won't be able to defend against this one. A thought suddenly shot into my mind. I accessed slave communication. Then I spun around and started running to the door. The Demon King sent Garnet and the wounded Shin flying, and then began to chant a spell. A vortex of miasma started forming. He was using energy from the dungeon. That idiot would cause it to collapse faster. As I ran, I changed my jobs, moving to hero, slave master, and even harem master. I reached the doorway and opened the large wooden doors leading into the flooded hallway outside. Too late to run now, he shouted, throwing his arms out. A massive black beam shot out, not unlike the one I'd seen Celicia do once. However, this one was dozens of times thicker and much more powerful. Switch position. The armored knight spun, the star shield appearing in hand. At that moment, the black light struck. There was a massive eruption as the black beam struck the shining armor. The beam broke into. Flying on either side of the knight stood stoically, taking it all like an unmoving object. When the spell died down, the Demon King was breathing hard, staring at the knight with wide-eyed confusion. Why, you should be dead. You don't have the defensive properties to block that? He shouted. I looked from behind the knight. Standing outside of the doorway I had just kicked open. You are right, I don't. Carmen, get him. Chapter 832. A paladin wasn't just a knight. It was an anti-dungeon knight. Their entire skill set was aimed toward destroying dungeons. Other than dungeon divers, There was no one more suitable for entering a dungeon than a paladin. When it came to fighting the dungeon bosses, paladins won hands down. Then, you place that paladin who was already powerful against dungeons in an armor designed to be invincible within this dungeon. The star armor might be a powerful armor outside of this dungeon, but inside of it, anything else created by the dungeon would treat it like Sylv-Thrill. Thus, there was a paladin. A high defensive job in unbeatable armor. Then, you add to that a real Sylv-Thrill sword, otherwise known as a holy sword. A weapon designed for destroying anything cursed. It was the ultimate weapon for destroying dungeons and dungeon bosses. As if this wasn't enough, then amplify that person through the use of a certain slave bond, so that their status was many times greater, and they had numerous physical advantages. This was the circumstances that Carmen found herself in, after fighting the curse of miasma for nearly 3 months. She was finally freed and ready for a fight. I had used switch position, and then had put Carmen where I was. In all honesty, I hadn't been certain it would work. I left my armor behind, and then teleported Carmen inside it. In an instant, she was armored, and I was the one without. It was as much an outfit switch as possible. I had done practice with switch position, since it had been so useful for me in the past, and I had come to realize that it wasn't a matter of inside or out, but I took with me what I willed to go with me. This had limits. I couldn't take a building with me, for example. However, I had thought about using it to quickly shed clothing. It wasn't a perverted thing. I swear I wasn't thinking about ways to strip my girls. After all, I would end up in their clothing or vice versa. Either way, it proved successful. In front of Carmen was the Demon King, the source of her embarrassing woes for the last few months, although she might have attacked Bernard as well. In her current state, it was anyone's guess if Carmen recognized her. She did recognize the Demon King, though. An already heavily wounded foe. She attacked without remorse. She got hit as many times as me. But she had a certain skill that I didn't. That was the ability to take damage to give damage. My fighting style typically functioned around keeping a distance, going in for quick strikes and then retreating. After all, I couldn't heal myself if I didn't have room to do so. This meant that every time I lost an exchange, I would heal up, only to go again. Carmen's fighting style was to get close and to stay close, never giving her opponent a rest. He may get several hits on her, but he couldn't avoid her getting several hits on him. With me healing her on the side, the match quickly started going one direction. "A paladin here," Aberon's voice sounded panicked. "Carmen, finish him quickly!" I called out. "Yes, master!" She raised her sword, which was already glowing, and shouted, "Holy!" The sword shone even brighter, and a blinding light flooded out across the city, blinding everyone present. And knew. The Demon King cried out. However, her ability landed, and when the light diminished, she was standing in front of nothing but a pile of floating ash. The Demon King had been defeated. Carmen pulled off her helmet, her long blonde hair dancing in the wind. "Why, you were wonderful!" Bernard suddenly grabbed Carmen's hands. "Marry me!" "Who?" Carmen's eyes narrowed. "It's Bernard," I explained. "My real name is Bernice," she snapped at me before turning back to Carmen. "You are the cutest woman ever." "Dump your master and be with me?" Carmen seemed to be completely confused. "Why do women keep falling in love with you?" I asked incredulously. It was truly one of life's mysteries. Chapter 833. What now? Garnet asked. "We defeated the Demon King. Where is Dungeon Core?" "Where is it, indeed?" I said, looking around the room in confusion. "We defeated the Demon King, but not the dungeon boss." "What do you mean?" Bernice demanded, still staying uncomfortably close to Carmen. "Are you saying we're going to die?" I knew I had been missing something. However, as my eyes looked around the room, it suddenly all became abundantly clear. Shin. I looked at the woman who was sitting with her back against the wall. "You finally figured it out," she sighed. Garnet gasped. "You are the dungeon master. But you have no place in the story?" She didn't. "In that first cycle, Aberries had tossed you into this dungeon, creating your prison. However, you were powerful. And you did everything possible to get out. You fought your way through every boss, every enemy, and even defeated the Demon King. Yet, when the dungeon core presented itself and you destroyed it, there was no way out. You found yourself trapped in this dungeon." "I died," Shin responded bitterly. "I had raised up the new demon lord. And despite fighting and getting so far alone, I died. You broke the original curse only to replace it with itself. This dungeon was never about the war. It was about you, in a never-ending cycle to escape this place. Except you'll never escape because you are integrated into the lore. How did you figure it out? Too many things didn't make sense. You didn't take notice of me until I started taking some of the dungeon from you. The fact that you were the only one to remember things after each cycle. Your ability to create unique spaces within the dungeon. Never mind your ability to change the dungeon's lore over time. I was hoping. If you became the dungeon master, maybe I could leave. Yet, when I touched the Sylve Thrill sword, I knew it. Normal Sylve Thrill is harmless, but once forged by a dwarf, it gains an intent. It saw me as the enemy, because I am the dungeon master, connected to the miasma of this place. I won't be able to escape. A sad expression formed on her face and a tear ran down her cheek. Meanwhile, my mind started to work. I remembered how Mickey was able to manipulate soul energy. Since I could manipulate karma, then couldn't I take her Shin? "I can take you with me." "What?" "I don't have time to explain. I am a mimic. I can manipulate karma. Trust me. I can absorb your corrupted soul and then take it with me. You would save me? Her eyes widened. I nodded. I am a dungeon master of my own. I have a dungeon. You can come to it. In fact, I might even have a body for you. I remembered the Shin giant. Would her miasma jump to the giant like the princess to the mermaid or Bernard's miasma to Aberys? The ground erupted. The castle's collapsing. We have to go, Carmen said as the ceiling started collapsing. Shin, I asked. My eyes only on her. Fine. Do it. I grabbed the holy sword from Carmen. Okay, I'll have to strike. I won't resist. She responded, closing her eyes. Oh, Deke. What? Promise me you'll bring Aberys down. I will. Then do it. I struck her with the blade in the same manner that Aberys had done. However, as I did it, I also began to use Mimic to pull out her karma. I pulled it out of her, sending it into an empty vial. The light in her eyes went out, and she collapsed dead. It's done? I sighed, putting the sword away in my inventory. Let's get outside. Maybe. I can portal out of here now or something. Just as I was saying that, a light shone in Shin's chest. It started moving out, appearing as an orb floating in the air. My eyes shot down at it, and then I suddenly had a bad feeling. Oh, no, not again. The orb shot at me. Slamming into my stomach, I collapsed to the ground in pain as the building collapsed on top of me. And the world collapsed all around us. Chapter 834. Where was she? How did she get there? The outskirts of Aberys. What was this town called? Wasn't she heading toward the newly formed Ost Republic? She was going to build that country. What happened? She felt for her sword, but found that she wasn't even wearing her scabbard. In fact, all of her weaponry was gone. Looking down, she realized she was wearing a commoner's dress. Confused, she stumbled back home. Home. Where was home? She didn't know where her home was, but her feet seemed to. Before she realized it, she took a step into her house. You've returned. A young boy stood up and looked at her. You didn't bring the ingredients I need. I finally have the opportunity and ability to take control of the local lord. And you are going to make such a foolish mistake? You stupid cow. Can't you do anything right? Who was this boy? He was her son. Why would she let her son talk to her this way? No, there was something she was missing. That night. The night she was with Aberys. She attacked him. Elia died. She shook her head, growing even more confused. It seems like you are fighting off the karmic infection again. I'll have to give you another dose of miasma. Karmic infection. Her brow furrowed. What? Who? Demon Lord Aberys. Her mind seemed to snap back to attention. And she went for her sword again, but it still wasn't there. She looked around the room, but she couldn't see a weapon anywhere. You've raised me for 12 years, Mother, but you are managing to fight off my control of you more and more. The boy in front of her said, I suppose. As the woman who raised me, I should feel some level of compassion for you. I should keep you by my side. However, you were also the enemy that killed me in the first place, making all this necessary. My previous mother, before you managed to shake my control. That cost me quite a bit of trouble. I don't want to live through that again. Why, you... Wait. 12 years? It's been 12 years. Hey, it seems like yesterday you were freaking out because it was 6 months. Every time you get surprised by the loss of time. And every time the number grows larger. Not this time! Shin shouted. I'll kill you! You couldn't kill me as a baby. How do you think you will kill me now? Shin didn't care. She was just done being used. She lunged at him. Even though he was older and she was unarmed, she was still Austerian. That meant she was 7 feet tall and could easily choke him to death. Tears ran down her cheeks at the thought. But she knew that if she hesitated for even a second, it would be 15 years, 20 years. A lifetime before she regained her wits again. She struck at him ruthlessly. The demon lord didn't even act surprised. Rather, he held up a glowing item. It looked like a pearl. Almost casually, he tossed it in her direction. She went to knock it away. But the second it touched her skin, some kind of formation triggered. She could feel herself getting pulled away. Transported somewhere. This curse I have fostered for many ages now. The dungeon it came from I severed from this world to protect it. And that pearl is the only thing that links this side to the dungeon. Unless you find the pearl, you'll never be able to return home. However, I put it in a place you'll never find. His words seemed to echo as Shin disappeared. She then felt like she was falling. A valley she had never seen before appeared before her, and she landed right in the middle of a forest. Shortly after she got to her feet, monsters started to attack her. Of course, she was a strong warrior and the princess hero. She was able to defeat her enemies and survive. Her mind finally cleared up enough, and she started to remember everything that had happened. As she did, she started to grow filled with anger and frustration over being used. She eventually found a soldier and relieved him of his equipment. This began her trek through the Twilight Dungeon. However, she didn't know it was a dungeon at first. She had to discover that slowly, one battle at a time. She realized she was in the middle of a massive war between demons and undead. Of course, she allied with neither. She was an unstoppable force in that dungeon, battling her way from one side to the other. All while looking for a mysterious pearl that would help her come home. Eventually, she decided that the pearl must be in the treasury room of the dungeon. He had said that she'd never find it. And it made sense she'd never find it if it was in there. After all, she'd need to destroy the lore to access the treasury room. And if she was wrong, she would die. Who would take that kind of risk? It did cause even her to hesitate. She checked over the dungeon several times. She spent at least 5 years in the valley, turning it upside down. Every monster feared her, and even the dungeon master stopped sending his minions after her and hid in his castle. The war that this dungeon tried to create had fallen into disarray thanks to her presence. Yet, after looking around every safe zone, the deepest caves, and the tallest mountain, she wasn't able to locate that glowing orb. She became convinced that it was hidden in the treasury this whole time, as a cruel joke used to waste her time. Of course, she never thought about the mermaid. It was her who was handed the pearl and given the task of protecting it. It was Abaris, her former love, who had tasked her with that mission. Of course, she had been unwilling to do the job. The only way he managed to get her to be obedient was to sever her soul, pull out her karma, and feed it to some undead who acted as the princess from then on. The mermaid was banished to the depths, keeping the pearl protected at all times. Unless someone disturbed that lake quite a bit, they'd never know what its depths held. It was the one place the Austerian woman never considered. So she challenged the Demon King Aberon. And they had an incredible battle. Dungeon masters were usually built of much stronger stuff than the dungeon bosses. The dungeon bosses were tests, a point of entry for dungeon divers. The master, for all intents and purposes, was never intended to be someone you fought to the death. If you dealt with the curse right, turning it into a blessing, it was rarely necessary to fight them at all. As for what conditions would have been needed to defeat Aberon, it was hard to say. But likely it would have been either helping Abaris assassinate his father, or convincing him to unite with his father. There was no particular reason any given lore had to end a certain way, so there were likely multiple endings for any given curse, and which ending might also change what blessing it ended up as. The princess hero wasn't like Deke, though, and it never occurred to her to try to find the ending. Instead, she fought a monster designed to require a party. Sometimes multiple parties, and Shin ended up doing it by herself. She did this without the Star Sword, without the Holy Sword, and without the Star Armor. The battle nearly killed her, but she accomplished something that Abaris never thought she would. Something he had never managed to succeed in. She killed Aberon, the Demon King. As he broke into ashes, she lay, extremely wounded, while the dungeon lore fell from the ceiling and landed gently in the center. Without hesitation, she destroyed the lore, thus opening up the treasure room. When the lore is either destroyed or becomes a blessing, the outside of the dungeon is destroyed, while the boss room is preserved. All the remaining monsters, miasma, and treasure is then collected and converted to treasure that is dumped in the treasury. As for remaining people, they are safely teleported outside of the dungeon. The person who defeated the dungeon is allowed to peruse the treasure room as long as they want. And only after they leave does the dungeon fully collapse, taking any unclaimed treasure with it. However, when the dungeon isn't connected to a world and possesses no true exit, then the person in the boss room would become trapped inside it. As for the pearl, it was in the possession of the mermaid, whose karmic connection to the dungeon was severed by Abaris. In short, she was more akin to an adventurer than a boss. The collapsed dungeon tried to teleport her out of the dungeon, killing her and causing the pearl to be lost in the ether between worlds. As for Shin, she didn't find the pearl in the treasury, and she never would. She found herself trapped in that boss room with nowhere to go. Time sort of got foggy at that point. And it wasn't clear how long Shin remained alone and trapped. It came to a point where she'd either starve to death or commit suicide. She went out with a bang. It was then that a new dungeon was created. The dungeon itself created a new pearl and a new connection. Shin, who believed that the pearl never existed in the first place, began to work to find a new way to escape the dungeon. As the cycles repeated, so did her logic and reasoning. Soon, it all became about escaping. She became just a cog in an endless cycle of her creation. Then, Garnet was sent to this world, and the gladiators, and then Deke. This cycle changed everything, and in the end, whatever was left of Shin gave all of her hope to the hero of Chom, Deke, trusting in him to help them escape. Congratulations, you have completed Twilight Dungeon. True Dungeon Diver has increased by 10 levels. For completing the lore, you have gained 15 dungeon points. Carmen had gained 5 dungeon points. Garnet has gained 5 dungeon points. The Twilight lore is now a part of you. You have gained Twilight's blessing. You have increased affinity with dimensional travel. Portal can be used to cross dimensions. You have a high affinity for spatial magic. You have unlocked the job Blue Mage. Chapter 835. I started to regain consciousness. At this point, I realized I was in someone's arms. The ground was still shaking. As I opened my eyes and regained my bearings, I realized that I was in the arms of an armored hero who was carrying me outside of the collapsing dungeon. That wasn't a completely accurate statement. The entire world was collapsing, but this was the collapse of the castle within the world, which had been the most immediate danger. The castle had started to collapse once Carmen had defeated the Demon King. If Carmen hadn't grabbed me and escaped, then we likely would have been trapped in that boss room. Just like Shin had been all those years ago. However, the collapse of the castle wasn't the collapse of the dungeon world. The dungeon world was collapsing because there was no more mana left to keep it functional. It couldn't reset itself again. No matter how many rings it sacrificed, the death of the dungeon master was the final straw. Well, I had pulled out the karma of the dungeon master, so even if I had somehow not absorbed the lore, the dungeon would have been hard pressed to create a new one, even if it did have the available miasma or mana. I couldn't imagine the dungeon creating a new Shin. Would she be a giant like the one in Widow's dungeon? This dungeon seemed to lean on her more human properties. She was an Austerian, 7 feet tall, but the Shin I knew was only barely 6 feet. Carmen managed to race out just as the castle gate collapsed. As she ran, the castle behind her fell to pieces. Noticing I was awake, Carmen gently put me down on my feet. It was only once I had regained my bearings that I realized I wasn't the only one. Bernice and Garnet were holding on to her back. She had single-handedly carried all four of us out of the collapsing castle while I was still unconscious. The two women looked up at Carmen with thankful expressions. It was only then I realized why she had carried them. Bernice was limping, and it looked like she had injured her ankle. Garnet had tried to help take on the Demon King and had also been severely wounded. "Is it over?" Bernice asked worriedly. "Carmen." I began. Carmen turned to me, but just as I was speaking to her, there was an ominous sound that came from the demon castle. She pulled out her shield and slammed it into the ground. At that moment, the castle exploded. Why did it explode? Perhaps there was some kind of explosive inside being stored for war. Maybe there were vats of oil to provide light or some kind of magical device that was destroyed and then erupted in magical power. Either way, debris came flying out, slamming into the shield, but Carmen blocked the explosion, all while keeping eye contact with me. Wearing bright white, weathered armor, her blonde hair dancing wildly in the wind, a fireball like an explosion behind her, all while she protected all of us. Even I was in awe. My mouth falling open and my thought process going blank as I looked at the heroic, beautiful woman who seemed like she had walked right out of a fairy tale. "Yes, Master?" she asked. Glancing at Bernice, looking at her with star-like eyes, I was starting to figure out why so many women were attracted to her. Chapter 836. Looking around the bleak landscape, the once beautiful valley had turned into a hellscape. The ground wasn't just collapsing, it was breaking apart. Some of it fell down into what looked like an eternal abyss. However, more terrifyingly, some of it was rising up, defying gravity as it flew into an infinite darkness. There was no longer a sky, but instead a space filled with infinite bright stars. "Is that the void between worlds?" Garnet asked, shivering. My people had stories about it. "The bubble is already broken," I said with a heavy heart while I used a healing spell on Garnet. "This dungeon will fall into the void." "What happens to things that fall into the void?" Bernice asked uncertainly. "Destroyed," Carmen answered. And when everyone looked at her, she blushed slightly. The princess knew that. The Twilight Empire actually worshipped the void. They claimed their race came here across the void, and so did others. That's why they originally welcomed the demons. Then a new religion came. The Big Titty religion, I offered. "Pig!" Bernice glared at me. Garnet looked down at her non-existent chest and frowned. "Master, get your mind out of the gutter. It was the religion of light. It taught us to fear the void. Only creatures of the light may triumph, while everything else is cursed. I know this religion. They're the ones that drove my ancestors underground. Since we lived underground, they called deep dwarves evil and lightless. It's what started the war between us and the surface," Garnet said, looking a bit uncomfortable. "That's all really nice. But there is one problem. We're about to get pulled into the void and die." Bernice cried out. "Ah! The stone!" I spun around and looked back at the collapsed castle. The girls all gave me a questioning look. The stone was what supposedly kept this world tethered to my own. It was how Demon Lord Aberys had managed to create a portal between the two worlds. Without that, Shin was not able to return home and ended up stuck in this bubble. My panic quickly receded as I remembered the rest of it, though. I wasn't Shin. The blessing her curse created was exactly what we needed to escape. I could now make portals that could take me to other worlds. I could probably eventually make portals without needing the dungeon points at all if I started training Blue Mage. But for the moment, my new blessing was enough to get us out of this predicament. I reached out to heal Bernice first. But she gave me a look and I put down my hands. I wanted everyone to be healed, as I had no clue about this skill. It could be a bumpy ride for all I knew. All right, I am going to create a portal then, I said. I believe I can make one home. Really, Garnet perked up. The girls all perked up instantly. Their growing sense of helplessness was filled with hope. I nodded, but I was only about 80% confident. First off, I had no clue how to target a world. With my portal, I usually depended on my map to select a place I'd already been to. I'd created portals before just imagining where I wanted to go, but they were never ideal. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and started the spell. I kept home firmly locked in my mind. As soon as I get home, I'll go find my mom. Bernice said out loud. Mom, I blinked, and then the portal snapped into place. The portal wasn't blue like I was used to seeing. Instead, this one appeared red. It was also a bit smaller than the normal portals. They were usually big enough for a man on horseback. These were just large enough for a single person. As I finished forming the portal, there was a sudden thud. The world started breaking apart at an alarming rate. I must have consumed too much of the remaining mana from this world, casting such an intensive spell. The cracks reached our feet, and the ground felt like it might collapse at any second. We originally had 15 minutes to spare, but suddenly it felt like we had seconds. Go! No time! I had learned a lesson about jumping into a portal without warning. But we had no choice. The girls jumped through, and I followed behind just as I felt the ground under me drop. Chapter 837. No sooner did we make it through the portal than it collapsed. Well, the dungeon was already collapsing, and the only thing that was keeping it standing was my own blessing. The second I left, it must have popped like a bubble. To think an entire world was gone just like that. It left me feeling complicated. And perhaps even more confused about the nature of dungeons and worlds than ever before. Taking a deep breath, I surveyed the world around me. It was then that I froze, my eyes nearly popping out of my head. I would have sworn I was dreaming, but Carmen was standing beside me in her armor. And Garnet and Bernice were looking around in wide-eyed wonder. "What is this place?" Bernice sputtered. "Master, I think you took us to the wrong world," Carmen said. "I did." I responded with a dry throat. Wow. What kind of people live here? They're able to build things so tall. Garnet cried out excitedly. Beep! Beep! The group of us were standing in the middle of a street, and a car pulled up and honked its horn as Garnet was staring up. She jumped at the beep, but as she moved out of the way of the vehicle, she looked it up and down excitedly. Did you see that it's a machine? To hear is a man inside controlling it. It's like the machines the deep dwarves used to make. Imagine, I responded bitterly. It wasn't a busy street, but we were drawing eyes. I brought everyone to the side. However, they saw a television. All three girls stared in awe at the strange device. It was, ironically, showing a fantasy movie containing a knight fighting a dragon. Master! I am confused. Where's this place I thought you were going to take us home? Carmen asked. I did. I responded weakly. I just didn't concentrate enough on which home. As I spoke, I sat down on a bench on the side of the road. Which home? Carmen blinked. I made it. Like that, huh? I was speaking to myself now. I felt tears welling in my eyes. But the feelings inside me weren't pure happiness. I felt extremely complicated emotions at that moment. What are you saying? Master, it's home, I said. It's my world. We're on Earth. This is where Master came from. Carmen's eyes brightened slightly. Yeah. This is where I came from. I mean, not the city. I don't know where we are. However, it's Earth, all right. But this is good. Right. Carmen gave me a concerned look. I looked up at her and forced a smile on my face. Yeah. It is. Well, it isn't for me. I want to return to O'Berry's. Bernice snapped angrily. Let me try again, I responded, standing up and starting the spell again. Interdimensional travel can only be used once per week. We're going to have to wait a week. I shrugged. Why, you? Bernie spouted. It's fine. We can spend a week in Master's world. And from now on, you can live in both worlds, right? Garnet responded encouragingly. Yeah. We can. I managed to find a pawn shop, and given how many treasures we had, it wasn't difficult to get 1,000 or so. I also figured out where we were. I'd need to order plane tickets to get home. I had considered opening up my map. To my surprise, the city was being mapped out in front of me. I then borrowed a US map, but like the other world. Without in-depth detail of having been there, it doesn't work. I had even thought Google Maps with satellite pictures might be enough, but I still wasn't able to portal home. Thus, we got a hotel for the night with a flight the next day. I had considered picking up the phone and calling. But every time I picked it up, I found myself unable to dial. What would I say? I was sitting in my hotel room, separated from the girls, as insisted by Bernice. One would think it was the battle for my life, the Demon King, and the dungeon collapsing that exhausted me. But the few hours since I had been back in this world was considerably more tiring than all of that combined. There was a light tap on my door. "Come in." The door opened and in stepped Carmen. She was wearing a sexy nightgown, which immediately caught my eyes. I had bought all of the girls extra clothing to wear for the week we were here. I couldn't have them walking around in armor and cloaks. As for this piece, I didn't remember getting it for her. But I had given them all some spending money. It wasn't surprising that Carmen spent hers as soon as she got it. But this seemed like more of a gift for me. "Carmen, master!" she responded, blushing. "What are you doing, master?" "I know you don't like to go to bed alone. Perhaps I could keep you company. This is because of the princess," she shook her head. "Number. I mean, it is, but not in the way you think." I raised an eyebrow. She bit her lip, the usually cool and confident paladin suddenly looking uncertain. "I thought I'd be alone. When my village was destroyed and I lost my sister, I always saw my life as a lonely one. I suppose that's why I always filled my life with stuff, because stuff could be replaced. Stuff could never leave you." "Carmen!" She raised her hand, stopping me. "When I was taken, I was lost for so long. But then Master appeared. You found me and pulled me from that fog. I realized that no matter what happens, you will always be my shining light. In the past, I always knew I owed you. I loved you as my master and would do anything for you. I have done many things for you." She blushed. But now, I don't want to continue as just a slave who wants to please her master. Rather, I mean, I want you. As a woman." I sat up, grabbed her, and kissed her. She didn't need to say any more. Gently picking her up, I lay her down in my bed. She looked so beautiful in that nightgown. Regrettably, she didn't wear it for long. Chapter 838. I pulled Carmen's nightgown up over her head and tossed it on the ground. She lay down on the bed, wearing a sexy bra and panties. These weren't the functional underwear that I had specially made in the other world, but genuine lingerie made of the most delicate and partially transparent material. As she saw my eyes roaming her body, a blush formed on her cheeks, and she instinctively tried to cover her chest in a cute manner. Once again, seeing the full form of her body, I was reminded of just how beautiful Carmen was. Carmen's body was fit and muscular. Her arms were well-toned, as were her abs. This only contributed to her hourglass figure. She had slender legs and pale white skin. With my level of healing, even the calluses on her hands had started to soften, and her skin had a near-perfect sheen. Her breasts were large, and her hips were perfect, framing a nice, hard butt. She had long blonde hair and icy blue eyes. All of the women I had as slaves were beautiful, but most of them wore their beauty externally. Carmen was the only woman who regularly hid her body. When she wasn't wearing armor, she wore large from peace stuff. She enjoyed buying fine clothing, but I never saw her in any of that. Thus, getting her out of it and seeing her this bare was a rare treat. Master. She gasped as he grabbed hold of her and lay on the bed. It felt strange to be back on a spring mattress after all of these months. It felt stranger seeing the night amongst the decorum of the modern world. It gave the entire place a dream-like feel. I gently cupped Carmen's cheek, and she closed her eyes and pressed her face against my hand. Our lips met, and the pair of us kissed gently. It was just the two of us. None of the other girls were around. My mind wasn't being pulled by a dozen different slave bonds. I wasn't feeling the anxiousness of running a city. I didn't feel the rush of the next thing I had to do. I didn't feel the pressure of having to satisfy everyone and leave them happy. It was just Carmen and I in a world of our own. Her hands began to eagerly tug at my shirt. I had ended up wearing a button up after wearing tunics and the like for months. Returning to wearing a T-shirt felt too weird. She opened up each button quickly and deftly with her fingers, and then opened up my shirt. Her hands rested gently on my chest. Her hands feeling up my skin. That was fine, as I had been feeling up her chest for some time. Enginen! She moaned into my mouth, parting her lips and allowing my tongue to enter her mouth. The pair of us kissed back and forth. Carmen was a bundle of contradictions. She was a hardened warrior, but she felt soft and gentle. She was muscular and strong, but feminine. She was high maintenance, but extremely giving. She was ferocious and tenacious in bed, much like Lydia, but at the same time had a timidity that matched Shower Miki. One moment, she roughly grabbed the back of my head, her tongue darting aggressively in my mouth, looking moments from pushing me down and having her way with me. Then, a few seconds later, she'd retreat, becoming passive and accepting anything I did to her while she looked on with longing eyes. At those times, I couldn't help but eat her up, kissing her aggressively and teasing her breasts with all of my experience. Her bra came off and was abandoned, and I began to lick and bite at her nipples. Sometimes she would grab my hair, forcing my mouth to engulf as much of her tit as would fit. Then she would grow shy again, holding her hands above her head and letting me have her how I wanted. Her underwear was discarded as well. The belt of my pants was undone. My erection came out. Master is so gentle. She muttered, "Not like before." Before, I blinked. Nothing. She blushed. Just put it in. Ah. But you are a virgin. It's okay. I am not a virgin, she said excitedly. What with who, I said in surprise, and then my eyes narrowed. Was it Bernard Number? That makes no sense. He doesn't even have a dick. Did that noble touch you number? She laughed, which only made me a little angrier. Ah, master, stop! I didn't cheat on you. I promise. Just put it in. I want Master inside me. I took a breath. Of course, she was a beautiful woman who had been through a lot in life. She had plenty of time before she met me. It'd be stranger if she was a virgin. If I meet the person who took your virginity, I'll beat the crap out of him, I declared. She giggled. I'd like to see that. Humph! You are mine now, I nodded. I am. She nodded, still giggling to herself. And always have been. What? Just put it in. She wrapped her legs around me and forced my hips forward. Since my hands were already on my cock and had it lined up with her, I ended up sliding right into her. As soon as I felt the warmth of her body, any thoughts of who might have taken her virginity left my mind. It had been months since I had been with a woman, and although my sex drive had dulled since I cut off a piece of my soul, how could the feeling of Carmen's body not drive a man crazy? And yes, Master, she moaned. She began to gyrate her hips, using her legs to move my hips. My cock rotated in and out of her wet, warm sex, and I wrapped around her luscious form and put my head in her chest. It felt incredible. She was soft on the inside and the outside. She also had the muscles to keep it up. While all I had to do was cling to her beautiful body. Of course, this only lasted for a minute. Then she grew shy once again, looking at me lustfully and helplessly. I grabbed her and began to thrust into her, taking her body aggressively as she grew passive. After a few minutes of hard thrusting, she started to move once again. It started to feel like a dance. I'd take the lead at some points, and she'd take the lead at others. We started to grow more animated and more lustful. While acting on her own at one point, Carmen rolled and threw me under her, and then began to ride on top. When she grew passive again, I pushed her back and down and started to jackhammer her down. With most of the girls, we'd usually pick a position and go until we finished. With Carmen, it was far more animated. She liked to experiment with many, many positions, switching between being on top and bottom, passive and aggressive. We moved all around the room as we had sex. The constant switching also allowed me to last longer. Without pervert, I couldn't guarantee I wouldn't have come right away, but with the pacing constantly changing, we ended up going for nearly 15 minutes. I had her in doggy position, taking her from behind, squeezing her hard. Smooth as when I finally shoved myself deep and came inside her. I did equip pervert at this point, as I didn't want her to get pregnant. The surge of sexual excitement meant that by the time I finished coming, I was already hard again. Ah! I feel Master's warmth deep inside me, Carmen cried. I hope you are not done yet, I said, letting the pervert tinge my voice a bit. And never. Master can have me as long as he wants. Her aggressive said resurfaced. And soon I was back on the bed in reverse cowgirl, watching that ass bounce up and down on my cock. From there, I ended up bending her standing over the bed. I had her against the wall, and then she rode me on a chair. She came several times herself. Her lewd, orgasmic noises filled the room. But they were constant and didn't necessarily match when she came. She wouldn't announce it at all. Perhaps she didn't want me to come early or end things just because she finished. The only way I could tell when she came was because I felt her pussy suddenly gush, growing much wetter. A few splashes of cum would leak out as my dick plunged into her pussy. Then she'd keep going without pause. She had sex like a paladin, taking it all and never showing any sign of weakness. As I grew to realize this, I only became more excited and aggressive, although she still showed periods of passivity and aggressiveness. I became pure aggression, fueled by the pervert. Whether she tried to lead or take it, I gave it to her as hard as I could. When she rocked her hips, I timed it to make it as rough as possible. She came the hardest during those periods. I wasn't sure how long we went. I just knew that I wasn't going to stop until Carmen finally dropped down her defense. I had broken Queen Ilaya and pleased the tigress Lydia. All-night sessions were something that I was skilled at. Thus, I had Carmen in my grip. She had her legs wrapped around me and she was on her side, her upper half on the bed and her lower half wrapped around me while I was giving it to her as hard as I could. Wet whacking sounds filled the room, and Carmen's cries were like ecstasy. I had finally reached my limit. I couldn't go on any longer. Boom! The door suddenly broke open. A person ran in, carrying a sword. As soon as they saw us, they stopped. What are you doing to my Carmen?" Bernice cried out before her eyes narrowed on me. "I'll kill you!" Carmen leaped off of me, my dick falling out of her as she went for her sword. "You won't touch Master!" At that moment, I turned to Bernice and my dick, which had reached its limit, released. As the girl took a step toward me, I erupted in the most impressive cum I had ever achieved. My previous cum had just been from months of neglect. This was the one that contained my 3 months of abstinence, fueled by perversion and 20 minutes of enjoying Carmen's luscious body. It shot straight out and directly into Bernice's face. This attack was fatal. Bernice's sword fell to the ground, and her mouth, which had been open in a yell, was filled gobs of white. Her hood fell back, revealing a face that looked like it had been in a bucket. Ah! 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 "I am sorry, Master." I tried to keep her from hearing by keeping the TV loud. Garnet raced in behind Bernice, only to see the white-clad woman. Wow! Master is truly impressive. Garnet touched Bernice's face, rubbing a finger along her cheek and pulling off some of the cum, then looking at it with interest. Ah! Bernice spun around and fled the room screaming. Garnet turned toward me and the naked Carmen, her expression still interested. "Can I join?" I kicked her out of the room. "No, Lolis! I am an adult," she cried back. "In this world, it's a crime." I slammed the broken door in her face. I cast the spell, Moderate Repair, on the door. and thankfully the lock and damaged wood quickly repaired itself. With a sigh, I turned back to Carmen. She was standing, completely naked, covered in sweat, holding a sword. Various fluids were dripping down her legs, and her blonde hair was matted to her face, neck, and shoulders. Yet, despite all that, she never looked more beautiful. "Another go?" she asked, cocking her head. "You can take more," I smirked. She blushed. "This might be the only time I can have Master to myself. In the future, the other girls will be there." I nodded, remembering once again that I had left them behind. I had to go back to my home. The girls were probably a wreck, convinced I was dead. If they had hope that I survived in the dungeon, then 3 days later, when I didn't come back out, they must truly be broken. My expression dropped as I thought about it. Carmen gently wrapped her arms around me, holding me tightly with her naked chest pressed against my back. "We'll find them." "I know." I forced a smile back. "I just worry. They're probably a mess without me. I just hope they're doing okay." Chapter 839. The return spell finished, and I instantly collapsed to the ground. I felt like I had been torn apart and then clumsily put back together. For a second, I felt like I was going to cease to exist. I instantly began casting my strongest heal spells, but I barely managed to cast one before I passed out. As I lost consciousness, I could hear my girls crying out for me. When I woke up a bit later, I was in my bed in my mansion. I realized that all of my girls were around me. Lydia, Celeste, and Tara had returned. Alea and Astria were there as well. To my biggest surprise, Prince Aberys and Eliana were there as well. They had various levels of worried and confused looks on their faces. "It's that Badha," I muttered, stroking my aching body. My voice sounded high-pitched and strange. Even that had been hurt. I did feel weak as soon as I opened my eyes and spoke. Everyone seemed to let out a collective sigh of relief. It was Alaya, though, who approached my side and spoke. "What happened? You used your hero ability return. Then, what happened? That man? He's dangerous!" I tried to sit up, but Alaya pushed me back down, but then removed her hand from my chest with an awkward look. "Yes. Your girls have already mentioned him. We don't know who he is. Perhaps he works for the Imperial Cloud Meadow," Prince Aberys spoke. "Rather, we want to know what happened to you." I blinked. I don't know." "Wait." He grabbed my neck. I was afraid he was going to keep us from returning. So I did something. "Did you cut your soul into?" Ilaya demanded. "Cut his soul!" Lydia cried out. All the other girls started speaking at once. Silence. Alea's commanding voice did the trick, and everyone else quieted. "Deke, did you use miasma to damage yourself? I think I did." I finally got out, feeling a surge of fear. "What does that mean? Am I okay? You did something very stupid and very dangerous," Alea said. What you did was chop off a piece of your soul and sent it with return back here. You are that soul! What do you mean? Doublewake, where is the rest of my soul? Dead. That man, he likely destroyed it shortly after you did it. Your soul was flayed. It's remarkable you even survived. Flayed. Number. Master. Celeste cried worriedly. It was the right action. Whoever this guy was, he's strong. To be able to interrupt a return in mid-use. All of you together wouldn't have been able to defeat him? Astria sighed. This was the right action. Alea agreed. But the consequences... I gulped. What are the consequences? The majority of your soul was left behind and destroyed. We know this because we already tried to summon your soul, and it didn't come. It's much like someone who dies too much in quick succession. Your soul has been taxed too greatly. Had it been the other side that was sent, then you'd be in far better shape. But whatever this guy was, he had a grip onto much of your soul. For the immediate future, you'll be weak. You may experience emotional changes and mood swings. Although with time, your soul will heal and grow again. You may never grow back what you lost. Only time will tell how much you did lose. I should also add, under no circumstances can you die again. Your soul in its current shape. There is no guarantee you'd be able to be resurrected from even a simple death. I understand. Alea nodded. Then, it's best you get some rest. Shouldn't we tell him? Miki asked. Shh. Shao elbowed her. Tell me what Ailaya shot Miki an irritated look, but Miki returned it with her sense of stubbornness. There was something she wanted to say and Alaya was trying to keep it from me. I summoned up all of my strength to make a stern demand. Tell me. If you want. Somehow, I felt embarrassed as soon as I acted that way and lost all momentum. Had my competency as a leader been damaged by this, it was worse than dying, it seemed. Your body was in that man's grasp. Only a small piece of your soul was transferred over. What do you mean I am not a ghost number? She shook her head and then looked a bit reluctant, like she didn't want to reveal something to me. What I am saying is that your body had to be reconstructed to finish the return. However, the return magic didn't have the proper mana to do it. So it used the only thing available. Ha! Perhaps it is best if we just showed him, Astria suggested. Alea nodded and waved a hand, creating a mirror out of seemingly nothing. She handed it to me. I looked at her worriedly for a second, but every eye seemed to be watching me intensely for a reaction. I glanced at the mirror. I let out a breath. It was just me. I was expecting to see some lizard person or something. Wait. Didn't I look a bit cute? My hair was a bit longer, and I noticed something going on with my chest, so I tilted it down, then my eyes darted down. I had breasts. I tossed the mirror aside and my hands went to a certain area. Something was missing. I am a girl, I cried out, not realizing that my high-pitched voice was a girly voice. The mana of the girls that were returning with you was used to reconstruct your body. As a result, you were reborn as a female. Ilaya finished. I am a girl. I repeated the same thing, checking my body parts and confirming once again it was true. It was a fact that required repeating. You are a pretty cute girl, Astria corrected, grinning slightly. It's okay, Master. You are still our master, Lydia tried to comfort me. I'll still satisfy Master's needs. It's possible. I'll look into an appropriate gender bending potion, Prince Aberys explained awkwardly. As progressive as our country is, I am not sure I can convince the council to allow the princess to marry another woman. And not saying my feelings for you are any less, Eliana says teary-eyed. Elle, look at it this way. When the baby comes, we can both breastfeed. I made a noise like I had been punched, and the girls all glared at Eliana, who quickly quieted herself. Deke? Are you okay? Tara asked worriedly. I'll be okay, I said, deciding to not think about what was between my legs right now. What about Carmen? We've already sent her manager a message. They will drop out after the next match. With this mysterious person under Lord Rain's employ, it's become too dangerous, Xiao explained. We haven't gotten a response. But she should be returning soon. There is also some good news. You are officially a sea-bricated adventurer now. Ruby put in all of the paperwork. Lydia tried to give me some good news. That's not the only news. We've also made contact with the bandits. Xiao added. The bandits? I blinked. The bandits in the southeast. A message was sent out to every traveler's guild with an open invitation. The bandit hero wants to meet Train's End. I see. He's not up for that. I mean she. I mean he. Lydia chastised, only to grow flustered. Guys, I am fine. I said, just give me some waters of life and a day to heal myself with my white mage abilities, and I'll be back on my feet. You shouldn't walk into danger like that. Don't be so reckless. The girls tried to protest. We do it every time we enter a dungeon. My soul in its current state is no different. Besides, you guys are my strength. I give you strength, and you fight for me. That's how it's always worked, I said. It's okay. I am scared too, but some things you need to do because they are right. Ah. I guess Master hasn't changed much after all. Master. Of course. I managed to convince the girls somehow. I'd spend a day or two resting, and then it was back to the village where our army was starting to form. We talked for only a little bit longer before Alaya ended things because she felt I needed rest. I honestly felt fine. I cast some more healing spells on myself, and soon I didn't even feel the weakness anymore. Although I did have a feeling like my strength wouldn't match my level, it wasn't at a point I felt I needed to worry. Chapter 840. Shh! The tiger approaches. Watch as it stalks its prey. Look at the laid-back ears, the twitching tail, the low posture. This suggests that it's locked on and ready to pounce. I teased gently. Several days had passed, and I had recovered from my condition with the help of a potion. What do you do? Master Mickey asked nervously. AI. The only thing I can do when the tiger pounces. Stab it with my spear. Oh, my. Roar! Lydia let out a mischievous roar as she leapt on top of me. Mickey and Tara, one in each arm, shrieked playfully. Moving to the side so Lydia landed on top of me. Her chest landed on mine, and her hands grabbed my arms, her nails digging into my shoulders as she looked up at me with a predatory look. Ah, Master's spear has pierced me! Lydia cried, sliding it into her, something the experienced tigress could now do without hands. As long as I was hard, she could move her hips in just the right way, so it popped right in every time. Is it over? Mickey asked, peeking out from a break in her fingers. I shook my head. No, this battle has only just begun. Ah, Lydia, CC Claus! You know Master is still weak after the accident. His soul energy has only just stabilized. Sorry. Lydia's ferocious look turned miserable, and she looked like she was going to be in tears. Playing King of the Jungle just excites my animal side too much? She pouted. It doesn't excite me. Mickey snorted. Well? Of course, it doesn't excite you. You are a nine-tailed fox. You are probably excited by ghost games. Lydia shrugged. Ah, see. Your tail is wagging? It's not. Mickey reached back and grabbed her tail. Anna Malkin. Tara shrugged. Master! I'd never scratch you. You'd just give him a rash, Rocky. Mickey stuck out her tongue at Tara. Have we stopped? A voice stopped Tara's retort. A small naked body climbed out from between Lydia's tits, which were pressed against my body. She was on all fours on my chest. And as soon as she got out of Lydia's cleavage, her wings spread out. Ah, I squished Celeste. It's okay. I like tight places. Celeste nodded. And being in a pair of breasts makes me feel funny. I want Master now. She turned and fell on her, and then suddenly grew to full size. The other girls let out a cry as her body pushed back to fill the space in front of Lydia. The result was that her pink furred pussy ended up in Lydia's face. Ah, see, Celeste. We talked about this. I don't mind doing it with you since you realized you are bisexual, but I need some warning and Master's permission. Sorry. It was an accident. I was just relaxing, and since I am big-sized most of the time now, it's the form I default to. M. A sound came from under Celeste. N. O. Master. So dirty, but I like it, Celeste moaned. You are sitting on his face. Tara smacked her butt, causing it to jiggle. Ha! Master! Sorry! Celeste stood up, her feet on either side of my head, and then she bent down to look at me. Her hair fell across my chest, and her big chest fell to the point where only her eyes could be seen. "Master? Are you okay?" She said this, her voice muffled on her tits. "Oh!" Lydia suddenly lifted up and made a startled noise. "Master just came in me. Ah. He likes my butt so much. No, it was Lydia." I finally got a word out. "Amy, isn't it your fault for constantly doing kedgels on it?" I fought back defensively. "Ah!" I do it all the time, though. "It's kind of a natural thing." Lydia blushed. Sorry. Her vagina felt like a vacuum against it, constantly tensing and relaxing on it for the last minute, along with all the other naked girls. The stimulation was too much and I came in Lydia. "It's fine," I sighed. "At least I have a penis again." Suffice it to say, things were back to normal again. "I kind of liked Girl Deke," Celeste said, getting off me and lying down next to us. "Of course." "You did?" Miki sniffed. "I prefer Master with a dick." "I don't care." "As long as it's Master." Lydia threw her arms around me and kissed me. "How is the potion holding up though?" Tara asked. I looked at the nightstand, where there were a half-dozen bottles of potion, and sighed. It's doing good so far. Each bottle only works about 8 hours, though. I can make them as long as you need it. Miki made a fist as she spoke, as if it was a personal challenge. "The prince said there is a potion that is permanent. He just needs to find the recipe." Although Miki, Caucho, and Tara were comfortable being with the other girls naked, it wasn't like they were particularly into women. Miki had gotten used to Lydia's touch and didn't mind her, but she wouldn't lay with any of the girls outside the core group. Tara was a bit more flexible, but more in an apathetic way. Celeste had declared herself bisexual and had an interest in the girls as well as me. Lydia had an anything-goes approach and was content with girls and guys. However, her ultimate goal with others wasn't her satisfaction, but to make them aroused enough to seek me out. Then there was Xiao. There was a commotion outside the room. The door suddenly burst open, and the girl herself was standing there, breathing hard. "I knew it!" Master was with sleeping around on me again. "Xiao, we talked about this. We're all Master's women." Lydia defended, her tail lashing. "We also agreed that any time with Deke was with all of us, or at least approved by all of us. Yet, the second I leave for just 3 days here, Master is in bed with 4 sluts." Lydia rolled her eyes. "Master has been a girl for the last 2 days, and you weren't interested." "She still gets jealous, though," Celeste pouted. "After Mother and I played with Girl Deke, she gave us both a spanking. I kind of liked it. Either way, he only just got his first shipment of potion today, so we were just helping him test it out." Excuses." "I'll curse you all." Lydia got off of me, finally, my part sliding out of her. It was already hard again. thanks to her relentless schedule regiment. He's all yours. Lydia gestured to my lower half. Xiao was always shy when it came to those kinds of things. As soon as she saw it, her cheeks turned red and her angry expression dissipated like smoke. She started pushing her fingers together with her head lowered. Ah. Now. Right away, but I just got home. I am probably sweaty. I definitely smell. Enough of this. Another woman shoved past the shy, acting Xiao. Unlike Xiao. She showed no modesty looking at our naked bodies. She was a tall, blonde beauty who wore an eye patch. However, right now, her expression was grim, and her eyes were rimmed red. She crossed her arms, her body shaking slightly. I sat up, pushing the girls aside. What is it? The result of the gladiatorial match was announced. No one came out. There were no winners. Carmen. She's... Tears began to fall down her face. She's dead. Chapter 841. Humph. I was getting to that. Xiao shrugged. Are you sure? It was announced by Lord Rain himself. She went into that portal, and she never came out. We should have gotten there to warn her in time. Celicia slammed her fist against the wall. I stood up, quickly pulling clothing out of my inventory and dressing. Celeste shrank down and flew to her clothing while the other girls grabbed their own. My bond to her still doesn't exist. When she jumped in, it shrank to virtually nothing. I could barely feel her. Then it suddenly felt like it was severed. I explained. We prepared for this possibility. No, Celicia shouted. You can resurrect her. I've already tried. Try again. She had tears streaming down her face now. I will. But we have to be prepared for the worst. It wasn't that my heart didn't ache for her loss, but ever since I cut off a piece of my soul, I found it easier to remain calm. I wasn't prone to being excitable or angry. On top of that, of everyone, Carmen was perhaps the girl I was least close to. She had many irritating habits, and while she was beautiful, I always felt her personality was bad. The sisters had been guards I had hired to protect me. There was always a chance they would die. I did care about her death. But it wasn't at a level where her loss would cause me to break. One of the reasons the girls were with me now was to help cheer me up. I had already shed tears in the last few days. The second her bond broke, I knew something ominous had happened. This news only confirmed what I had already known. And what Celicia refused to accept. It just reminded me of how dangerous the things we were doing were. I'd have to be more careful in the future. I couldn't make another mistake as I did at the Rainkeep. If he can't resurrect her? You know what that means? Tara warned. Yeah. Her soul has been destroyed. Celicia responded bitterly. I will use resurrection with dungeon points. It functions like a level 100 spell. Its success rate is 100% compared to the other methods, I explained. The girls gathered around the bed where I was going to try to bring Carmen back. I had many methods of casting resurrection, but the dungeon points were always the most reliable in strength and fidelity. The tattoos on my body glowed as I reset and switched my points to give me the resurrection spell. I began to cast it, and a glowing light began as I dumped power into it. A few minutes later, the light dimmed, but nothing was appearing on the bed. Celicia collapsed on her knees, her cries turning to wails as her head pressed into the mattress. Tara and Lydia, who were standing on either side of her, gently stroked her shoulders, giving her time to mourn. Sometime later, after crying 4 hours, Celicia finally stood back up. Her expression was filled with righteous anger and fury. "Celicia?" I asked, meeting her eyes. "I want to kill Lord Rain." "We'll need an army," I responded. "Isn't that what you've been building?" Lydia asked, cocking her head. "That was when we thought we were battling a small lord. Instead, we're battling demonic knights controlled by a souled outlord. There is also his supporter, who is really powerful. He's already almost killed me. They probably think he's succeeded." "What are you saying?" Celicia demanded. "We need a bigger army," I responded. "And I know just where to find one." Chapter 842, Deek. Xiao called out shyly. "What is it?" I asked. "It's just..." "Have you always looked so good?" "What are you saying? After having my soul ripped apart, I've been weak as a kitten. I've spent the last 3 days recovering. Even with healing spells, I feel really frail." "No, actually..." "Xiao is on to something," Tara said. Lydia nodded. "When Master turned into a girl, your features smoothed out considerably. Drinking the potion that turned you back into a boy didn't get rid of that. As a result, you have a certain, beauty." "That's right," Miki said. "You are very pale, and your body is really dainty. You are one to talk," I said accusingly at Miki. Actually, as her spiritualism increased, her once pale and weak body had grown much stronger. She was still small, frail, and pale compared to the other girls. But if compared next to me, I might look even weaker. "Are you girls saying that the result of my soul being cut is that I've become an Aikman?" I said in disbelief while checking myself in the mirror. It was true. From my appearance, I had lost most of my masculine features and had a more delicate-looking body now. Plus, my sickly pale skin gave me an almost ghost-like feel. Was I really more attractive too? It was hard for me to notice such things. It had even taken me months to accept I was no longer fat. After I finished getting ready, the group of us headed to a room that I had started to call the War Room. This was because it was filled with maps and other important information. I had even laid out a map I had drawn of the countryside. It was a combination of my own personal map, mixed with the most updated maps the capital city had. It still included various towns and villages that likely no longer existed thanks to the bandits in the south. What is the plan? Celicia was already waiting there. She had a severe expression on her face, and it looked like she was out for blood. I couldn't blame her. I felt angry at Lord Rain too. He had caused me trouble time and time again, and now I knew for a fact he was selling Aberys out. He also had a powerful backer. Possibly someone from the Imperial Cloud Metho, who was able to take me out in almost a moment. If I wanted a chance of defeating him now, I needed to act quickly and coldly. It is time we start building an army to take out Lord Rain. First, we're going to head to the village we resurrected. By now, they should at least have an idea of how many people are in the countryside. They might have even saved a few. You want to return to attacking bandits, Celicia frowned. Last time we did that, it didn't turn out too well, Shao warned. We're not going after the bandits this time. We're going pure extraction. My original plan was to build a revolt and have the people themselves defeat the bandits with our support. We no longer have the luxury of doing that. Then, are we abandoning the South to the bandits? Regency won't hold much longer, Shao reported. I give it a week. Even with the Grand Master there, their forces are just growing too thin. Number. We're not abandoning the South. I shook my head. We're going to recruit the bandits. Chapter 843. My declaration wasn't met with any excitement. In fact, there was a wave of silence after I had made my pronouncement. I crossed my arms and made a face as I looked across the girls. Master. I mean no offense, but these bandits won't join us willingly. It was inevitably Miki who spoke up. Even if you can somehow convince them, there is no saying they will follow orders. It's not clear how the current bandit king is keeping them so focused. It isn't likely we'd be able to obtain the same results. Who said that I would have them join willingly? I shrugged. I will make all of the bandits into slaves. Several of the girls cried out in surprise at those words. They had anxious and uncertain expressions on their faces. I held up my hands in a soothing gesture. The status of all of you won't be changed just because I take on these slaves. You are uniquely my party and my women. They are something else entirely. This will ensure that they remain loyal and follow every command, whether they want to or not. I will turn a negative for Aberys into a positive. The girls still looked uncertain, so I gave them my best smile. I love you all. You are extremely important to me. All of you. I would never let anything bad happen to any single one of you. Do you understand? Their expressions changed one by one to blushes or bashfulness, and I nodded. I wasn't trying to be manipulative, and every word I said was the truth. I cared about what they thought. And I wouldn't put them in a situation like before, where they were killed by fireballs. Still, Master? Perhaps we should consider other options. Maybe they can be tamed like monsters Lydia offered. None of this matters. I shook my head. We won't know anything until we go there. I've already been cooped up for 3 days. Now that I am mostly recovered, let's go. Now Lydia cried out while all the girls looked surprised. Master isn't fully recovered yet. Lord Rain thinks we're dead. We should move now while we have time. Besides, don't I have all of you to keep me safe? This wasn't like last time where it was just... I mean, it won't be like last time. I was going to say that it wasn't most of the core team. Other than Xiao, I had Carmen, Celicia, Ruby, and Raisa with me. Raisa was pregnant, and I decided there was no way I was going to risk her life again. Carmen was now dead. Celicia was a mess. As for Ruby, since we had returned to the city 3 days ago, I hadn't seen her. She wasn't a girl who had open access to my mansion like the others, so seeing me was a bit difficult for her. So that was all it was. Master, you should rest for another week. Aren't you being a little hasty-showered? We're going, I responded coldly. Come or stay behind. I'll give you 30 minutes to get what you need. Chapter 844. I left the girls, who had complicated looks on their faces. I knew they just wanted to keep me safe, but preventing me from doing what needed to be done was not going to achieve that goal. I had to be decisive and quick. There was no saying when Lord Rain would make his move on us, and his actions could destabilize Aberries. I was thinking about the bigger picture here. The only reason I gave them a half hour is because I needed time myself. The first stop I made was the Adventuring Guild. Since I was going after bandits again, it only made sense to bring Ruby along. I went in and asked for her. A few minutes later, it was the guildmaster who came out. He had a pleasant expression on his face. What is it? I asked. Where is Big Sis Ruby won't be able to join you in the upcoming quest. Fortunately, she won't need to. The guildmaster pulled out a coin that resembled the knight's token and the hero token, which gave people those jobs. That is an adventurer's token. You get one after you've reached individual rank C. I just didn't have an opportunity to give it to you earlier. The adventurer's token can be used to unlock the adventurer job. I've never mentioned this token before because most people aren't interested in the adventurer job. Really? Well, think about it. Why would you lose a job like knight or swordsman for a rather weak tier 1 job? I've come to realize you are a bit different, though. And this may have some use for you. You needed a new adventuring card to... Right. Ah. Yeah. All of the stuff that had been in my inventory had disappeared after my split. I still had my inventory skill. And no one had been able to explain what happened. The Adventuring Guild card was something that had disappeared with it. He brought out a new card and had dripped some blood on it. He then used some kind of magical artifact. When he was done, he handed it back to me. I will waive the fee for the lost card, considering the circumstances. He chuckled softly. Technically, we're supposed to do a resurrection service with you now. F rank and D rank are only covered when they're on a mission. But once you reach D, we will resurrect you off mission. Barring some kind of stop order. As a noble, you don't need those services, though. I shrugged. I am covered. I had completely forgotten about the adventuring resurrection service when I got life insurance in the capital. Either way, it was nice to have the girls covered too. They only did a resurrection check once a day. But I made sure all of our lives were secure. Even though once Miki or I were resurrected, we could do it ourselves. You could never be too careful. The castle also guaranteed my resurrection as a noble. And now it looked like the guild did as well. That was assuming Miki didn't resurrect me moments after learning I died. I guess I could say my soul was in good hands. You are now an Arakoed adventurer. Ruby indeed recommended us for you. But the guild didn't permit me to make such an exaggerated jump. They said that it might seem like favoritism to an up, and coming noble, thankfully, since you are an A class, I can log you with advanced quests. I rigged it that if you resolve the situation with the bandits, I should be able to get you promoted to S Chapter 845. I ended up putting my card away in my inventory. I didn't really know the specifics of the magic, but it seemed to log that information even when it was in my inventory. Inventory was a kind of spatial magic, but because I was a true hero, I could access it. If it was technically in another space, then how could it log progress? Well, I was always pondering all of these questions, and half the time I found I guessed wrong. So I decided to not give it any more mind. It was better to act decisively than dwell on things indefinitely. Where is Ruby anyway? I thought she might want to join me. It wasn't like I wanted to have Ruby join the harem. But she was a capable fighter, and she seemed able to keep up with the team. It had been a bit odd how she suddenly took off after we got back. I had collapsed nearly half dead and was taken to my mansion. And then I hadn't seen her since. I thought she would have checked upon me. As soon as I asked, the guild master jerked. And then his face turned odd. This naturally made me even more curious. What is it? Ah. You know all of us in Chom appreciate everything you've done. When you first appeared almost half a year ago, I never would have thought that you'd be able to get this far. Aren't you the one who asked me to do all of this stuff? I asked flatly. AI? I mean, I hoped you could accomplish the deeds, but every time I send an adventurer on a mission, there is a chance they won't come back. As a town that bordered the wilderness, we were all too familiar with friends going out on recon and never returning. You've really changed things for all of us, and for that, we'd like to think we've helped you as well. It was a complicated feeling, thinking back to my relationship with the people of Chom. They had treated me like an errand boy when I first came to this world. They promised a lot, and it was always questionable when or if they delivered. However, in the end, they had kept their promises, and I had kept mine. Although I had given a lot of myself to Chom, isn't that what any leader would do? Is that why they call them public servants on Earth? I couldn't be a lord without people to rule over. And while it felt like I was constantly pumping money into them, they had always returned that with loyalty. However, I felt like I was getting distracted. I had been asking about Ruby, and suddenly, he was going on about how appreciative they all were. What are you getting at? Where is Ruby? I took a step around him. trying to enter the guild to find her myself, and he moved to block me. He held up hand and gave an apologetic look. My lad, women are a complicated folk. They're hard to understand sometimes. Guildmaster. I responded in a no-nonsense tone. He sighed. Yes, I understand. I am sorry. Ruby doesn't want to go on another adventure with you. Chapter 846. W.H. What way I never thought myself a prideful man, but suddenly, hearing that Ruby didn't want to adventure with me felt like a slap in the face. I had called her big sister, and she had even soothed me when I was at my worst, after Lydia had been taken. I had considered her a friend, and I felt betrayed. It wasn't like I expected every woman to fall in love with me, but isn't that what happened, W.Y.A.? My lad? It's just, she doesn't agree with your methods. In the report, she called you reckless. She said that too many of your plans were dangerous and that... Well, I am not going to say everything she said. The point is, she's too scared to want to travel with you. Even so, I mean, as an adventurer, she's retired. What? I jerked up with those words. She is no longer an adventurer. Shortly after she came back, she put in her retirement. She's applied to be the vice guild master. I never needed a vice guild master before, but with New Chom growing bigger every day, the work has been a bit overwhelming. I didn't know what to say. I had thought our relationship was going great. It was true. She had snapped at me numerous times. And we had several arguments over how to do things. However, once I had shut her down a few times, she had been much quieter and was willing to go along with everything. Wait. That actually sounded bad. Well, at least everything turned out fine. I had only led them to death once. And then there was the time we almost all died and my soul was ripped asunder. I was beginning to realize why she might have been upset at me. However, all of the other girls were fine with my behavior. Weren't they? Was this the difference between someone enslaved to me and someone who wasn't? Was that how much the bonds smoothed over for the first time since the capital? I was starting to feel like maybe all the girls around me didn't really want to be with me anymore. I felt panic. I needed them. I couldn't lose them. Even Carmen had been too much. Can I at least see her, I mean? To apologize, the guildmaster sighed. Just give it some time, my lad. She'll calm down with time. As I said, she doesn't hate you. She just needs some time to evaluate things. Honestly, it's been a long time coming, I think. Most adventurers, when they reach a certain age, contemplate where they see the rest of their lives going. For women, it's a bit younger than men, because they have their child-rearing days are coming close to an end. I could have her children, I said. He made a strange face. Maybe you should just go. I found myself walking away with my head down. Did I really just propose that Big Sis and I had babies I had to pregnant women right now I didn't know what to do with? And I wanted to make another girl pregnant just so she'd like me? What the heck was happening to me? Although I was supposed to meet the girls in 10 minutes, I found myself heading in a different direction. I ended up in the basement of the mansion, where I took a secret path leading into the dungeon. Knocking on the door situated between the dungeon and my mansion. The door opened a few moments later. "Deke, how rare of you to call Ma." As soon as Elia opened the door, I grabbed her and kissed her. Chapter 847. My tongue attacked Elia aggressively, and she quickly went from surprise to giving just as good as she was getting. We moved quickly from the doorway to the bedroom. Our kiss broke, and I began to excitedly strip the former queen down. She was slightly winded, and her cheeks were red. I started sucking on her neck, ripping apart her clothing. My. You've only had a dick for a day. And already you want to play, she purred excitedly. I like this new Deke. You've never stopped at my room before. I've always had to find and trap you just to get a little attention. And then those other girls would always find us and free you. It's been torture for me. Please, give it to me. I plan to. I reached out and put my hand on her forehead. I then began to use the slave master skill bond slave. As soon as it started, her eyes opened wide. Her face swapped between shock, anger, and confusion. Before I had even gotten halfway into the bond, I felt an intense rejection. She forced the bond to an end, and then a shockwave followed, sending me off the bed and down to the ground. I fell to my knees. My hands landed on the cold floor of her stone room. "What do you think you are doing?" she said furiously. And dark miasma rolling off her as she appeared before me. "You'll be my slave." I looked up at her, my face just as fierce. Elia was not my slave. She was a tamed monster, of sorts, but she wasn't truly a slave, even as a tamed monster. Her loyalty went only so far. A tamed animal with low intelligence could be a trustworthy companion. But a tame person with thoughts of their own was only the equivalent of a loyal follower. They could still disobey. And they could still leave you. Alea's fierce expression didn't grow angrier as I expected. Instead, it turned to shock. I felt something hot burning my cheek. I reached down and touched it to feel tears falling down my face. "Deke, what has gotten into you? I won't lose you too." I found myself answering, "That's why. That's why. You have to be my slave. With my blessing, you'll be mine forever." She looked me up and down. "Look at you now. You are half a man." Her voice wasn't cruel. It sounded sad, but I felt anger at her words anyway. "That's right. I was turned into a girl." "So what?" I shouted. I didn't know if it was because of the dungeon or luck. But the sex-changing potion seemed to wear off at just that minute. My features began to change. I grew breasts. My penis disappeared, and what was kneeling there was a sobbing girl. It made me feel even more embarrassed, considering the timing came just after her cutting remark. She slowly shook her head. Number. That's not what I mean. I mean you. Deke, you are no longer you. What is that supposed to mean? I think we need to gather the girls. We're going to need to talk. Chapter 848. I don't really understand. Lydia frowned. You already warned us she might have mood swings. I had brought Elia up to the mansion where the girls were all packed for our journey. Celicia was looking as serious as ever. But the other girls were fairly relaxed. I had already drunk another potion and returned to my male form. I sat to the side and let Elia talk. She had explained that things might be more serious than they originally thought. It hasn't even been a week yet since he chopped off a piece of his soul. He had done it to save the lot of you. But in the process, he also seemed to have saved himself as well, Alea explained. What I hadn't realized was that by cutting off his soul, Deke was also cutting off a piece of himself. Himself? I suppose I would be the one to understand this the best. I am not Elia. I was created based on Elia, and further refined by the soul fragments captured by the dungeon. My body, my form, and my personality were all shaped not by the true Elia, but by the idea of her. I am a reflection of how people had perceived her. Whether I am similar to Elia or not, well, that's an answer we'll never have. Since that woman died long ago, when Deke severed me from the dungeon and then resurrected me, he gave me life, but not Alea's life. My soul was created from memories and soul fragments. It's a completely unique soul that didn't exist before. In a way, that is the nature of dungeons. They shuffle things. They rearrange and reorganize life. Some believe this is destructive, like a cancer. But as someone who was born from a dungeon, I believe they are somehow necessary for life. What does this have to do with Deke? When Deke cut off a piece of his soul, only that small piece survived. He cut off everything he had to. In short, he cut off everything he associated with you girls. He needed to do so to sever the bonds. As a result, all of the things he placed with you, his decision-making, his self-control, his sexuality, his insecurities, his emotional need and worry, those were the parts that survived. What he lost was his anger, his bravery, and his determination. When Miki saved him, she rebuilt his soul, cobbling what was left into something new. This Deke is as much the original Deke as I am the original Alea. You are saying Deke is dead? Lydia stood up, a flash of anger on her face. I am Deke, I said, feeling like I could cry. You are, she said, reaching out and touching my cheek. But you are also injured. It's not just your body and soul, but your very essence. Deke is Deke, Lydia finally declared. It doesn't matter who Deke is. He will always be Deke. Alea nodded. In time, he may regain some of his old personality, but he will always be a bit different now. I just wanted you to all be prepared. It doesn't change anything, Miki said. I could see his soul back then, and I can see his soul now. It's the same. I love Deke, Celeste cried out. Xiao nodded. Deke has saved us all so many times. It's time that I look out for Deke. Tara shrugged. If Deke is hurt, we will just fix him. Always. With all the girls banding together, I felt a warmth inside. Together, we could handle anything. Chapter 8, 49. Elia. About earlier. Do you still want to enslave me? Elia asked, not meeting my eyes. Yes, more than anything, I admitted. It looks like you saved your honesty, Elia responded, turning to me and smiling. I don't dislike your possessive side. There is no reason that I wouldn't happily be your slave, but only if you promise to have me forever. I do. I mean it. Forever is forever. I don't mean the rest of our lives. Well, I mean when we die. Exactly. You have to find a way to live forever, and for me to live forever. I will be your slave for eternity, not a day less. This. Humph. Although she said that, she had a smile on her face and seemed genuinely happy. The day isn't getting any younger. Don't you have a mission I'll be here when you get back? Think about it. Because once you take me, I'll also take you, and I'll never let you go. Okay, I'll think about it. I wanted to say yes right away. Every impulse in my body wanted to jump on it. What was the point of waiting? Would my mind really change? Thankfully, I managed to keep myself from jumping ahead. After offering to have babies with Ruby, I learned my lesson. I left Alea and then walked over to the rest of the girls. The old team was back together again. Thankfully, the girls didn't use our recent revelations as a reason to postpone the trip. Perhaps they even understood more about why this trip was necessary. I raised a hand and then summoned a portal. The group of us stepped through and found ourselves in a town that was nearly unrecognizable from the one we had left 2 weeks ago. Come. This way, Xiao said. I had sent Xiao to scout a couple of places the last 3 days, and she had stopped here. She hadn't said how the once small and quaint town that seemed oddly filled with incest had grown to the point where it was larger than the original Chom. There were a few hundred residents. They had built a dozen more buildings and even put up a small wall. It was an impressive feat, and more than I had expected of them. We stopped soon, and I saw the familiar old man who was the leader of the village back when it could still be called a village. My lord returns? He bowed, and everyone around him bowed. It was enough to make me feel shy. Hey, I said, feeling a bit awkward. The place has changed. After you encouraged us all to gather, and even went out of your way to save us, we have redoubled our efforts. We pushed the bandits out of our area and reclaimed as much as possible. Rather than form a bunch of small villages once again, we decided it'd be safer if we kept together. Thus, this city was born. Impressed, I had felt like I had kind of abandoned them. Although, if you thought about it, it had only been a few weeks. Under normal circumstances, movements weren't that fast. Most people didn't have portals that allowed them to jump around the country. Had I just made a round trip to Alerith and then back without any time in between, it probably would have taken a month. So, being back in 2 weeks probably felt like barely any time for them. That also meant that although they cleared out the bandits, the reason the bandits haven't retaliated yet might be because they're waiting for a better time. This might be the best time to relocate. It is impressive, I responded. But all of you need to. Yes. Welcome to the city of Deeksville. He seemed to have been waiting to announce that. Chapter 850. Deeksville? Yes, since you are the Lord that came and resurrected us like a phoenix, it seemed only fitting that we picked you as the name, he announced proudly. I had desired to start more cities for some time. A place that had as much territory as mine could not survive with only one city. Yet, it seemed like the west of Auberys was a notoriously difficult and unlucky place to be. Bandits had ravaged the countryside, and that which wasn't taken out by bandits was destroyed by the monsters flooding in from the west. It was important to build a network of cities along the west not just to consolidate trade, but also to act as a protector for the rest of Aberys. Although it was unclear to me how Alarith had managed to hold out for the last 30 years, it was likely that Lord Rain had made some kind of treaty with Imperial Cloud Metho to lend him protection. As for the south, it had been the combination of the ghost dungeon that had been restrained by priests that had kept the wilderness at bay. I once had the chance to build a city with my name already. The mining town just out of Alerith would have been named after me. However, the dungeon dried up and was defeated. The orichalcum mine was nothing more than an elaborate trap. In the end, I had wiped out the entire city to defeat a group of knights I now knew were demonic in nature. Perhaps that was why they converted into miasma so fluidly. At the time, I had thought it was just something I could do. Now, I was realizing for everything I thought I understood, there were two things I didn't. Suffice it to say that the thought of destroying a city that already had my name irked me. I wasn't trying to be the sentimental type. But this was my second city. If I just gave it up here because of a fear of bandits, then what was I even doing? The girls seemed to be able to detect my reluctance to announce my plans. Master. The plan was to relocate. Miki began. Time for a new plan, I declared, and then laughed, scratching my head. Isn't it fine to be flexible? We never should be too rigid in our plans. Right? The girls looked at each other. I tried to play it off as a joke, but I had already decided that we were not going to relocate and risk losing this city. That meant I had a new task for everyone. I didn't think about it too much, but I had already decided. This is the spot. Terra. Erect a better wall than what they got. It doesn't have to be like our wall made to withstand high-level monster attacks. but something that will keep the bandits out. Xiao, meet with Raisa, decide who she feels is qualified to train new troops. We will bring them here and start turning this village into a military. Are you sure about this? Xiao asked uncertainly. Of course. I gave her a thumbs up. That was. Until I changed my mind again. Chapter 851. Here are a few maps of where there may still be people. The village leader brought out a pile of unsorted maps. He looked apologetic for the mess he handed me. But I didn't mind so much. Each map was sketched by a different person. He had used various scouts and their reports. And none of that information had been sorted. It was a complete mess. And even the village head himself struggled to make sense of it. For me, it was no problem at all. I glanced at each map, letting it update in my map skill. In short order, I was able to update my skill with all the information and see it as a whole. Despite what we were led to believe the last time we were here, there were actually quite a few pockets of people still living out there. They had either been harassed or overlooked by the bandits. Some of them gave the bandits bribes and women to stay afloat. Even this village contained several women who had been traumatized by being made the bandits' entertainment for a few nights. If I didn't have a worse enemy I was going after, I wouldn't be willing to work with these people at all. At least, when I was done, they would all be slaves. And they would literally pay for their crimes by working under me for the rest of their lives. I would see to it. Unlike other slavers, I could instantly collect any slave who tried to run from me. All it took was bringing up my map and selecting them and creating a portal. In fact, since my map filled out based on where my slaves went, they'd be doing me a favor by traveling too far, off places, and allowing me to expand my portal network. Maybe I should have been making slaves of people and sending them off long before this. I might have had no trouble getting around. Well, maybe not slaves. There were other means of marking people on my map with skills. As long as I got a job with an appropriate skill, then I could mark any number of people. A better option might be to tame monsters. If I tamed a low-level monster, like goblins, and then just ordered them to walk off in every direction, I could create a map that reached every corner of this continent in a year or so. Well, that wasn't something I could worry about right now. Instead, I had to focus on the areas indicated. I needed to bring those people into the relative safety of Deeksville. The more people I gathered here, the more interest the bandits will have, and the more likely they are to notice us. At that point, I'd need to come up with a way of getting control of them. That might involve using Cilicia and her former status as the Bandit King. I wasn't certain yet. I didn't have a plan. I just knew that we had to get this done and we had to do it quickly. A plan would come to me eventually. It always did. Going to get the other survivors. That's what we tried to do last time. Then we ended up dying, Xiao warned. This is different. We won't be challenging the bandits directly. There is no point in killing them anyway. We were going to be safe this time. I didn't want another accident like last time. Chapter 852. I opened up a portal and walked through. I portaled as close to our target as I could manage. We still would end up having to walk nearly an hour to get there. That wasn't too bad. I could waste another portal by climbing a tree and getting there faster, but I wasn't in the mood for that. I had the girls move quickly. Unfortunately, my poor physique quickly got the better of me. I was panting with some difficulty and I couldn't keep up. Even Mickey could easily outdistance me. And she was usually the slowest one. Master, if you can't do this, my body won't get stronger unless I train it. I made up an excuse on the spot. Just, for now, carry me. I found myself being carried the remainder of the way to the first location. Apparently, according to the village head, these people had survived by hiding. A certain tassel tied to a trunk using a certain knot was supposed to be the mark they used to identify they were there. The entire area had adopted this code. That would be anyone resisting and hiding from the bandits' presence. It only took us a few moments of looking, as the girls had really good eyes, and I had a really good map complete with sense life. You'll be safer if you go to my town. It has walls and everything. I wasn't the smoothest talker, but I did manage to convince the group to leave. Rather than waste another portal, I instead pointed the way. The bandits had been removed around the city, so as long as they were careful, they wouldn't run into any bandits along the way. We continued on our way, sweeping all the closest groups before portaling to the next location. We remained away from the main area of the bandit activity, only skirting along the edge. Any place deeper we considered lost or otherwise unreachable. It went surprisingly well, and a few hours later, we sent the last group on their way. It was about 15 groups in all, and not a single group was over 10 people. We also informed them that anyone who had died over the last month we would resurrect. So, we might be able to double that number if we're lucky. I had also considered the possibility that a bandit spy would be mixed among one of the groups. So I did make sure to check all their jobs before sending them on their way. After a long night of working, we had finished up. To be fair, Deeksville had already been clearing things out for the last 2 weeks, so we were just sweeping up what was left. Now, where are we going to go? Master Miki asked. There is just one more group of people that we'll need to collect. I explained. Ah. This one is really going to be difficult too. Huh, didn't we get them all? Lydia frowned. Taking a look at the map I had quickly sketched so the girls had a visual based on my own superior map. No. We still have Regency. The last standing city in the west, Regency. We needed to clear it out. We'd take the entire city. Chapter 853. Are you sure they are willing to leave? I need the power of that wizard, I admitted. The Grand Magus? He'd be instrumental. Plus, there should still be soldiers there as well. I can resurrect anyone they've lost in the last month, and overall it should be a fresh beginning for all of them. Yeah. but they'd be abandoning their home to bandits. So it'd be logical that they'd join forces with us. They've been surrounded by bandits and cut off for ages. Deeksville, on the other hand, is backed by the forces at Chalm. If they even tried to get around, we could crush them. Even so, not everyone is willing to make logical choices. Miki spoke uncertainly. I wasn't sure what she meant. This was life or death here. They had to be able to see that staying there was suicide. They were desperate weeks ago, and now the city was about to fall. Anyone who stayed would die. Weren't the bandits trying to get into the city to find something? Celeste asked. We don't know that for certain. Tara shrugged. They seem to want to defeat the city. But it could be because it was the last stronghold of the West. Once it falls, then the bandits have complete control. It's fine. I shrugged. If they are looking for something in Regency, then we'll just have to make sure they don't get it. We're going to find it, Miki asked. Meteor. Oh. She lowered her head. Looking a bit regretful, she asked. Before I left, I would summon a meteor down and wipe Regency off the map. That should do the job of destroying any artifact they're trying to get. Either way, we needed to return to Regency. It might even fall tonight, so there was no waiting. I lifted my arm and began to chant, opening a portal. The girls went in ahead of me and I followed behind. As soon as I stepped through, I began coughing. There was a thick scent of smoke in the air. Looking around at the situation now, my mouth fell open. Half the city had already burned to the ground. There were still fires going in various parts, complete with people desperately trying to put them out. The walls were still up, but at least in one spot the wall had collapsed, and they had shoved seemingly anything they could find in order to create a barrier. The people that I could see were sitting on the ground, looking haggard and starved. Their eyes had deep black circles from many sleepless nights. I take back what I said. Miki looked over at me with tear-filled eyes. You are right. We need to get these people out of here. Miki was someone who had a strange relationship with death. Seeing these people who were so close to dying, it naturally hit her harder than everyone else. This was a place filled with despair. It was like a graveyard for a spiritualist like her. I gave her a nod and then lifted my hand. All right, everyone in Regency. Load up. We're getting you all out of here. Chapter 854. Aren't you that noble that took off 2 weeks ago? A bald, skinny man in armor yelled out. You are deserters. I recognized him. He was the guy who was in charge. He had shoved me on the wall as soon as we got here. We left only shortly after. I may have not told him where we were going. I mean, it wasn't like we were part of his army. I was still a lord, and I had the right to do what I wanted. However, I did understand from their point of view. It looked like we took one look at the army and then fled. I hadn't considered that until I noticed several angry faces glaring at us. You just took off. Why should we listen to you? The crowd was quickly going south. I even heard some people calling for us to be killed as traitors. It's not true. I've been trying to deal with this bandit threat since we left. I tried to reason with them. I wasn't lying. Since we left, I had killed hundreds of bandits. Then, we returned a kid home to his village, helped resurrect the broken town, rescued their hostages. Then, we went up north to try to masquerade as a bandit band. Although that plan seemed to have fallen through, we had been focused on the bandits since the beginning. Had I not been mortally wounded, these last 3 days of rest would not have been necessary. Then again, we probably had a lot easier life than the people who were trapped in this city, constantly being bombarded by crazed bandits. The way we looked, with clean clothing and repaired armor, it probably looked like we hadn't helped Regency at all. Yeah, right. Someone shouted. More people started to take up the call. Since there was a lull in bandit attacks, we seem to have gotten the attention of just about everyone left in the burning city. It's true. Master was just saying in bed last night that he regretted not being able to do more for you. Leave it to Lydia to try to defend me and only make things worse. Revealing that I was sleeping around while they were fighting for their lives was not the best action. I was already a slave owner, so revealing I was sleeping around with my slaves and then forcing them to fight for me. Well, it was clear my popularity was plummeting by the second. They were starting to boo us. I was starting to consider fleeing the city on my own. Enough! A person roared out, causing many people to quiet down. At least, he came back. An old man in a robe started to come down the stairway from the wall. It was the Grand Master who had been remaining in town up until now. He looked very tired these days. And if there was any color in his hair 2 weeks ago, it had long since left and left him completely white. Behind him trailed his familiar assistant and apprentice, CTA. It looked like he was bailing me out of another situation. I had once been wary of him, but the guy was starting to grow on me. He was exactly the kind of powerhouse I needed on my side. Chapter 855. We saw them out there. 2 weeks ago. They were fighting bandits and rescuing civilians. CD cried out, holding on to her staff like it'd protect her from the glaring eyes of others. The bald man in charge looked at the Grand Master. Is this true? The old man nodded. It is true. We saw them overlooking a caravan that was under attack, but it was unclear if they were going to help. My opinion on the old bastard collapsed once again. Angry mutters rose back up again. What was he trying to do, H? He agreed to help lead a boy to the village. CD continued to try to defend me. Thursday, that's right? A girl spoke up. That was my brother and fiancé. She was still here in the city. Her brother was still in the town, and she had asked if there was any way we could bring her home for their marriage. I was hoping that integrating the other towns into this one would wipe out the incestuous tendencies. But they seemed to be strangely spreading and becoming more prevalent across the village. It caused me real tears as I realized that my first town, Deaksville, might end up being known for incest. Yeah. And have we seen your brother since the Grand Master snorted? Honestly, until I saw them standing there, I thought they were all dead. That would have been good riddance. And no. The sister teared up at the thought her brother was dead. Whose side are you on? I cried out. At first, he seemed to be defending me, but now he was just inciting violence. I am on the side of truth, the Grand Master snorted. You are a lord. I don't like lords. Arrogant, lazy, cowards, the lot of you. I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. And I can conjure up winds that can throw halfway across a berries. However, you are not the first lord to come to this place and flee. You are the first to come back. So, perhaps you should listen to what he says. I don't get it. Is he saying good things about us or bad? Celeste whispered to Miki. Miki shrugged. I have no clue. The man harumphed, straightening his robes. As he walked away, Sidi bowed to us. I am sorry about Master. That is about as high of a comment that he will ever leave you, she explained, and then followed after him. I watched as the pair slipped into a tent. I bet he could play with her in bed all he wanted, and no one would be looking down on him. I coughed and looked back at the crowd, who seemed slightly confused. He hadn't made it clear if I could be trusted or not. Between the two of us, he had more successfully won these people's hearts by saving them battle after battle. So his opinion did matter. But he was such a crotchety old man that it was impossible to tell. Look, I am a blue mage like Siti. I've been to a village that is safe. There are people, resources, and the bandits would take a few days to get to it. It's not a perfect situation, but we'd be able to regroup. I explained to them my plan, and even created a portal, and had Shao lead one of them through the portal in front of everyone to confirm. Eventually, we managed to convince the group to leave. Everything was going according to plan. Chapter 856. Eventually. I had the girls opening portals and leading the remaining people through the portals to Deeksville. Regency was officially being evacuated. I promised them that they could always rebuild this city, but for the moment, the best option was to run. Once the bald lieutenant who had been keeping the militia fighting these last few weeks folded, everyone else quickly joined him. There were just two people who happened to not be part of that conversation. That was the old man and his disciple. With a sigh, I prepared myself and walked into their tent. Thankfully, I didn't walk into them having some kind of lustful scene. The old man was at a makeshift desk scribbling something. And Siti sat there, waiting patiently on her master for any orders or insight. I've convinced the people of Regency to leave. I stated, we're sending them out to another place where we can send away the weak and the injured to recuperate and get reinforcements. I have a plan for dealing with the bandits. Udusiti suddenly perked up. You can get rid of them? Ah. Something like that? I answered non-committally. I didn't really want to explain that I didn't plan to get rid of them, but use them for my fight against Lord Rain. These men had committed many atrocities. And there were a lot of people here and in Deeksville that would be much happier if they were killed and never resurrected or imprisoned for life. Unfortunately, wiping them out would just make my position in the West more turbulent. Very well, the Grand Master said after a few moments of silence. So, are you coming with us? I asked. I am not, he said. Seta gave me another apologetic smile. Why not? I asked, feeling just a bit angry. I really could use his help in the defense of that city. He may just call himself an entertainer, but in this country, he might very well be as strong as one of the generals. Since he was a magician, he was probably more versatile and thus more powerful than even them. Because we haven't found the city? This finally got the Grand Mage to turn, glaring at CT. She lowered her head, but a moment later she glared defiantly. You might as well tell him. We've been searching for over a month now, and we've seen no sign of it. What is it that you two are looking for? I asked, my brow furrowing. It's the same thing the bandits want. Right. There is something hidden in this city. Is it a dungeon? Is there some kind of dungeon in this city? With some great treasure, the mage glared at CT. But she glared back just as much. Finally, he sighed and threw up his hands. Fine. You want to tell him? Tell him. He went back to writing, but his movements were much angrier now. We aren't looking for a dungeon, that is. But a dungeon that was. There used to be a dungeon where this city was built. It fell many years ago and collapsed. However, there were stories about something the dungeon contained. What is it? I asked. A soul, reaving dagger, CT said. A dagger made of pure malacrum, just as Silvthrill is the bane of all dungeons. Malacrum is the bane of all living beings. Chapter 857. What is Silvthrill? I asked, scratching my head. As a dungeon diver, something called the bane of all dungeons naturally caught my interest. Naturally. Without knowing what Silvthrill was, I couldn't really grasp what Malacrum was either. The old mage snorted, but thankfully, Zeti was willing to explain. Silvthrill is a rare mineral. It is found very deep underground. As a result, it can only be forged properly by deep dwarves. It repulses miasma and creates a great deal of damage to anything composed of miasma. Someone who had a Silvthrill dagger would be able to conquer dungeons with ease. Seda seemed extremely excited when she spoke about it. It was almost like she was talking about it from personal experience. As for me, I quickly understood why Silvthrill would be so useful. It was essentially anti-curse metal. Okay? I am not sure what you mean by malacrum being the opposite, though. I've heard of soul daggers. Daggers that can damage a soul and kill the person, giving them no ability to reincarnate. Is it like that? The soul daggers are actually copies of the soul, reaving dagger. They were discovered initially in dungeons where a soul, reaving dagger held memory. It's like this? Dungeons are curses based off a story. They are composed of the soul fragments and memories of things that ultimately existed. But if they can't gather the proper sources to create an exact replica, they create a copy. Yeah, I've seen that before. I was naturally talking about the unnamed giant boss in my dungeon, who was allegedly created based off Shin. Supposedly, that giant contained almost none of the original Shin's soul, which is why it was such an exaggerated form of the original woman. So, what she was saying was that powerful objects could also create copies of their original selves. So, soul daggers are mined from dungeons. If they were easy to obtain, don't you think everyone would use them? Her eyes flashed. It was a horrifying thought. The soul dagger could kill anyone permanently. It destroyed their soul, preventing them from being resurrected. There were only a handful of things in this world that were capable of killing a soul. Many soul attacks could wound or dislodge a soul, killing you and requiring a resurrection. But for something to kill both the soul and the body, it was definitely something to be feared. That left us with the soul, reaving dagger, the original to the template used for soul daggers. I was extremely wary about such an item. What is it capable of doing? I asked cautiously. Malachrum can only be gathered from the deepest parts of great dungeons, she explained. In that respect, it's almost unobtainable. As to how it is forged, no one even knows. However, there have been a handful of soul reaving artifacts discovered throughout history. One such artifact was the basis for this dungeon. The hero who defeated it decided the dagger was too dangerous. So he left it in the dungeon's treasure room and left the dungeon to wither and collapse on it over the years, burying it under the earth. We're here to recover it. Chapter 8, 58. Why would you ever try to recover that dagger? Isn't it better to just leave it where it is, I asked. To destroy it, the mage turned around, shooting me a glare. The bandit hero somehow found out about the dagger. That's what she's seeking out. Siti blushed. Ah! I heard the bandit hero was a woman. I didn't expect that, because the only bandit hero I knew was the guy from Calypso's tower. However, if this bandit hero wasn't the same bandit hero, there was no reason it couldn't be a girl. In fact, there was no reason they had to be a bandit king at all. They could have any number of jobs. As long as they were powerful and earned the respect of all of the bandit underlings, they could be anyone. So, Meteor won't be enough, I sighed. Meteor, isn't that one of the highest level Master Mage spells? Even I don't have it yet. The mage blinked. But I did have similar thoughts of scorching this town. However, it wouldn't touch the dagger. They would set up their camp and start digging as soon as we left. Although they call themselves the bandit hero, they are no hero. I don't know if they are a man or a woman, but they are exceptionally vicious. If they have the dagger, it won't be good for any of the 5 nations. We have to find that dagger quickly. Siti sighed. Unfortunately, my magical ability is suited for other tasks. The mage growled. I am a black mage. So although I know a little magic from every element, Ultimately, I became a master fire magician. My earth magic isn't at a level that I've been able to locate it. Simply put, it's too deep in the earth. Earth. I only needed to think about it for a moment. I might have exactly what you need. Are you saying you can recover the dagger? It's possible, but we have to move fast. If they attack again, we have no one guarding the walls anymore. Very well. If you can recover the dagger, Siti here will be able to destroy it. The mage patted her shoulder, causing her to blush. I could try to melt the dagger, but the metal would still exist. We could throw it to the bottom of an ocean, but someone could fetch it. The most suitable person to handle this is a blue mage. Why is that? Void magic? Siti explained. Blue mages are spatial mages. It is true that we can open up portals and have inventories, but our true ability rests in the capacity to connect to the void. Void. The void exists between worlds. If I sent this dagger to it, it'd be instantly destroyed. There wouldn't be a single fragment remaining. It is the best way. The old man nodded in agreement. I had always seen the blue mages as crotchety old men who ran the Travelers Guild. Who would have thought that they were hiding such an incredible power, rather than being pack mules? They could do something so deadly. Did I have to cross the void to come to this world? I wondered if a blue mage might be able to cross the void once they reached a certain level. If that was true, could I perhaps learn the blue mage job and one day return home up until that moment? I had rarely considered the idea. It just seemed like something out of reach. Now, looking at Siti, I saw a way that might be able to bring me home. I realized I was staring at Siti, and she blushed once again. The mage frowned. Well, if you can get the dagger, there is no time to waste. If we can destroy it, then I will agree to come to your city and help you fend off the bandits. It's a deal. Chapter 859. When I left the tent, the mage and Siti joined me. I quickly found the girls. They still were holding up a portal as the last few people escaped through, joining up with the forces in Deeksville. My eyes immediately found Tara. Tara wasn't a Master Earth magician. She was something far more terrifying. She could manipulate the earth using her will. Honestly, I didn't understand it completely. But the difference between her ability and mages was that she didn't actually use mana. Celeste was a mana being. Her entire body was made out of mana and a soul. This wasn't to say she didn't have a body. She could receive physical damage. But any damage she received hit her mana reserves, and she could heal most problems on the other hand. Running completely out of mana was deadly for her. She was extremely powerful, being able to cast unbelievable wind spells. But the more she cast, the weaker her constitution became. This was never much of an issue because she was so fast with her wind attribute. No one could hit her even if they wanted to. Tara, on the other hand, was a soul in a body. She had no mana to speak of. She used her body and soul and manipulated the elements without mana. How she was able to do this, I didn't know. Then again, I had no clue how mana worked either. It was just a force in this world. Tara probably had more in common with Mickey as a spiritualist that used soul power than Celeste and Xiao, who heavily relied on mana. Naturally, Lydia depended on her body the most. Part of the reason we all worked so well together wasn't just because our jobs complemented each other, but our very natures did as well. Lydia was body and mana, Tara was body and soul, Celeste was mana and soul. Miki was soul and body, and Xiao was mana and body. It was a very powerful combination. Tara. There is a small dagger buried under this city. Zump. Can you find it? I asked blankly while making sure my jobs were all supportive roles. Tara looked at me and then smirked self. Assuredly. With ease, master. Ah. Siti looked excited. Humph. The mage crossed his arms, looking only minimally impressed. Can you find it quickly? I asked. Actually, if Master needs it quickly, then I believe I can do this best with Celeste. She waved, and the fairy flew over. Growing to her large size, "Are we going to show Master?" she asked excitedly. It's an ability the pair of us have been practicing for a while now, Tara explained. Tara walked over to where a pike had previously been stuck in the ground. Celeste walked over to it as well. The pair of women both held it and closed their eyes. After a minute or two, they lifted up the pike and then slammed it on the ground. Since the ground was hard, it made a good thud. Are they wasting our time? The mage asked. A look of distaste on his face. As a singer, Celeste has a sensitivity toward vibrations. She said she could almost see by using vibrations. I noticed that vibrations also travel through the ground. Together. We've been working on a technique. We send vibrations through the ground and then use them to detect things. Tara explained. I can already use it to map out underground locations, but I can't see specifically what things are. I can see a dozen things underground, but if I use Celeste's sensitivity and... The metal is ringing from over here. Celeste turned small again, and then floated over to a spot not too far away from us. This is the one Tara asked. Celeste closed her eyes one more time. It's a dagger made of metal. That's all I can say. Tara lifted her hand and then slapped her palm on the ground. There was a small rumbling sound. And then a knife popped out of the ground, popping up into the air. She caught it in her hand and then turned to me. Presenting it smugly. Is this what Master wanted? Yup. My girls were a powerful combination. Chapter 860. Be careful with that. Siti cried out in terror. At this point, the last of the villagers had already left, and it was just me, the Grand Master, Siti, and the girls. Celicia was staring at the dagger while Tara was holding it out extremely casually. Siti reached out and plucked it from her fingers extremely cautiously. Tara looked at her with a confused look. Why, this knife is poison to anyone from this world, Siti explained. Is it the knife you are looking for? I asked worriedly. Is this the one you were talking about? Siti looked at the knife carefully and then nodded. This is it. I looked at the knife in her hands. It was made out of a material that resembled obsidian glass. There was something strangely odd about it. And I noticed that it seemed to have some kind of aura around it. The light immediately around the blade just looked slightly darker than everywhere else. I supposed if there was some kind of dark soul, reaving blade, it would look like that. What is it, anyway? Miki asked. The knife clearly making her uncomfortable. To a spiritualist, a soul, reaving knife must have an inherent wrongness to it. As something that could kill the soul on contact, it was an extremely terrifying weapon. If this knife cuts someone, it will immediately begin to corrode their soul. After being infected by its essence, you will no longer be able to access mana or use magic. Typically, if the wound is left untreated, the curse will kill you within a day or two. If the wound is fatal or the curse kills you, there is no chance of resurrection, as the soul would already have rotted. Furthermore, those that are killed with this curse are highly likely to end up as curses themselves and become. Well, dungeons. I finished her words. I didn't know that the knife was so deadly. It had a lot of interesting abilities. And it also seemed to have some strange connection with dungeons. I just didn't know enough about it to know what it meant. Then, shouldn't we destroy the knife now? Miki asked, still eyeing the blade nervously. Not here, the Grandmaster said. We'll take it somewhere safe first, and then destroy it there. Siti nodded. It will take me some time to be able to perform the spell that will toss it into the void. I nodded. Fine. Once we're in Deeksville, I want it destroyed immediately. I didn't mean it to sound like an order. But just looking at that knife gave me the creeps. I couldn't imagine what someone would do if they obtained the knife with nefarious purposes. I lifted my hands and immediately began to create a portal. Once it was finished, I started ushering everyone through. There was no saying when the bandits might attack again, especially since the wall no longer had any soldiers on it. As if having that thought triggered their presence, I heard a trumpet call out. And then the sound of heavy footsteps racing toward the city. It looked like we were going to abandon Regency just in time. The girls started to jump through the portal one at a time. As the Grand Master came up for his turn, he looked at me and shook his head with a frown. After all that looking, you were able to obtain it in seconds. I don't know what to say, he sighed. Perhaps, if I hadn't been so snobbish and secretive in the beginning, we could have saved a lot of time and lives. It's fine. I smiled at him and then held out my hand. Let's keep working together in the future. For a berries? He looked down at my arm and then reached out and grabbed it. For Abje? He suddenly jerked. His eyes looked extremely surprised. I stared at him in confusion as his eyes widened in shock and surprise. Then, I saw a dark blackness creeping up his veins from within his body. His mouth opened, but no words came out. He fell back, and despite my best efforts to hold to his arm clasping mine, he collapsed to the ground, dead. Chapter 861. At this point, all of the girls had gone through except for Celicia, Siti, myself, and the Grand Master. With the Grand Master dead, that left Siti. She had actually used the knife to kill her own master. That was when a thought suddenly came to me. Maybe she had been a traitor all along. How had I been so foolish I had thought that if we moved quickly enough, that we'd resolve this problem before it became an issue. And I ended up handing the knife to the exact person that I didn't want to. Siti seemed like she wanted to say something, but her mouth was opened, and she didn't seem to be able to get any words out. Pulling my sword, I walked past Celicia, holding the sword up to Sita's neck. I was careful to keep my distance. Her hands were behind her back, and she seemed to be fumbling for what was presumably the knife. If she made a lunge at me, I couldn't even allow her to scratch me. "How could you do this?" I demanded. H! H! I... She was stuttering, her expression changing, strangely panicked. I started to feel like something was off. We had given the knife to her. That was undeniable, but she didn't look like someone who had deliberately murdered her own master. Did she accidentally kill him? Was she just walking with it out, and then ran into him when he stopped? That sounded ridiculous, the second I thought it. Where is the knife? I decided to demand for that instead. If I could get the knife into my inventory, then at least we'd all be safe for the immediate future. However, the more I pressed her, the more terrified she seemed to get. She was backing away while her mouth flapped open. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she started to cast a spell. I lifted my sword to strike her, but she didn't stop. It seemed like she was willing to let me strike her as long as she finished the spell. "Look out!" she cried. Those words were what stopped me from attacking. At just that moment, a massive force slammed into me from the side. I realized it was some kind of spatial attack. I went flying to the side from the massive hit, slamming into a nearby building. It was enough force that I went right through it. This was a structure that had already been on fire and put out. Structurally, it wasn't very strong. My form being slammed through the brittle charred walls was enough that the entire place collapsed. Thankfully, it didn't have much of a ceiling, and other than a giant puff of smoke and ash in the air, I wasn't hurt too bad. I healed myself immediately, while berating myself for holding back. Just because she said something that confused me, I allowed her to hit me. I started crawling out of the wreckage, but just as I peered out at Siti, I was immediately frozen by the scene. Celicia was standing across from Siti, but it wasn't Siti holding the dagger. It was Celicia. "Why did you kill Master?" Siti was crying, holding up her hands and backing away defensively. Wee Celicia asked, her voice strangely filled with malice. "Perhaps because it was fun." "Celicia, how could you?" "Celicia?" She seemed confused for a second. Ah, you must be talking about this body. Is that the name she was going under? Sorry, perhaps it's better if you just call me by my real name. My name is Calypso. I am the bandit hero. Chapter 862. Aren't you a pretty little thing? Cilicia said, looking Siti up and down in a salacious manner. You know, I happen to favor women. Siti blushed, backing up a bit more. Stay away. Aren't you interested in playing with a hero? Cilicia smirked, seemingly completely calm despite everything. How are you a hero? Siti cried out in disbelief. As the pair were talking, I was too stunned to move. I barely noticed that the walls of Regency had already been breached, and the so-called town was being ransacked. There wasn't much left behind to take, but that didn't stop the bandits from going into any house that wasn't burned down and trashing the place, or setting even more fires to finish off the once largest city in the West. Thankfully, the ashen ruins of my own location held no interest, and covered in ash as I was, no one seemed to notice me. Well, to be fair, this body is just my puppet. Don't worry, you'll be meeting the real me soon. As for why I am a hero, I am going to be taking care of a problem for all of you. Cilicia, or she was calling herself Calypso now, spoke with an evil grin. My son, the demon Lord Aberes, I will be the one to kill him. What did she say, Demon Lord Aberes? Wasn't he killed by Elia? How could he still be alive? She called him her son. I also couldn't help but wonder about the name Calypso. Calypso's tower was the monument to the death of the real bandit hero. He had been betrayed by a woman named Calypso. Was this the same woman? If that was the case, how old was she? No. What was I even suggesting? This was Cilicia. This was Carmen's sister. What the heck was going on? I could still feel her bond. It was then that I felt a sudden surge of pain in my back. I was already weak, but I suddenly felt even weaker. I felt like I was being drained. It was then that I realized what had happened. Cilicia had attempted to attack me from behind. Siti had used a spell tossing me to the side. I had still managed to get grazed by the knife. That my only extremely weak soul was being further corroded by that knife. I might die for real any moment. I desperately started trying to use healing, only to find to my horror that my connection to mana had been cut off. I pulled out a vial of waters of life and drank it. As I did so, I watched as my energy continued to decline more and more. In a last-ditch effort, I switched my jobs over. I equipped Dark Priest, Dungeon Builder, and Demon Knight, sacrificing the job I normally would have gotten from True Hero. These were all miasma-related jobs. For some reason, I thought that they might be able to protect me in the end. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to remain conscious long enough to realize if it worked. I didn't know how long I was unconscious, or what happened with CT, but I heard yelling that jolted me awake. The cut on my back felt like a dull ache. The yelling seemed hollow and distant. Where did he go? The one I cut. Someone suddenly grabbed me and started pulling me from the wreckage. I felt so weak I couldn't resist a thing. I felt myself being dropped onto the ground. He seemed to have disappeared, however. We did find this girl. It doesn't matter. With that cut, he's already dead. A beautiful woman looked down at me. She's pretty and to my liking. Conquering two beauties in a single battle, I must be lucky. Put her with the other one. They'll make good concubines for my harem. Who? I barely managed to get the words out. The woman reached out and stroked my face. Little girl, you seemed to be hurt when that building burned down and you were left behind. Their loss, my gain. I am Calypso, your new master. I will teach you. So many things. I felt her lips press against mine. And I passed out just as I felt a tongue entering my mouth. Chapter 863. What happened to her? A house fell on her. Don't give such a perverted look. Calypso has selected her. She's off limits. The light blur began to fade to darkness as my eyes fell closed once again. Every time I tried to return back to consciousness, an overwhelming feeling of exhaustion and weakness would overtake me. I could feel myself being carried. I seemed to have been put on the back of a saddle. We rode somewhere. The entire time. I felt completely powerless and unable to move or say a thing. I felt a hand grab my head roughly. She's burning up. You think it might be contagious, I heard a bandit say. Maybe we should just cut her throat and tell the boss she died. Another offered. Watch your tongue. Do you want to become one of her next sacrifices some more time past? And I felt like I was lying on something soft. It was some kind of fur. Here, drink this. I felt someone pushing a vial to my lips. You waste such a powerful healing potion on her, a voice said disdainfully. Can't you just kill her and resurrect her? Perhaps I should just kill you instead? You treat your harem too well. What can I say? Cute, vulnerable girls are my weakness. It was night when my eyes finally snapped open. And for the first time I felt awake. My first instinct was to reach for my mana, but I immediately felt unable to grasp it. It was like my fingers were slick with oil, and when I tried to grab the mana to use it, a film kept me from touching it. Any attempt to grab it caused it to slip out of my reach. Mana was acting like it was repelled by me. I felt a hot towel being placed on my forehead. You are lucky to be alive. In fact, I don't know how you've held out this long. She struck you with the knife. You were clearly infected with the curse. Thankfully, no one seemed to notice. You were covered in black ash and lacerations. Everyone just assumed you were a rare survivor of a house that burned down. The curse seemed to run its course now. At least, your veins no longer show miasmic curse. SSSSCT, I asked, trying to make out the blurry shape hovering over me. It's me. We're with the bandit camp now. We're in one of Calypso's tents. Apparently, she thinks herself quite the charmer. She picked us up as part of her harem. I didn't know you could shapeshift into a girl. You picked a good time to do it, though. It saved your life. As for what being in her harem means, I don't know. She's left me alone so far, probably because I am taking care of you. Cilicia. There was a brief hesitation. She suddenly turned into a different person. Calypso called her a puppet. After she arrived, Cilicia just went slack and did whatever Calypso asked. She was like a zombie. That's all I know. Siti had already said enough. The memory of Cilicia turning on us was still fresh in my mind. As my head cleared, I could recall how Siti pushed me out of the way when Cilicia struck. That small cut had nearly killed me. If she hadn't have knocked me out of the way, I would have been dead, killed by my slave. Thank you. I said, it's fine. But Deke, she has the dagger now. It seemed like my plans had blown up in my face, while Calypso received everything she was looking for. Chapter 864. The next morning, I tried healing again. To find that my mana was still out of reach. With a sigh, I slowly sat up. Although my body was assuredly a woman's body at this point, the potion that kept me as a man long having exhausted its supply. I felt like an old man as I tried to get out of bed. Siti rushed to my side and helped me get into a sitting position. She then brought me a bowl of soup and allowed me to sip it. Ultimately, it was the same kind of tasteless gruel that I had grown used to from this world when I wasn't the cook. But it had vegetables in it, so it was heartier than what I expected for captives. I made a noise of surprise when I tasted a few chunks of meat as I sipped from the bowl that Siti was holding up. Mistress Calypso does treatise, harem girls. Well, she likes us well-fed, well-groomed, and pretty. I've had to shave down there for the first time in my life, Siti complained. I nearly choked on my bowl. And she pulled it away as I broke into a coughing fit. Oh! Her face went from confusion to embarrassment. Thursday. That's right. You are M. Man? You are a man, right. She looked at me hesitantly. But when I nodded enthusiastically, her blush returned, and she looked away with a mortified expression. She had been speaking candidly with me because she had associated me as being one of the girls. I decided it was best to change the landing strip, the subject, as quickly as possible. How long have I been out? I asked the most innocuous question I could come up with. Not long. This is the 3rd day since we've been captured. 3 days. I breathed. After I was hit, the portal had shut suddenly. All of my girls had left the city safely, but that had been 3 days ago. I felt for the bond, and immediately felt some comfort. They were still there with me. If I hadn't felt that bond securely in the back of my head, I might have gone crazy. Even my bond with Cilicia remained, but I didn't know what that meant at this point. It was while feeling for that bond that I suddenly realized that Cilicia was extremely close. She couldn't be more than a few meters away. My eyes immediately snapped in that direction. I immediately saw her. She was sitting in a chair, but her eyes were staring blankly in front of her. The usually crude and charismatic woman that I thought I knew was nowhere to be seen. Siti noticed my eyes land on Celicia, and she immediately reached out and grabbed my hand. "She won't respond to anything you say. She's the harem guard. If any girl tries to leave the tent, she stops them." It was then that I noticed that we weren't alone. The tent was extremely large, with nice fur rugs and pillows laid out across the entire tent. It did have the feel of a harem room in the truest sense. There were at least 5 other beauties in the room with looks at least as good as CT. As to why I was selected, I didn't know. My eyes quickly dismissed them and fell back on Celicia, though. After all, she was the one who betrayed me. I was her master. So how would she ignore me now? Chapter 865. "Celicia?" I hissed at her, but she didn't move. "I told you." She will only respond to Calypso. Unless you try to escape, hurt her, or yourself, she won't move a bit. I rearranged my jobs and skills. It was at that moment that I noticed something fairly strange. In the past, it wasn't all that unusual for certain jobs to increase a level or two. Experience could be gained by both killing mobs and practicing the thing that gave you the job. For a cartographer, I'd gain levels when I drew maps a bunch. When I cooked, my cook job was leveled. This happened all the time. But it happened faster when it was equipped, or at least I thought it did. On top of that, I also gained levels for the experience from my slaves. This was provided through my slave bond. I wasn't abundantly sure how much experience I gained from them, but it was enough to give me an edge. The point being, it wasn't uncommon for some of my jobs to increase levels when I wasn't paying attention. It had also been some time since I had last carefully looked at my jobs. This was why I was so surprised to find several of my jobs having increased numerous levels. I had also gained a few jobs I didn't even realize I had been training. When did I become an apprentice blacksmith? What the heck was a mimic? Did I get this job because I was stabbed? It felt like I had a month of hard training in a dungeon without any memory of doing it. Of course, that was impossible. The last 6 days, I had been recovering, first from having my soul nearly destroyed, and then from having my soul infected with a curse. Adventure Earl VVL1 Alchemist VVL 10 Apprentice Blacksmith VVL 5. Bandit LVVL 10. Basic Magician LVVL 30 Blue Mage LVVL 2. Cartographer LVVL 15. Cook LVVL 20. Dark Priest LVVL 21. Demon Knight LVVL 25. Dungeon Builder LVVL 20. Dungeon Diver LVVL 5. Harem Master LVVL 19. Hero LVVL 23. Intermediate Magician LVV. I probably missed one. Looking through my new jobs, I had to wonder if I was involved in some demon lord fight that I wasn't aware of. This kind of growth was just excessive. However, since each subsequent level had higher status bonuses, I wasn't necessarily as powerful as all of that. With my highest jobs at 63, 55, and 250s, I could probably fight at a level of a normal level 75. However, I also had to consider that where my levels came from various cheats. A swordsman or knight who reached level 75 got there from a massive experience. So even in a fight with someone like that, I wasn't assured of victory. As for all of those lower levels, fighting on the deeper levels of a dungeon, it would actually only take a day or two to level any given job to 20 or higher. It wasn't necessarily as impressive as it looked. After a job reached 50, it started to slow down significantly. Usually, you access the next tier of job when you hit level 50, but since I didn't unlock White Mage Master, it was clear I was still missing something before the system would grant me that job. Then again, I got Blue Mage for some reason. Well, I did make a lot of portals. I suppose it was only a matter of time. I eventually decided to remove Dungeon Builder. I was too afraid to remove Dark Priest or Demon Knight. But I did bring back True Hero, and then used my fourth job to equip Slave Master once again. Once I had Slave Master active, I sent a message to my girls letting them know I was all right. I was relieved that this didn't seem to use mana and sat more in the will category. I also sent a message to Celicia. I didn't get a response from anyone. I was certain I sent the message, but I didn't get an answer at all. Before I could dwell on it any longer, the tent opened, and Calypso walked in. She was just the woman I didn't want to see at that moment. Chapter 866. When Calypso entered the tent, all conversation immediately died. All of the girls of her harem became silent and turned toward the woman herself. She looked from woman to woman as if evaluating them. When her eyes fell on a girl, she stopped breathing and didn't start again until her eyes passed. It had the feel like Calypso was looking into their souls. When her eyes finally landed on me, she broke into a wide smile that reminded me of a cat who had caught a bird. "You are awake." "You left me feeling very worried." She spoke in a voice that sounded oddly sincere. "You saved me?" I asked, trying to get a feel for this strange woman. Calypso was a beautiful woman with dark midnight hair and a fair complexion. Her skin was milky and smooth, making her appear much younger than she was. Actually, I didn't know how young she was, but it should at least be 30 years based on the tower's size. Then again, that curse could have been implanted at any point, and there was no saying when the events of the tower occurred. They were at least long enough that the original bandit hero was forgotten one, and she was able to take on the name of the modern bandit hero. Her eyes were just as dark as her hair, and she had thin eyebrows and small beauty mark just under her eyes. Those eyes contained an unfathomable depth and wisdom to them that was likely what unnerved the other girls. Her lips were a deep red, which darkly contrasted the rest of her body. Furthermore, she had a shapely body, with decent-sized breasts and wide hips. She wasn't shapely in a muscular way like Lydia, but in a succulent way as if her body was crafted to tempt men. I did my little crumpet. "You will have to repay me." She smirked as if my words amused her. You burned down Regency," I cried out, surprised that she was speaking so unreasonably. She raised her nails, long and painted black to her chin, and ran a nail down her cheek while her grin deepened. "So I could have left you to burn. Instead, I took you, gave you medicine, fed, clothed, and boarded you. You will have to work for me." "Work?" I asked incredulously. Like her, I nodded to Cilicia, who had still not moved even after I attempted to contact her several times. She continued to sit in the chair, staring straight ahead like she was a zombie. To that point, I hadn't gotten a single reaction out of her. Her? Oh, no. Nothing like her. Calypso laughed. "She's just a puppet. I prefer my women bee. A bit more interesting. As for work, every girl is assigned a duty. CT here has been taking care of you, but since you've recovered, you'll both need new jobs. Some girls clean my tent, others brush my hair. Is there anything you can do? Dee, I told your name." "I am sorry," Ceedy spoke up, giving me a significant look. I nodded. "Ah, I see. Calling me Deke in this situation wouldn't do at all. Still, she could have come up with something a little more unique than Dee. She looked slightly guilty about it, but I remained focused on Calypso. You see, as long as you take care of my needs?" She smirked provocatively. "I'll take care of yours." "What about her?" I asked, once again nodding at Cilicia. "What do you mean?" "A puppet. I mean what I said. She's nothing but air. She's a person, and her name is Cilicia," I responded coldly, and then immediately bit my tongue. I had said that impulsively. Calypso's eyes darkened, and I regretted saying too much. Chapter 867. After looking at me with narrowed eyes, I gulped down my saliva. Siti was holding my arm, and her hands tightened as well. Since she had vouched for me, if it was revealed who I truly was, she would go down with me. In a way, our lives were now tied together, and so my impulsive nature would end up reflecting on her as well. After a brief moment of darkness, Calypso's smile returned. "You are feisty. I like that. If I wanted a woman who didn't challenge me, I'd use some miasmic creature like her." She chuckled. "Miasmic. Are you saying a dungeon creature? How can she be a dungeon creature? She was a bandit king, and she has a sister." Once again, I spoke impulsively, but at the moment, my only concern was finding out what happened to Cilicia. I realized I was rather poor at being deceitful. Perhaps the actor part of me had been the part that was lost in Alareth. "Oh," she raised an eyebrow. "So, you know her history? I suppose since she ended up enslaved to that noble I killed?" "You had chances to talk to her when she visited town," I nodded. She was kind to me." "I doubt that." I knew the lie sounded fake, but thankfully, Calypso thought I was lying about her being nice, not lying about how we met. "Please, I need to know what happened to her." I found myself begging impatiently. I remembered a time when I could take time and be more tactful, but that part of me had died when I lost a piece of my soul. The current me just didn't have the patience or tact to slowly probe her for information. I needed to know what happened. Very well, she chuckled. Since you are new, I'll allow you to be willful just once. I do like to spoil my girls. Cilicia was a young warrior. A long time ago, I ransacked her village and killed her family. She trained and became a bandit with the intent to increase her rank and one day kill me. Of course, I knew her plan all along. Which is why I killed her instead. Kate killed, but she's right. I looked at the puppet that stared ahead with no emotion. There are only a handful of ways to kill someone permanently without the risk of resurrection. The easiest way. And the way she attempted was to lure me into a dungeon and ambush me. I killed her instead and left her for the dungeon to eat. It was a few years later when I returned to the dungeon that I was in for a surprise. You see, most people who die in dungeons, their souls are trapped forever in the dungeon, where they are eaten and converted into miasma to feed the dungeon curse. However, particularly resilient souls sometimes persevere. Rather than get eaten, the miasma corrupts their souls. These corrupted souls are called karma. Karma, I had only heard of the word very recently, but looking at my own skills and the recently appearing mimic job, trying to understand what she said, I came to a sudden realization and gasped. You don't mean... That's right. She nodded. Cilicia's soul remained in the dungeon. 3 years after I left her corpse there, she came back. As a dungeon boss. Chapter 868. You see, when a curse is made, anyone who might be associated with that curse, whether alive or dead, has a chance of being copied. Calypso explained, her eyes flashing excitedly as she grew increasingly invested in her explanation. These copies are sometimes created from the person's true soul that is left trapped in the dungeon. And sometimes it is created by soul fragments, memories, and mana imprints. They aren't the original person, but a miasmic copy. Who knows, maybe there is a miasmic copy of you or me in some dungeon out there. I did have some understanding of what she was explaining. After all, I had faced my own copy in the Widow's Labyrinth. Although that was a doppelganger, Lord Carr from Carr's dungeon was an example of a miasmic copy created by a normal soul. It stood to reason that what I had been noticing previously, that the first time a boss is destroyed is their original form, where each subsequent time was a copy, wasn't entirely right. What I was actually noticing were bosses created from corrupted souls. Once the creature was killed, the soul was released back into the dungeon again, where it would face further corrosion. Just like how every time a person is resurrected, their soul would get damaged every time a boss was destroyed. The corrupted karmic soul would be whittled away too. Then, there were cases like the giant who was a poor copy of Shin based not on her soul, but on memories and imprints of her. The dungeon would have slowly refined her, perhaps extracting more memories of her as time passed. But she would always be a poor imitation. Meanwhile, Cilicia was actually a perfect miasmic copy of a woman who had died before I ever came to this world. I didn't feel bad. Because the Cilicia who died I had never met, but I was shocked. "So, you tamed Cilicia with Monster Tamer?" I asked. This was what made the most logical sense to me. I had taken several bosses from dungeons and had them serve me. However, as soon as I said it, I started to think that wasn't quite right. Cilicia didn't act like the other monsters I had tamed. She didn't seem to have any free will at all. Calypso leaned forward like she was going to tell me, but then stopped and stepped back, a smile forming on her face. Monster taming is certainly a way. However, while I like free will among my women, I don't like it among my servants. As for how, you should already know the answer. For a second, I thought that she had realized something about me. The worried look on my face only made her chuckle, though. "Dee, do you honestly not know why I saved your life? Because you wanted me in your harem?" I answered. "You are a cute girl, but I encounter many cute girls. The reason some become mine, while others are thrown to my men, is because of what they can do for me. Take CT. For example." CT jerked as she gestured to the woman and continued. "She has the rather rare job, Blue Mage. With her portals, I'll be able to leave the western edge of Oberys, and my bandits will be able to attack anywhere. Every girl here offers me something that will help me gain power. Do you know what you offer me? I can smell the miasma on you." She chuckled. I am not a dungeon monster." She shook her head. "No, you are not. However, you are a dark priest." I didn't expect her to be able to see that. I had been worried that she might have detected the cut or my ability to produce mana, but not the job I had set. I was suddenly really glad I had left it selected. Calypso reached out and grabbed my hands, pulling me toward her. "Do you know what I see when I look at you? I see a young version of myself. You have the gift to control miasma, just as I do. Together, we can accomplish miracles. I want to teach you everything I know." Why would you do that? In time. "I will defeat him and conquer the 5 kingdoms, creating the empire he never could. I will become the eternal bandit king. You will become my bandit queen." Chapter 869. The reason I have been forthcoming with you and allow you to be so willful in questioning me is exactly because of my plans for you, Calypso explained. However, do not become too willful, or you will pay. She finished her explanation with just the hint of a threat. I might have shown fear, but my mouth was opened, and I was just too shocked by everything else she had said. The Cilicia that I knew was a copy made in a dungeon Calypso had used some ability, presumably from a dark priest, that allowed her to control the other woman. Was it the supposed karmic control that I saw in my mysteriously appearing mimic job? Did I receive such a job right now because I encountered Calypso, Why was that job so high-leveled without me earning it? The more questions I asked, the more questions I had. How did Cilicia end up as a bandit king? I asked hesitantly. Trying to act more cowed while still unable to let it go. Were you one of the refugees from a city she ransacked? Yes. I was in hiding at the time, and it was convenient to use a few proxies to do my bidding. I was seeking weapons that would help me in my battle against the Demon Lord. Cities with stories of old weapons, and of course, ancient dungeons. At some point, she managed to unearth a massive clockwork dragon for me. I never would have imagined she'd turn around and destroy it and then get captured. I had given her too much karmic freedom, and she started to believe she was a real person. Ended up as some noble slave. I won't be making that mistake again. I perked up at those words. There was a personality under there. She was suppressing it using her karmic control, but the Cilicia that I knew still existed. She just had to. She's still a slave, then slavers are only a little better than monster tamors. I don't personally like to use them. Calypso spoke distastefully. You need to have a free will for it to be suppressed by a slaver. I prefer to. Cut out the middleman and control their will entirely these days. However, enough questions. I came today to find how you will serve me. The main takeaway I got was that Calypso had been manipulating things since the moment I met Cilicia. She had set Cilicia up as a bandit king so that she could help her search for weapons. Cilicia had come across the Sow, called Guardian of Terra's dungeon. But her memories of her sister had caused her to turn and destroy it before Calypso could stop her. She had also likely put an extreme mistrust of the church in Cilicia's mind. After all, if the church checked her too closely, they might realize that she wasn't human. It couldn't be easy to tell the difference. Even I wasn't able to tell, and I had her as a slave. I had even resurrected her from death once. I might not have thought this impossible, but I was able to resurrect Kar's miasmic soul after defeating him. So it probably was like that. Cleaning the latrine's number. Too aggressive for my girls. Says I don't have the time to receive massages. Calypso was tapping her fingernails together as she thought about what job I should have. How about a cook, I suggested. My eyes flashing. Chapter 870, as it were, my inventory was filled with cooking ingredients. But if I pulled them out, I'd be revealing to her that I had an inventory. Thus, I had to make do with whatever the bandit camp had lying around. And in a world that seemed to be somewhat behind in their cooking science, that wasn't much. Still, I got a fire going and put a large army pot over it and started going to work. It wasn't the first time I had cooked for a large group of people. With a mansion full of slaves and guests, I regularly cooked for 10 or more, and then there were the nights we had festivities. Stews and soups were usually the easiest things to cook in this world, so I focused on making a fish stew. I felt like it'd require the least amount of spices to get the taste right. My cook job had gained many levels now, and I could do all kinds of things that I couldn't do before. One particular skill that dropped at level 20 had truly caught my eye. It was called cooking buff. If I guessed right, it meant that the food I cooked would start to cause buff effects to stats. This seemed like an excellent time to experiment. I hummed happily as I cooked. I had always enjoyed cooking, but I was finding it exceptionally enjoyable now. Perhaps it was because I was surrounded by a new group of people who could benefit from my cooking. Perhaps the higher level a job was, the more you appreciated doing the job. Either way, I worked out in front of the tent. We were in the middle of a large clearing surrounded by the bandit camp. All in all, we looked to be about dead center. Of course, while I worked, I wasn't just enjoying the cooking. I was also checking out the situation and looking at what it would take to escape. Once my mana returned, I had a feeling it would only take the flick of my wrist to open a portal or use the return skill. However, I had no clue how long it would take for the damage to wear off. I was still very weak now, which was all the better reason that I cooked well and created food that helped buff my weakened state. One strange thing I noticed about the camp is that it seemed to have no protective barriers. I didn't see a watch, and there were no guard posts, fences, or anything else to keep the bandits protected. They were truly just setting up wherever they felt like it. I had to wonder if this was because of their unusual means of resurrection. I recalled that when bandits died, they could be resurrected in moments. This had to be some kind of dark priest's skill that I didn't know about yet. As I continued to cook and hum while occasionally giving looks out to the rest of the camp, the smells drifted from the pot and attracted more men. Only those that were high officials in the camp dared to approach. After all, Calypso was sitting and watching me cook. However, even she looked like she was extremely hungry as the food finished. When I was done, I made a bowl and offered it to Calypso for the first taste. Calypso had Celicia try it first to make sure it wasn't poisoned, since I cooked it and I knew I hadn't tried to poison it. I didn't mind. However, I noted for the future that I absolutely couldn't poison her food, as she was sensitive to this kind of thing. For the first time since I had woken up, Celicia had made a noise. As soon as she had taken a bite, her eyes widened, and she let out a moan of pleasure. Calypso turned to look at her, but Celicia's expression had already returned to the expressionless look. Celicia turned back to me and looked me up and down appraisingly. "You must have the cook job." "To have the dark priest job and the cook job, you are a duelist," Calypso accused. Chapter 871. A duelist. I had never heard the term before. "Those who can possess more than one job at a time are called duelists," Calypso explained. "There are only a handful that are born that way. Most have to become that way through hard work. We become Harem." "It is good." Calypso took a sip of the soup I made. "You do have some skill in cooking. I will appoint you as my chef then." "Thank you, my lady." I wanted to push my question, but I politely addressed her instead. If I got too excited asking questions, I might genuinely invite her wrath. I watched patiently as she took several more bites. Finally, she waved her hands. "The rest of you may eat." The men whose mouths had been watering while watching the steaming pot ran forward, and one man took it upon himself to start scooping out spoonfuls into the waiting bowls. To answer your question, when a person reaches level 99 in any one job, they unlock the skill extra job. I also understand that some jobs have second or third jobs as part of their skill set, but extra job, unlike most skills, is stackable. Presumably, if you lived long enough and killed long enough, you could equip dozens of jobs. Most people only obtain one other job in their lifetime. Not in Aubrey's, mind you. Only a handful of people have become duelists in Oberies, but in the north, it is far more common. She spoke casually as she ate, treating this all like general information, but it was the first time I had heard a lot of this. Even the books I had found didn't mention things like that. Of course. I wondered what she'd think if I told her I could equip up to 5 jobs if I really wanted to. However, that was using the dungeon points to bypass the real system. What kind of concept was a person with a 100-level job wait? Did that mean that Calypso? My lady, how many jobs can you have at once? If I may ask, Calypso chuckled. I have managed to acquire 3 at a time. In a few years, it may be 4. I gulped. I had to assume that she didn't have a job like True Hero. That meant that she had at least to level 100 jobs, and a third one that would reach level 100 soon. Just how old was she to have so many jobs? My concept of strength in this world had once again been flipped on its head. I had always thought that the Demon King in the north was just a level 100 monster. Now, I had to expect that he likely had several level 100 jobs, each one filling him with different skills. The world was bigger than I ever imagined. After we finished eating, Calypso left to do her Bandit King thing. She told me that I wasn't ready for that stuff. She said she'd take me into a dungeon for training when the time was right. For now, I was just responsible for cooking 3 meals a day and having it ready whether she arrived or not. Once she was gone, I collapsed in the harem tent with a sigh. The way you talked to her, it almost felt like equals, Siti said nervously. I was shocked she didn't take your head. I thought I had been very civil. Well, at least she seemed to like my spirit. So I was safe for now. Instead, I decided to focus on escaping. The main thing I did was try to send a message outside to my girls. I could still feel the bond, but it felt distant and muted. I could feel that my messages were being sent, but they didn't seem to be getting them. This wasn't the result of my mana not working. Rather, this was more akin to when the girls were too far away to receive the message. That was impossible, of course. My bond had a very good distance, and that distance only increased as my levels did. The only time my ability to contact them might be cut off as if I was receiving some kind of interference. The only time that would happen that I knew of was when I bolted upright, causing CT to nearly jump. What is it? We're in a dungeon. Chapter 872. 2 days had passed since I had last spoken with Calypso. In that intervening time, I had a chance to look at the camp a bit more. I wasn't able to go far. Our guard, Cilicia, didn't allow us. And I wasn't ready to make a break for it until my mana had returned. She still didn't act like she knew me at all. That was probably for the best. If she had retained memories and her old personality, she could have told Calypso everything about me. Thankfully, Calypso never even thought of asking her such a question. And I like to think that Cilicia was somewhere in there and deliberately keeping this from her. At least, it made me feel closer to the woman that I had lost. I had tried to talk to some of the bandits a few times, but they seemed disinterested in talking to me. I was Calypso's woman, and that was as far as it went. This honestly surprised me a bit. Bandits were bandits, after all. They were cheaters, liars, and murderers. How could they possibly respect Calypso's orders at first? I had thought that Cilicia was our guard because she didn't trust the bandits, but now I was thinking there was more to it. Meanwhile, I continued to dwell on the idea that had been sparked in my head. I was certain we were in a dungeon. That was why I wasn't able to get a clear location on my girls, let alone send them a message. Unless they were in this dungeon with me, I couldn't contact them. Even though I had a blessing that allowed me to make portals out of a dungeon, it didn't work for other skills. As for making a portal, that was impossible with my mana blocked. I still couldn't use mana. I tried every day and was seemingly unable to cast a single spell. From what I remember the Grand Master telling me regarding the knife, it corrupts mana and damages the soul. Your mana was turned into miasma forcefully. As long as it is corrupt, you will be unable to use any spells. It will need to be cleansed first, City explained. Did you need me to reinforce your cosmetic spells? My tattoos were something that CT had helped me hide using illusion magic? Void and space magic had a close relationship with illusions. When it came to a spell that just hid marks on my skin, I guess it was a common enough spell for some women to get that Calypso wouldn't care or notice. How do you cleanse mana? I asked. Only a priest can do it. So it was like that. I thought I could do it with White Mage's purification, but that involved me being able to use mana, which was something I couldn't do. That's when a thought occurred to me. Would I be able to use miasma spells? I mean, you would have to have some demonic or dark ability that gave you skills that used miasma, but you would have access to them. As she said, the curtain opened and Calypso walked in, causing us both to freeze in surprise. Come with me, Dee Dee. It's time that I showed you some things. Chapter 873. When Calypso walked in on us and overheard the last part of our conversation, I carefully tried to remember everything we had spoken out loud to make sure she didn't hear anything we didn't want her to hear. Thankfully, she didn't seem upset or angry. She had the same half smirk on her face that she usually did, seemingly enjoying the pair of us chatting. Some of the other girls said she liked us to interact and grow friendly with each other, as she would bed several of us at once when she was in the mood. Although she said this, Calypso had only taken one girl to her bed a night. Supposedly, the girls were on a rotation, much like I had done with my girls. I didn't feel comfortable knowing that we had such a thing in common. I wasn't on the list yet, but CT was. In 3 days, CT would be Calypso's night attendant, which typically meant that she would expect some service. At first, I had worried about CT, but CT only laughed it off. Did you think the Grandmaster only kept me around because I was a blue mage naturally? I warmed his bed many nights. In reality, being his apprentice and being in CT's harem, there isn't much of a difference to me. Here, I can at least share in it, and Calypso's a bit prettier than that old man. Isn't she? CT had been afraid at first. But after a few days, when she finally understood her responsibilities, as well as why Calypso found her compelling, she had relaxed considerably. It turned out she wasn't an innocent virgin and was familiar with using her body to get what she wanted. I had learned that she used to work for the Travelers Guild like most blue mages, but that her superior had demanded unreasonable favors from her for her to keep her position and advance. That was why she eventually left with the Grand Mage. Thus, Seat only waved goodbye as I followed Calypso outside the tent. And it was no longer clear if she even truly wanted to escape. When I had asked her directly, she said that it depended on how good the sex was, since Calypso was a much older woman than probably even the Grand Master. She likely had a lot of experience to fall back on. Well, it wasn't like I planned to be her bed partner anytime soon. I'd escape as soon as I could. As I was thinking this, we had walked to the edge of the camp. The forest surrounding it was thick and didn't give you a view through. I had never seen a dungeon with an open sky and a night and day cycle before, but the more I was in this place, the more I grew convinced it was a dungeon. "What do you think of this camp?" she asked harmlessly. "Isn't this a dungeon?" I asked, once again not able to still my tongue. Her eyebrows rose, and then she smirked. "I knew you were the right one. I felt it as soon as you entered. Your presence causes my heart to beat rapidly. You have the potential for what I asked helplessly. You can become a dungeon master, like me." Chapter 874. Why, you are a dungeon master. I froze, staring at her in shock. "You seem to know what that is." "I am very interested in your upbringing. A dark priest cook with the potential of a dungeon master." "I didn't have the dungeon master job. I had the dungeon builder job, which was probably considered a second-tier job. If I had to give it a rating, I was trapped in a dungeon. I did what I had to," I said in a shaky voice. I wasn't able to lie much. But what I said wasn't a lie. I found it much easier to tell the truth, although even then, when I was intentionally deceptive, I still struggled a bit. Thankfully, she didn't notice or didn't care, and only responded with a light nod. You won't have to struggle anymore. I will teach you everything I know. This dungeon. You created it? I asked nervously. She shook her head. No, I conquered it. Within this place, I am supreme. I am aware of everything, everywhere. I can travel anywhere in an instant. Welcome to Bandit's Respite. She announced it like it was the name of the dungeon. When I had been carried in, I was unconscious, so I naturally couldn't see the typical words offering me to destroy the dungeon. That was one of the reasons I hadn't been certain. The other was that this first floor contained almost no miasma on it. It was no wonder none of the bandits would betray her. If she had a full awareness, they wouldn't be able to get away with anything. However, if I was a bandit like that, I'd probably run away. A leader that oppressive and all-knowing would be dangerous, especially since she kept sending them out to die. They could seemingly pop up anywhere and would resurrect almost instantly. As those thoughts came to my mind, I gasped. Covering my mouth, I was beginning to realize the implications of what she was saying. Her smile grew wider, but looked darker and more sadistic. Say it! What are you thinking, my little crumpet? I lowered my hand, trying to remain collected. Those bandits. I thought you just had a quick way of resurrecting them, but that's not it. They're dungeon monsters. They might have been bandits once, but you captured their souls in this dungeon and turned them into a miasmic army. Keep going. She smiled, seeming to enjoy the look on my face as I figured things out. Going. The dungeon. Where is it? I asked suspiciously. Where indeed? She chuckled. I can tell you that it spreads across the west of Aberys. That's why. The dungeon has multiple exits all over the west. You are able to send and release bandits all over the countryside. That's how you've been able to be so persistent. You are everywhere all the time. That's right, she chuckled. I wanted you to understand the power I hold. With a snap of my fingers, I can send bandits and beasts anywhere I want. There is just one flaw, I responded, causing her smile to flicker. You are trapped here. Your bandits can't leave the area around the dungeon. That might have been the case once, she responded tightly. But now that I have a blue mage, she can create portals to send us all over. That's why I said what I said. I may be a dungeon master today, but in time, I will do just like the demons did. My dungeon will grow and create a new land, the Bandit Land. I will spread my will all over the 5 countries, and I will become their god. Chapter 875. Here we are. After explaining many things that forced me to think and rethink my understanding of the world, Calypso stopped in front of a cave. "Where is here?" I asked, trying to make use of the mimic job to appear as an innocent girl. I couldn't lie very well, but that didn't stop certain skills from kicking in that helped me better disguise myself. At least, I was hoping this was working. How much could Calypso truly see? Had I said anything since I had been in the dungeon to tip her off? Did she know more than she was letting on and just screwing with me? It left me worried. "This is the exit to the second floor," Calypso explained, "while I keep the miasma off of this floor, for the most part. I don't do that for the other floors. They are my training grounds for new troops." Knew I blinked. Of course. My dungeon needs food. Any prisoner, captive, or hostage is sent down into my dungeon. They are given the opportunity to survive. That hope is enough to drive some of them. Of course, they all ultimately die and become just more mana to grow it. How does that give you troops? Are the bandits based on how much miasma the dungeon has? Yes, and also no. Calypso chuckled at my confused expression. Dungeons are complicated existences, and the relationship between a dungeon and its master has limitations. If I could trade 100 lives and just make a powerful dragon to sweep across Sabaris, I would. Unfortunately, dungeons don't work that way. Normal dungeons grow based on their curse. The lore ultimately forms the dungeon. The dungeon creates the master, and the master and the dungeon are united as one. In some unique situations, such as when a master conquers a dungeon, they are slightly at odds with the dungeon and its ultimate goal. I can influence the growth of the dungeon, but I am bound by its rules. Once a plant has already grown, you might be able to cut its branches and shape its growth, but you'll never be able to change what it is. What about if you build a dungeon from scratch? I asked. She raised an eyebrow. Not possible. A dungeon occurs spontaneously. Creating a dungeon. I've never heard of such a thing. Presumably, if you could build a dungeon from scratch, then the way you develop it can seemingly be endless. I see. The more she talked, the more she gave me to think about. I had never met someone as knowledgeable about dungeons as her. It was perhaps for this reason that I hadn't made a major attempt to leave. Despite all that, she didn't seem to know everything. I had built my dungeon from scratch, and I had the job dungeon builder. Meanwhile, she had the job dungeon master. I hadn't confirmed this, but she had spoken about dungeon master in ways that made me think it was more than a title. At first, I thought dungeon master was the top level of dungeon craft. First, you became a dungeon diver, knowledgeable, and capable of surviving dungeons. Then you become a true dungeon diver, understanding a piece of their fundamental nature. After that, you become able to make dungeons and finally become a master. Except, it seemed like she was a master who could control dungeons, but she couldn't create them. Didn't that mean that between the two jobs, dungeon builder was the higher tier, like with many of my other jobs gained from complete Incurse lores? It seemed like I had jumped a step once again. Chapter 876. Either way, where was I? Oh, yes. I have limitations on the bandits I can create. Although I can recapture their miasma and resurrect them quickly, I still lose a bit of miasma. However, that isn't my biggest limitation. My biggest limitation is the size of this dungeon. Ultimately, the bandits I create are only so powerful. Although they possess complete karmic souls, and are thus more powerful than normal dungeon mobs, and in fact aren't even aware they're dungeon creatures. So, what are you trying to do, since she seemed willing to tell me all of her plans? I would naturally keep asking. I had never imagined things would end up like this. I remembered a time when I thought the bandit hero was just some simple enemy on the surface. It turned out that she had been affecting my life since a long time ago. From the moment I met Celicia, Calypso's influence could be felt. Unfortunately, you can't just send dungeon monsters down a dungeon and expect them to level. Miasmic creatures can only level by absorbing miasma. I could shove a few bandits in a room with thick miasma and wait a few years, but I am not so patient. However, do you know who can level normal people? My eyes widened slightly. Exactly. Any new bandits in the group. I send them down into my dungeon and let them gain levels. In the short term, I can only create bandits up to the level of the souls trapped inside. So, I let a couple of skilled bandits get up in level, and then wipe them out before they become a threat. That way, I'll be able to summon stronger and more powerful bandits. I nodded, but then looked at her suspiciously. Why are you telling me all of this? Come, I'll show you. She gestured. And we started to walk away from the cave before she decided to continue talking. As it turns out, you are also deficient in levels. I don't intend to let you die and have your soul wasted as a dungeon monster. But I do need you to be more powerful. Wait, you are asking me to fight my way down a dungeon? Relax. I have control of everything. This is my dungeon, after all. Every danger you face will be one I allow you to face. Besides, I will send you with a strong group of bandits. I've just recruited them. They might be my strongest team yet. They will be able to keep you safe and level you. Of course, when they reach the boss level, I'll be forced to kill them. But you will be spared. A group of bandits, and they won't be controlled by you. I was just clarifying. But Calypso seemed to take it as having some kind of deeper meaning. She burst out laughing. I know what you are thinking. You are thinking that as a pretty girl being sent alone with a group of bandits stronger than her, you might end up being assaulted. I actually wasn't thinking that, but now I was. Seeing the worried look on my face, she raised her hand. You need not worry. This won't be a problem. I found a perfect group. They're all women. Women and all, woman bandit group. Just as I was wondering, I felt a change in my bonds. The originally dull feeling of my girls being distant turned to them being extremely close. I had a sinking feeling in my gut. A few minutes later, It was confirmed as I was brought before Lydia, Miki, Celeste, Tara, and Shao, all dressed up in bandit attire. This is a notorious bandit gang up north. They're called Rain's End. Chapter 877. Master! You are safe. You gave us a big scare. Your soul felt very weak for a few days. I got a flood of slave communication as soon as I opened up the channel to my girls. It looked like this skill didn't use mana, or at least not enough mana that my miasmic infection would cause trouble. I was very happy to see them all, but I kept a cold expression and quickly told all of them to pretend like that didn't know me. Lydia quickly explained what happened while Calypso was still introducing the group of us. After I got captured, they must have reasoned out who had me, and remembered the invitation she had sent right before we had ended up caught in Rain's mansion. Calypso had heard about our bandit exploits up in the north and invited us to join her bandit army. It sounded promising. But now I knew why the bandits up north seemed so scared and squeamish when discussing her. Calypso had been systematically killing off all the bandits and turning them into dungeon monsters. It was a real life case of the body snatchers. I could just imagine a bandit running into his old acquaintance, only to find this copy oddly different. He was a soulless puppet in her army. I hated puppets and dolls. Thankfully, these looked like real people, but it was still at a point where I felt afraid. In fact, these days I struggled to feel anger or hate, so that only made the fear more palpable. The worst thing of all is that the majority of these dungeon monsters never realized they weren't the real one. Celicia was a prime example of this. She hadn't known she was a monster. In her mind, she was Carmen's sister, even Carmen, who hadn't seen her sister since she was a child, didn't know that this wasn't her sister. And she was a paladin who was best at detecting such things. Then again, how often did you scan the mana flow of a person you talked to and recognize to make sure they were still them? If someone wanted, they really could replace everyone with a copy of themselves forged in a dungeon. Maybe I was a copy. Maybe. The real Deke was on Earth, and I was just some copy of him. He never left Earth, and I, for some reason, was spontaneously created from miasma, and up until now, no one had noticed. The fear grew even more inside me. This wasn't a helpful way of thinking. This is something that might cause me to feel despair if I dwelled on it too much. Calypso quickly finished with her introductions. I didn't know if this was fate or if Calypso knew what was going on. She didn't seem to notice that I had a bond with these women. Of course, that was for the best. If she knew my true connection to them, she definitely wouldn't allow us to get together. I will bring you to the entrance of the dungeon, Calypso told the girls once she finished introductions. You will guide Didi here down to the bottom of the dungeon, and then you will destroy it. That is your mission. As she said this, she winked at me where the rest of my party couldn't see. I didn't know how to respond. In her mind, she was confident the party wouldn't successfully make it. They were going down to die. She hadn't realized she just put together a practice dungeon diving team. The situation was simply too perfect. I would guide the girls down, but instead of being defeated, we'd take out Calypso and destroy this dungeon. Chapter 878. How about you cook for them? Bonding with your teammates is helpful. And these bandit women will definitely be more amiable once you've made something. Calypso had encouraged me. Tomorrow morning, you will join them on the descent to the bottom floor. Once you reach my boss room, we will meet again. Help me defeat them. And I will officially take you on as my disciple. Bond with the girls. That really wasn't a problem. However, I was sweating as I cooked. All 5 girls were around me as I made food over a fire. Nothing about this was abnormal, except that Calypso was watching over us, and Celicia was nearby as a guard dog. It left the entire campsite somewhat silent. Of course, that was only to Celicia and Calypso. As for me, it was extremely noisy as I tried to juggle conversations with all 5 women. Of course, while I could open up connections between them and me, the girls couldn't talk to each other. I don't understand why I am not allowed to say a word, Celeste responded, pouty. Did you make sure to order Celeste to be quiet? She'll definitely speak and ruin everything. Tara's voice came in shortly after. I didn't just have to juggle 5 conversations in my head, but I had to also pass messages between the girls that they wanted to say, which would tip Calypso off if spoken out loud. While doing that, I had to cook a good meal and let none of it show on my face. Calypso seemed almost oblivious to the strange expressions and glances that the girls shared. Even so, this was really difficult for me, and I had to admit that without the mimic job smoothing out my features and refining my acting, I would probably have already collapsed from the pressure. I was extremely thankful to whatever deity decided to randomly hand me that skill already partially leveled. Slowly, I sorted everyone out, explaining everything, including the state of Celicia. Naturally, there was much to say about what happened and where we would be going. As for Calypso's plan to ultimately kill all of them, I naturally explained what we can do instead. Master, we need to be able to discuss a plan openly, Tara spoke up. I would love to, but she's the dungeon master of this place. She can potentially see and hear anything. Any secret meetings we have could be easily exposed. Right now, it's odd, but she seems to trust me. I think it might be because of my blessings. I have an affinity for miasma, which I believe is causing her to put her guard down around me. There is one place where we can meet, she explained. Where? I asked, a bit surprised. I thought Master knew the safe room. Admittedly, the room was safe, but Calypso could still find us there. About that, dungeon masters can't sense in the room. Unless she's in there with us, she won't know what is said or done. She also won't know if we teleport to other safe rooms until we leave. In other words, once we get to level 5, we can finally make a plan. Chapter 879. It turned out the safe rooms weren't just areas free of miasma and monsters, but they were dead zones for dungeons. As soon as someone entered a safe room, the dungeon's perception of them was cut off. I had never seen it before, but supposedly even the monsters would lose sight of you as soon as you entered a safe room. I remembered in my first dungeon, Mina's dungeon, running and barring the doors in desperation. It seemed like they were never going to break in and threaten us. It felt almost foolish in retrospect. But no one in that party had been a seasoned dungeon diver. It was exactly for that reason people like that existed. Tara also revealed something else that was extremely interesting to me. In the event that a being with a full karmic soul sees you enter a safe room, they might be able to follow you. However, if they did, they'd be cut off from the control of the dungeon. Tara had never explained this to me. But when I brought her into a safe room for the first time, it was only then that she had begun to regain her mind. I had assumed she always had full control of her mind, but she explained that even she had been under the control of the dungeon. It was likely the same for Celeste. However, Celeste wasn't just being controlled by the dungeon, but her fairy queen mother. In that respect, she was only half controlled by the dungeon, and those chains were broken when she entered the safe room. Are you saying if we forced bandits into the safe room, we could forcefully break their connection to the dungeon? I had managed to use Monster Timur to break several monsters from their dungeon before. But simply forcing them into the safe room seemed a lot easier. I can't guarantee it'd be permanent, Tara admitted. Once they end up in the dungeon again, they'll be controlled once again. Plus, this only works on dungeon monsters with a strong sense of self. Most of these bandits, with the amount of damage their souls have taken, would likely just turn feral and attack anything that moved. I let out a sigh. So, it was like that. Anyone who was strong enough to be able to take advantage of being freed by a safe room would also be the kind of person you couldn't easily force into one. For every other creature, without their connection to the dungeon to feed them a sense of command and purpose, they broke down mentally until the connection could be restored. Talk about the safe room interested me on many levels. Specifically, I wondered if entering a safe room could fix my current miasmic poisoning. I also wondered about the safe rooms in my own dungeon. I was able to sense them. However, I also never became the master of my own dungeon. I guess it should be a given, but I made Leia the dungeon master. She also seemed to be aware of the safe rooms. But perhaps it was the difference between knowing where they were and knowing when someone disappeared from your perception. As they must be in them isn't the same as seeing them. Scientists can't see black holes, but we know they're there from the effect they cause. It might be something like that. There should be a safe room hidden on the first floor. However, if we all went to it, Celicia would assuredly be suspicious. However, no one would question a group of dungeon divers stopping when they had time. The fifth floor really would be the best floor to stop. I gave Lydia and Showerders to go out tonight and scout to find this floor's safe room. I wanted them to register for the first floor kiosk. Being able to return to the first floor suddenly without Calypso realizing it might be a trick that would save our lives. We eventually all ate in an awkward silence, and then I went to bed. The next morning, dungeon diving would begin. Chapter 880. With all the girls gathered, I probably could have attacked Calypso now. She'd assuredly be weaker on the first floor where her miasma was thinnest, and escaping from the battle would be easiest here. While some of her bandits might be strong, I was confident that we could also fight them off. Calypso herself was also likely very dangerous. Still, even if it was a fight we lost, I felt that we could probably escape. Even if I was worried about my ability to use magic, we could always break down to the 5th floor, use the safe zone. And then we could come out swinging. There was no reason to continue to fool Calypso if I didn't want to. The reason I didn't do it was because I had a feeling it wouldn't go well. At the end of it all, there was a dungeon at the root of all this. While Calypso may have taken control of the dungeon and warped it into a machine that she used to conquer the southwest corner of Aberys, even if we defeated her, the dungeon would still exist. Furthermore, a copy of Calypso might be created who would carry on her work, even if she died. Then, of course, there was the fact that she had that knife. A single scratch was enough to almost kill me. I couldn't imagine tossing my girls against her and the knife. Therefore, I felt that the best plan was to take our time. The dungeon was there to level us up. We should take advantage of it. Any monsters we killed and any treasure we claimed only weakened the overall power of the dungeon. Furthermore, the dungeon had to have some kind of lore behind it. I hadn't seen the name of the dungeon when I entered since I was unconscious. But using my dungeon diver skill, I was able to ascertain the name. It was Bandit's Respite, like she had named it. But I had a strange feeling like this wasn't the original name. At some point, she must have renamed the dungeon. Was that even a thing I wouldn't know until I saw the murals? Which was one more reason that I had sent the girls to look at the first. For kiosk. Once registered, all it would take is a party swap from the safe room on the 5th floor, and I'd be able to see the first floor myself. Good luck, Sita said as I finished packing my bags early the next morning. Are you going to be okay? I asked worriedly. Your time with Calypso is coming up? She smiled. I look forward to servicing Master. I see? I didn't know what was happening to Siti. At first, I thought her calming down was reasonable. But now I was thinking there was something more insidious about it. I didn't think she had been killed and replaced with a doppelganger, but there was still something wrong with her. I had decided to keep her out of the loop and not mention that my slaves had managed to infiltrate the dungeon. At this point, I didn't think I could trust her anymore. Was this how other bandits felt as they saw their brethren slowly become Calypso's slaves, Siti? I will find out the secrets of this dungeon, defeat it, and free you from Calypso's grasp. I swear it. Chapter 881. The group of us had gathered silently. It was clear the girls wanted to say many things to me. But after my stern warnings, they kept their mouths shut. Even the banter between themselves had diminished into nothing. It was clear that until we managed to break through into the safe room, that the environment between all of us would be tense. At the moment, their mission was to battle down the dungeon and gain experience while protecting me. I wasn't sure what kind of assurances Calypso was using to gain their cooperation. But she didn't seem even remotely worried about allowing me to travel with them. With her control of the dungeon, she likely could ensure I wasn't hurt even if the entire group was defeated. But there was also a chance the group could betray me. I mean, they never would. They were my slaves. But Calypso didn't know that. It was difficult to tell what Calypso knew. She was a mysterious woman full of secrets. She had mentioned numerous times that her reasoning had to do with the Demon Lord. She even claimed something about being his mother. She wasn't a demon, though, so I had no clue how that was the case. Her age was undetermined, though, so it was difficult to reason out her background for her to reach level 100 in any job. She had to have experienced a lot. Wait! Just as we started to head into the cave that led to the second level of the dungeon, Calypso suddenly called out. I kept my face schooled, but I suddenly worried that all of our deceptions were found out. My frown grew when I saw Calypso walking up to us with a familiar face by her side. Celeste's eyes brightened at the sight. But as she opened her mouth to say something, Tara pinched her particularly hard. "Oh-wee!" she cried, rubbing her arm. It was enough of a distraction, as Calypso was already speaking. I've decided that to ensure the safety of everyone here, my servant will also accompany you. Celicia, go with them. Take care of my little Didi for me. The group of us all looked at each other as the puppet-like Celicia walked over to our side. It looked like Calypso did have one more trick to make sure I was safe. On the other hand, Celicia might be there as a means of watching over us. Master, isn't this a good thing Lydia asked over slave communication? Can we trust her? Xiao demanded. I didn't have a clear answer. I didn't understand what Calypso's aim was. If Celicia entered the safe room, would her connection with Calypso be severed, if that was the case? Then this was our best chance to wrestle her away from Calypso. It would be a very good thing, as Lydia suggested. On the other hand, if Calypso suspected this was a possibility, why would she send Celicia in the first place, perhaps? She could spy through Celicia's eyes and see what we're saying in the safe room. This whole thing just became much more complicated. Chapter 882. After Celicia joined our group. Calypso gave me a nod and a disarming smile before she turned around and left. She didn't need to be there to see what we were doing. She had somehow become the master of this dungeon. Her awareness could spread throughout the entire dungeon. She'd be able to tell what we were doing no matter where we were. Unfortunately, I didn't know how far that went. Was she able to hear every word we said? Or was she only able to see our location, although I had built my own dungeon? I wasn't the master of it, so what she could do and what she couldn't do was hard to say. I could only assume she could hear everything. I'd have to ask Alea more about what it was like to be a dungeon master. I had never asked her prior, and now it was too late to acquire this kind of information. Lydia acted as the lead. Given that she had the highest perception, with a wave of her hand, we all started to enter the dungeon. Even so, I was still communicating with them using slave communication, directing when I felt it was necessary. However, we were all very familiar with dungeons at this point, and the girls were already familiar with their roles. In other words, even without speaking, everyone went into their role pretty smoothly. We entered the cave, which dipped down in a declining path. To my surprise, it quickly leveled out, and after only about 100 feet, it rose back up. A light appeared in front of us. And then we ended up walking out another cave entrance into what appeared to be a giant forest. Compared to the one we had just left, this environment was completely different. The bandit camp was in a clearing surrounded by a lightly forested area. This area was humid, and the trees were much thicker, closer to a jungle. Is there more to level 1? Lydia asked in confusion. Looking around, I was quickly able to ascertain that we had left the first level. So, dungeons look like this as well. I let out a breath. What is it, Maz? Dee Dee. Miki's cheeks turned red as she realized she almost gave away our secret. I decided to not make a big deal of it and spoke earnestly instead. Most dungeons consist of levels. They either build down into an underground labyrinth or up into a tower. The levels themselves get bigger, but only from the base. Like a tree, this dungeon has been built differently, with each level horizontally next to the other. She said that she had entrances all over southwest Aboris. I had wondered how she was expanding her territory. Now we know. The dungeon is all over southwest Auberries, just under the ground. So, this is level to then. Lydia breathed. When I entered this dungeon and saw a sky, I had thought I was seeing things or had slipped into a valley without seeing it. I shook my head. The space in dungeons is strange. They are truly their own little world. Even what I said isn't necessarily right. Even though this dungeon is horizontal, I can't say that every level is equivalent to the same area on the surface. I see. Well, let's move quickly. The first few levels won't be much of a challenge for us, Lydia responded, giving me a look. Her look said what her words didn't. We needed to break through to the 5th floor as quickly as possible. Chapter 883. My ability to help the girls in a fight was extremely limited. I couldn't use any mana. More than that, I didn't know what Celicia could see. So if I started showing off all kinds of skills, then she would become aware that I was strange. Thus, I was very limited in what I could do. I could only help the girls by equipping 1 or 2 supportive jobs. I didn't even dare neck whip the first job that I was expected to have dark priest. To fool Calypso. I had concocted a story in which I used to be part of the church. I had joined as a child but was ultimately disgraced. Calypso had bought the story quickly, even giving my small chest a pitiful look. It was true as a woman. I didn't have a large chest, but I hadn't even considered that. As the church found women with large tits closer to the mother goddess, it made sense that as I grew up and didn't form an appropriate track, that I would fall from grace. Sadly, my feminine body turned out to sell the story of my fall from grace a little too perfectly. Dark priests essentially came from priests that had aided those considered evil, changing the jobs, resurrecting, or extensively healing bandits, murderers, or miasmic creatures was a quick way to unlock the dark priest job. Most dark priests had to start as normal priests. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have those skills. I did not know if that meant Calypso had been a priestess once. I know that I didn't need to be a priest to unlock Dark Priest. Any given job had many ways to unlock it. And what would unlock it for one person didn't necessarily mean it would unlock it for another. It wasn't just your actions, but your innate talent that also had to be factored in. At least, that's what some books claimed. As I watched the girls fight through the dungeon levels, I also had to acknowledge their growth over time. Lydia, Celeste, and Tara had all been sent into the untamed wilderness west of Auberries to map out the location of nearby dungeons and gain experience. They had leveled and gained many skills of their own. Plus, they had learned to work together and not depend on me as much. As the 3 girls that had been with me the longest, they made up the offensive and defensive core of my group. Lydia was the quickest. She was responsible for identifying threats and would often make the first strike. Celeste's powerful wind magic made her my strongest damage dealer, able to cope with large groups of enemies. Tara was naturally our greatest defense. It was important that these girls had faith in their abilities and didn't depend on my stat boosts to feel like they could protect themselves and the party. That was one of the main reasons I had sent them out. Of course, that didn't mean Miki and Xiao were unimportant. However, Miki's roles were supportive like mine, and Xiao had long learned to depend on herself in the gladiatorial ring. With everyone working together, we had made our way to level 5. Although the sun was still out and bright in the dungeon, I was pretty sure the sun would be setting on the surface. On that note, level 1 had a day and night cycle. So it looked like this was optional. Urtakawa, it's the level 5 boss. Is that a Tyrannosaurus Rex? I asked in disbelief. Why are we fighting a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Tara! Lydia shouted. On it! Tara created a wall of earth, causing the T-Rex's charge to be blocked. She had simultaneously created steps that Lydia used, climbing up and leaping onto the T-Rex's head. One sword slammed into the dinosaur's eye. The T-Rex threw its head back, trying to toss Lydia off. The result was that he had completely exposed his neck. Celeste! Lydia cried out. Got it! Celeste flew up and then threw out a series of wind blades, hitting the T-Rex's neck, nearly severing his head. With a massive crash, the dinosaur I'd like that. A level 5 boss wasn't a threat to the party as it currently was. Chapter 8, 84. I found it. The safe room is over here. Celeste led the way while casually using slave communication. Of course, Calypso had already seen them sneak into the first floor safe room. It was only too much to hope that she didn't notice. It wasn't that we didn't make an attempt. Xiao's compatibility with miasma could allow her to hide her movements from the dungeon master. But it was too much to think that Calypso wouldn't have seen her at all. She would have been on high alert last night with this new group. At the very least, I wasn't going to assume the possibility. Likewise, our mad dash to the 5th level Sapphire room also seemed suspicious, but I couldn't do anything about that. Ultimately, we needed to enter the safe rooms. However, it turned out that she didn't make that something easy to do. All of the safe rooms were hidden, while the rules of dungeons seemed to require regular safe rooms, and their entrances to not be blocked. That didn't mean that the dungeon master couldn't put them in some difficult-to-find and reach places. In this case, the room was in a large, thick tree. The hole to the room was high up, above several massive branches which completely obscured it. Without Celeste being able to fly up and look around, it would have been impossible to find the safe room. To get there, Terra created steps using the earth so the group was able to walk up to the pocket. We entered the safe room. The familiar environment with the mural and the transport relay appeared before us. Of course, no two safe rooms were exactly the same. This one had a small spring running through the center. It also had the appearance of a tree. Every safe room took up a theme given by the dungeon. I wasn't sure if trees were always the theme, but this environment had an earthy scent and felt natural. Since we had battled various types of dinosaurs and ape-like monsters on the way down, I had a feeling that the theme of this dungeon before it got turned into a bandit dungeon had to do with some kind of primordial world, like the mysterious island. Finally, Master, we can speak, Celeste exclaimed excitedly, and then covered her mouth. Oops. We can, right? I had ordered them to keep their mouths shut until we could get into the safe room. But Celeste had already been holding it in, and it burst out the second that she got inside. I shrugged as the rest of the girls piled in the room. Master, we missed you. Do you need your potion? The girls all leaped on me, giving me hugs as soon as I gave the okay. Terra offered me a potion, which was the one that turned me back into a man. I shook my head and denied it. As much as I didn't like to continue masquerading as a girl, I had no choice if I wanted to keep fooling Calypso. At least, in the safe room, she wouldn't be able to see anything we could do. Master? Are you forgetting about someone? A voice suddenly broke through all of our reverie. Celicia was standing there with her arms crossed. She had followed along so quietly and only fought when she absolutely had to. It was to the point I had completely forgotten she was with us. She had followed our group right into the safe room. And now she was looking at us with a raised eyebrow. Chapter 8, 85. Cilicia? Are you okay? I asked hesitantly. Number. She responded, Carmen's dead. How can I be okay? I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Not only was she speaking again, but she even recalled Carmen. I had feared that Cilicia would have been some kind of doll without a personality, but it seemed like without Calypso's influence. The old Cilicia had returned. What exactly do you remember from the last few days? I asked cautiously. Were we building an army of bandits to contend with that bastard Lord Rain now? We're working our way down her dungeon to prove we're worthy of the bandit hero joining us. Was this what they called interpreting events to your convenience? It seemed like her mind had managed to reshape the events of the last few days to imply we made contact with the bandit hero and were now doing a test she had set out. I didn't know if this was what Calypso had programmed into her mind, or if it was something she had come up with on her own. Either way, it seemed like the old Cilicia had reappeared the second she walked into the safe room and was cut off from Calypso's miasmic control. The big question now was whether Calypso would regain control of her once she left, or if this was semi-permanent. That's when a thought popped in my head and my eyes fell on Miki. Given her ability to manipulate the soul, it might be possible for her to protect Cilicia and keep Calypso from taking control of her. If that could be achieved, that would be best. Miki, I chose to use slave communication so that Alicia didn't hear any of this. Would you be able to make this version of Cilicia permanent? Is there any way to protect her from Calypso's control master? I am not sure, she admitted, her eyebrows ruffled as she thought about it. If what you said is true and she's a dungeon monster, then her corrupted soul would likely be damaged if I tried to do anything. You'd need someone skilled with controlling miasma. You or Xiao might have a better chance at that. I see. But Master, right now, I think I should focus on you. Huh, these words came out loud. Master, you've been inflicted by a terrible curse. You look as weak and sickly as I did before Master helped me. I wanted to say something sooner, but there was nothing we could do about it. Part of the reason I wanted to get to this room so quickly is because the dungeon miasma is further damaging your soul. I thought I was getting better, I said helplessly. Perhaps if you weren't in the dungeon? But the curse inflicted on you has been steadily festering. In time, you might have been converted into a miasmic creature. That's possible, actually. The idea that a miasmic creature could become mana and vice versa made sense. After all, demons were supposedly creatures that came from a dungeon, but Xiao was clearly mana-based. I hypothesized that when a monster left the dungeon, they slowly purified their soul until they became mana. And when someone entered the dungeon, they would slowly be corrupted by miasma unless they could resist it. Given our resistances, It was difficult for the miasma to corrupt us, but that didn't account for me being cut with a cursed blade. I should have realized it sooner, but even though the miasma on the first level was so light, it would have made it that much more difficult for me to heal. Chapter 886, 10 minutes later. I had my shirt off and Miki was sitting behind me with her hand on my back. I felt somewhat uncomfortable with my bare chest exposed, especially because I had a pair of breasts. They were roughly about the same size as Miki's. Tara was looking at them with an expression that was a tad unhappy. I felt the urge to cover my chest with so many girls looking and seemingly comparing sizes. Ah, I see. So it works like that, Miki said. What is it? I asked. It's mostly what we thought. It's a miasmic infection. I am in a safe room now. Shouldn't the miasmic infection be forced out? I asked. On that note, why was it able to affect me at all? I have a blessing that's supposed to negate miasmic effects. It isn't like miasma can't be brought into a safe room. If that was the case, then... She coughed, her eyes flickering to Celicia. Certain people would just disperse the second they entered the room. Rather, it is more like oil and water. Safe rooms repel miasma, so the trapped miasma in your body bubbles up together. In this state, it's no longer able to affect you as long as you remain in the room. However, once you leave. Her eyes flickered to Celicia again, and I got the message she was trying to tell me. Although Celicia was in control of herself in this room, once she left, the miasmic control would no longer be suppressed. I didn't know how long it would take for Calypso's control to return. It might have been seconds, or maybe days. Either way, neither of us were cured of our inflictions at the moment. I see. As for why you were infected, I can't say for certain. But I believe your affinity protects you from passive miasma. If you were immune to miasmic attacks, then you'd be immune to most spells from dungeon monsters, which often cast from a source of miasma. You could say the blessing worked well. You didn't face any of the negative effects of the miasma itself. Fear, paranoia, lack of energy. Another person would have been a wreck. You were just dealing with the physical damage it was doing to your soul. Like how a cough medicine might cure the symptoms. But doesn't mean you are any less sick. I sighed. Master, can you cure it now, ma'am? She nodded. I can flood your body with mana, and then extract the miasma from your body. Since you are a mana creature, it's quite easy. If you were a miasmic creature, however, then I wouldn't be able to do this. Naturally. The last sentence was once again aimed at Celicia. With her miasmic body, the difference between the control Celicia was exuding and her own base were too similar. Attempt to flush one would end up flushing the other. Then, heal me. She nodded, and then began to use her spiritual techniques. It didn't take long before I felt something leaving me. I let out a breath. A black gaseous mass left from my mouth. It tasted oily and wrong. The mass quickly rose up and then disappeared through the roof, presumably re-entering the dungeon. Is that it? I asked, almost feeling like it was too easy. I didn't wait for Miki's confirmation, though. I immediately casted a healing spell on myself. As soon as I did, I felt the aching wound on my back that was still healing and slightly infected quickly cool and then fade away. Letting out a long breath of relief, I realized I was safe again. Then, should we go? Tara asked. Go, Master has been healed. You can use magic once again. You have the ability to make portals from inside a dungeon. Something none of us can do. Isn't that why we did this? So we could escape, apparently? The girls had thought that this was a rescue mission. While they could cast portals, they didn't have my affinities from my blessings, so they couldn't portal out of the dungeon like I could. Now that I healed myself, there was no reason we had to stay. We could leave and return to my army in Deeksville. As for Calypso, she'd be none the wiser. It might be days before she realized we left. Number. I shook my head. We're going to beat this thing. Chapter 887. The girls all looked at each other, not completely convinced of my plan. Master, shouldn't we at least go back to Chalm? We can bring back extra help. We can even dump an army of our own in here and rout the dungeon. The soldiers Raisa has been training have a good deal of experience in dungeons now. Miki tried to encourage me. No! I shook my head stubbornly. We're going to fight our way down the dungeon. That's just walking right into her trap. Tara protested. We'll overtake her trap? I responded. Look, she's turned this entire region into her own personal mana trap. As the dungeon master, she's collecting all of that mana and using it to create an army of never-ending bandits. If we don't destroy the dungeon now, then we won't have a chance. As long as she has that dungeon, the bandits will never stop coming. Furthermore, her own power will only continue to increase. She'll keep spreading and spreading. And soon she'll be just like the demon lords of the north. We can't wait, because if we wait, then she'll no longer give us this opportunity to get so close to the boss room. We have to bet everything on this. We must use our strength and destroy this dungeon. We have to cut off her lifeline. It's the only way to defeat her. Do you get it? The girls slowly started to nod, seeming to come to understand my explanations. I didn't know if it was because I wasn't a man anymore, but I swore they used to listen to all of my orders. Maybe I just didn't have as forceful of a demeanor that I once had. Nowadays, they were much more prone to questioning me and second-guessing my decisions. I already had enough problems sticking to one plan. I didn't need them also questioning them. We understand. Master! Lydia nodded. I nodded as well. Good, good. Then, Shao. Can you please head to the first Safa room so that I can open a portal and register? She nodded and touched the kiosk. A few minutes later, I was back on the first floor where I remembered to check the mural before returning. In this dungeon, the murals might be very important. Figuring out why this dungeon existed would be a key component to us defeating Calypso. Master, what do the murals say? It speaks of an ancient tribe. I don't know. It's weird, I murmured. What's weird about it? Lydia asked. Well, there are these people, shown in blue. They have blue skin. Then there are these people who look to be human. The first mural shows the blue-skinned people having a mighty civilization. It reminds me of the Aztecs or something like that. Aztecs? Lydia blinked. Ah, never mind. Only Xiao would understand that reference. It seems like these humans came out and attacked the blue people. Miki frowned. Why is that weird, Master? It just sounds like some battle from long ago. The weird thing is that it shows the humans emerging from a dungeon. What does that mean? Miki asked, frowning. I don't know, but I feel like... I don't know. This dungeon feels old. Very old. It might have only sprouted up recently, but the lore that spawned it is ancient. For that to be the case, it must have been a very powerful emotion to allow it to persist until present day. Many dungeons seemed to form as soon as the instigating event passed. In fact, for some dungeons, the instigating event seemed to be involved with the formation of the dungeon, like in the case of Kars and Terra's dungeons. Other dungeon lore seemed to be like a seed, drifting along the wind and time only to finally settle and start growing. For example, I couldn't even guess where Mina's dungeon sprouted from. However, these curses did deteriorate with time. And so you usually wouldn't find a dungeon forming from an event after a few hundred years or so. The longer it was, the more massive the event had to be to survive that long. I didn't know if it was my dark priest of my dungeon builder jobs, but I had a light feeling that this dungeon came from a story from thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years ago. If that was the case, then the event that caused it must have changed the entire world. Chapter 8, 88. We stayed the night in the safe room. The next morning, we left and started looking for the cave again. We ran into the T-Rex again, as he had Ray popped. But he was quickly taken care of. This dungeon wasn't like any dungeon I had ever entered before. Most dungeons depended on a maze-like feel to them, leading you down closed, off corridors. The most complicated of these earned the name Labyrinth. You used your mapping skills to look for the exit, but the exit was always as clear as day once you reached it. This dungeon was a complete open concept. Although the thick trees of the forest blocked my vision, I could just about walk in a straight line from one end of the dungeon to the other. The ends of the dungeon seemed to be a large cliff that went vertically up. If I was to make an attempt to climb it, I wondered what would happen. I thought about sending Celeste up to see where the sky ended and the roof began. But I was afraid she might get hurt running into it, or that it might backlash and cause some damage to her. The exits for each floor of this dungeon were much like the safe room. Although the first few levels were easy to find, it seemed like they got more and more concealed the deeper you went. In some cases, it was even obscured on my map. The outline cleverly done in a way that almost made me miss it. As for the safe rooms, they only appeared on my map after I had entered them. They didn't appear until I got close enough to that tree. This was a similar yet completely different experience from the mazes of other dungeons. You had to be hyper-vigilant. Not only did your perception need to catch sometimes hidden paths leading to the next dungeon, but at any time an attack could come from anywhere. The ape-like beasts in particular liked to leap down from the trees to attack us. They often laid out ambushes. Thankfully, Lydia destroyed every single one of them before they even had a chance. It wasn't long before we made it down. Or perhaps it was better to say to the side, to the 6th level. If these exits hadn't looked different, it would have been very hard to say we had even progressed from level to level. Although the first level was clearly different from the next 4, those 4 had all looked similar. As for the shape and direction of these levels, that wasn't really clear. Every level was shaped differently, from squares to rectangles. As for the exits, they weren't always opposite the entrance. And at least one level had the exit on the same side as the entrance. Upon entering the 6th level, the forest had become increasingly thick. The monsters inside had also become much more menacing and difficult. It wasn't at a level that caused any threat on the girls yet, but it wasn't at a level where individuals could take out an enemy anymore. They had to rely on teamwork more and more. After Miki and Xiao had been separated from the other 3-4 months, this was a good opportunity for them to regain some of those skills of cooperation. Celicia had also regained some of her vigor at first, chatting and talking merrily. I had feared that she would spout something that Calypso would overhear and reveal our secrets. Thankfully, she had always been an outsider to the core group and only acted like normal. By the time we finished with the 6th floor and headed down to the 7th, her attitude had returned to the silent woman from before. As for me, I could only carry on, pretending to be the innocent person from before. This didn't mean I didn't gain experience. I gained a portion of the experience from any kill my slaves made. However, at this low level, that didn't account for much. Even though my magic had returned, my support could only be passive. This was kind of a torture on its own. Chapter 8, 89. Perhaps it was too aggressive to think that we could reach the 10th floor in a single night, I said, yawning. Although there was no day-night cycle in this particular level of the dungeon, making it an eternal hot, muggy day, I was pretty sure it was late into the night. I had been hoping that the group could reach the 9th floor safe room and tackle the first big boss tonight. But that might have been too ambitious. After all, heading down 4 floors of a dungeon was supposed to be a major accomplishment and a milestone for a dungeon diver. 4 floors a day could have been considered an insane pace for any group. If it wasn't for my map, the girls' strength and scouting abilities, and our dungeon experience, we would have been far slower. Even for a skilled group on an easy dungeon, 2 or 3 levels a day could be considered quite good, especially if you didn't already have a map of the route. However, feeling impatient, I had pushed us down to the 9th floor. It wasn't that we didn't have enough time to reach the 9th floor, but that upon reaching the 9th floor, we hadn't found the 10th. We'd already wasted hours and had just about filled out the entire map. Till this point, I had yet to see the entrance appear on my map. I had even climbed a tree to try to fill out as much of the map as possible. However, the map wasn't truly dependent on how far I could see, but on how far my mana sense could reach. In a dungeon, miasma acted as resistance, pushing against mana sense. The walls all but blocked mana sense, so at least in dungeons, I couldn't see past any walls. Strangely enough, this didn't affect detect treasure. My thought was that dungeons deliberately let you know where the treasure was, thus tempting you to seek it out and perish. "We've walked the entire perimeter," Celeste complained, even though she was in a small form and sitting on Lydia's shoulder. "Where is the exit already?" "Maybe the exit is where we entered," Tara offered. "The exit doesn't necessarily have to be on the edge. It could be in the middle," Tara explained. "But I've already sent out waves 3 times and we've yet to find one." It made sense that with the dungeon levels next to each other, the paths had to be along the perimeter, and that was part of the reason we were able to move so fast, since we didn't focus on the middle portion of the dungeon. However, at least one dungeon was found with the path being in the middle. A cave went down. Then followed a long path before coming out on the other side. Since level 10 was a boss room, it stood to reason that the boss room entrance could be anywhere. The problem was that I had already walked 90% of the dungeon level. There was only one place I hadn't looked at. Seriously, it can't be there. "Where is it, Ma?" "Ah." "Ma'am," Shao coughed, hiding a blush. "The only place we haven't looked is that lake. The entrance to the next dungeon level must be at the bottom of the lake." Chapter 890. We were all experienced with dungeons, and had even passed through levels where the entire thing occurred underwater. Thus, reaching a place under a lake wasn't too difficult. Carefully, Celeste was able to create an air bubble, and the group of us just walked down into the lake. If push came to shove, we were in a safer condition than even that previous dungeon, because we could just float to the surface if things became a problem. That was what I thought. But after about 30 minutes of stomping around on the bottom of the lake, I finally found the door to the safe room. It would be better to call it a hatch. I looked down at the bubbling water sitting in a circular hatch. "Okay, Celeste, can you "I'll do my best." She began to pull the water out of the hatch. Slowly, the water came out and merged with the water above us. She continued to do it until the water seemed to have been emptied in the room below us. I casted light, not even thinking about Calypso potentially spying on us. It only worked one way anyway, so hopefully she wouldn't notice. Looking down into the hole, I let out a sigh. "Yeah, this is it." Really, Xiao said, breathing slightly hard. Celeste hadn't shrunk the space we were in. Instead, she had expanded it to include the entire safe room. In other words, the air we had left was getting a bit thin. What do we do now? Lydia asked. I jumped right in, causing the girls to cry out. Celeste quickly flew after just in case. I landed hard on the ground, splashing some of the remaining water. Come on, everyone in, I called out. Bring the air! Then close the hatch. The rest of the girls jumped in one at a time until we were all in the safe room. Tara flicked her fingers, and a large covering rolled over, blocking the water at the entrance. With the air bubble now the same size as the safe room, the air was thicker once again. The pressure of the lake pushed down on the hatch cover, and none of the water seemed to leak through. If it did, I had confidence Tara could fix it with ease. An underwater safe room. Miki sighed in disbelief as she looked around the wet room. It's not just the safe room that is underwater, I sighed, pointing at another opened hatch on the other side of the room with water. The water underneath was completely devoid of light. But I had no doubt if we swam through it, we'd end up in a giant boss room. An underwater boss. Lydia breathed out. How are we supposed to fight that? Celicia complained. How did previous bandits fight that? You are one to talk? Miki shot back. You are you again? I asked. She cocked her head like she didn't know what I was talking about. Never mind. Hopefully, we surface again after this boss. It won't pop until the hatch is sealed. Let's try to get some sleep, I said as I registered at the kiosk. We'll fight this boss in the morning, and we'll win. Chapter 891. It was already very late, and everyone was exhausted. We probably should have transferred to another safe room where it was drier. But the girls passed out almost as soon as the bags were down. The air wouldn't last all night. But I suppose I could give them an hour or two before waking them up and transferring up to the 5th, for safe room to rest. We had a hard day today. This safe room retained the theme of looking like the inside of a tree. Although this one looked more like a hollowed out log sitting on the bottom of the lake. The holes for entry and exit were notches in the wood where large branches had broken off at some point during the decay. The space we were in was a gap in the wood. The cover had been made of stone, however, giving away the true nature of this room. As the girls slept, I took the time to check the mural. It seemed like there weren't many details when it came to this curse. That could be because the curse was extremely old. It seemed to be depicting some kind of great battle between the humans and the blue-skinned race. Bodies littered the ground. That was all I was able to glean from this one. I just wish I knew what it meant. If humans emerged from the dungeons, did that mean that humans weren't native to this world? Were they similar to demons? If dungeon creatures emerged from dungeons? And over time their miasma was purified and they became mana creatures. Then was it possible? There was a time humans were the demons of this world. Did we come in the same manner the demons did? And then wipe out the original inhabitants of this world? I didn't want to believe it. but the lore of this dungeon seemed to suggest this. In that respect, was miasma even corrupted mana? Miasma could just be mana from another world. While I noticed miasma had a unique signature to it, there seemed to be only one type of mana. Any special kind of mana seemed to stem from some kind of talent. Fairy dust, spirit fire, and recently Terra revealed to me that she had been able to produce Gaia. Shao could produce mana, but any mana she produced had a unique signature to it. I hadn't noticed it before, but when I first met her, the miasma she produced was not the same miasma that I made. However, once she became my slave, her miasma has somehow changed to fit me. Now, if I produce miasma, or she did, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference in who it came from. I had thought that miasma had some kind of life to it, that it recognized enemies and friends. Perhaps what it was recognizing was the source of the person in question. Perhaps the mana of this world would be miasma to another world. Perhaps creatures from another world would see us as the miasma creatures and themselves as the mana users. I shivered thinking about the possibilities of all of this. It looked like the nature of everything around dungeons was far more complicated than I ever could have imagined. Just as I was finishing up looking at the mural, I heard a shout. I spun around just in time to see Miki plunge into the dark waters below. No, she didn't plunge. She was pulled into it. Without a thought, I leaped into the water after her as the other girls let out cries of surprise. Chapter 892. Dungeons were typically very dark. That was one reason the light spell was so incredibly nice. It shrouded me in an aura of light. Anyone who wasn't part of my team could not see the light I produced. This light worked whether I was in a pitch black tunnel or whether I was swimming underwater. Naturally, I hadn't thought about things like taking a breath. My entire mind had been singularly focused on following Miki. With her bond guiding my way, I swam straight down into the murky darkness. Before I could see her, I could see numerous tentacles. This didn't make sense, though. We hadn't closed up the bottom hatch. Was the monster summoned because we had closed the other hatch? Or was this done because of Calypso? I felt foolish having trusted Calypso to not suddenly summon the boss like that. She was the dungeon master, so who knew what kind of tricks she could pull? Just because I thought I knew the rules didn't mean they might not be broken. Especially when under the power of an intelligent person not created by the dungeon. Maybe this had some damaging effects to the dungeon, like damaging the soul of the boss by prematurely summoning them. But why would Calypso care about any of that? As long as she could keep summoning bandits on the first floor, then the rest of this didn't matter at all. At this point, I was starting to realize I was running out of breath. However, I didn't even think of resurfacing. Rather, I dived into the tentacles, finally able to see Miki struggling as she had one wrapped around her. Another tentacle darted for me. So I pulled out my sword and slashed. There was no room for acting innocent now. Had it been Calypso's desire to force my hand? She had succeeded. At that moment, a bubble of air suddenly exploded around me. I let in a gasp of fresh air. I went from completely submerged to treading water. Floating above my head was Celeste. Her wings were beating frantically as she held back the pressure of the water. In that respect, I hadn't even noticed. My body was built far stronger than it once had been. This level of pressure should have been more than we could handle. But I seemed to be okay with it. Celeste flicked her wrist, and a bubble of air popped away from ours. It was small, just the size of a head, but it quickly floated to where Miki was and went where her head was. I could see her gasping as the air seemed to stick to the top of her head. "What's the plan, Master?" Lydia asked, breathing hard. "Most elemental attacks don't work under this. We have to depend on darkness attacks." Shao. "Cilicia." "Yes," Shao said. "Ha!" "Right." Cilicia grabbed her head awkwardly. "Wait. Who am I?" She was no longer in the safe room. So the miasma was clogging her mind again. She hadn't been in the safe room for very long, so it looked like the miasma was able to reassert itself quicker. Without missing a beat, I grabbed her and casted refresh. "Cilicia, listen to me. You are the incredible bandit Queen Cilicia. You are my slave and my woman. You have several dark spells. Use them on that." Her eyes cleared up suddenly, and she looked over at me as water ran down her cheeks. "Master?" Salichi up. A tentacle suddenly wrapped around my leg and pulled. I was ripped from Cilicia's arms and yanked into the abyss alongside Miki. Chapter 8, 93. As I was pulled down, I was able to get a better look at the monster. It wasn't an octopus. It had far more tentacles than that. As for the mouth, it was round and filled with teeth. If I had to give this creature a name, I would probably call it a kraken. At this point, I no longer cared about maintaining appearances. I was much more concerned about maintaining my life and the lives of my girls. Thankfully, the skills that seemed like they would be most useful in my current state were the Dark Priest skills. I began to target the Kraken with Weakness, Steal Life, and Drain. My goal was ultimately to weaken it as much as possible. I had a feeling that Miki was doing the same. After all, rather than crush her or throw her in its mouth, its arm had seemed oddly lifeless. Miki, someone who could attack the soul and mind of a creature, must have kept it from dragging her any farther. At this point, the light above me seemed to go out as a dark wave exploded out and struck the Kraken. Shortly after, there was another beam of shadows that cut through it. At least 5 tentacles were severed as it was cut. Another bubble appeared around my head, and I was able to take a gasp of air. We were extremely lucky to have a sylph with us. Her control of the air was at an unbelievable level. To a normal adventurer, as soon as a bubble of air was struck, the majority of it would have scattered and floated up and away. Our sylph managed to have precision, like control of several different bubbles of air, allowing them to withstand the pressure and keep us alive. However, we couldn't keep going forever. We did have a limited amount of oxygen, and it was being consumed much faster now that we were actively in a fight. Despite that, I was feeling extremely vigorous. This was because I was constantly stealing life from the Kraken. Even if I didn't have air to breathe, I would likely remain alive thanks to this ability. At this point, I noticed a large eye open just above the mouth. My immediate inclination was that it must be the weak spot. Target the eye. I ordered through slave communication. Another wave of dark attacks came out from Cilicia and Shao. This time, they were targeted at the eye. They struck it, and I could feel the entire creature shudder as it received massive damage. This was only a 10th level boss, although it was massive. And the difficulty was enhanced considerably because of where we had to fight it. It ultimately wasn't that durable. With a final roar which I could feel through the water, the tentacles lost their grip, and the kraken finally dispersed. The drop confirmed that it was a kraken. It was a kraken. I wasn't interested in it, but Miki was excited. It was a rare alchemic ingredient. Although the fight occurred suddenly and had caught us off guard, we had managed to pass through it without much more difficulty. Chapter 894. After we all found each other again, we swam to the end of the boss room. The room was quite massive, and just swimming across took about 15 minutes. Considering we hadn't gotten much rest and then had to fight a massive underwater beast, everyone was quite tired. We finally found a hatch leading up. It didn't lead straight on to the next floor, but dumped us into a pond. Thankfully, the pond didn't have any monster fish, and we were able to swim to the surface perturbed as I broke the surface. The air never felt so fresh. We had been rebreathing the same air for several hours, and it was getting a bit thin. I wondered if we were more resistant to carbon dioxide because of our job levels. Perhaps a normal human would have already passed out by now. We emerged in a small pond. There was a small waterfall next to us that gave the entire environment a pleasant, beautiful feeling. Of course, at the depths of this pool was a powerful and dangerous kraken boss, so the beauty was only a deception to the real danger. The group of us flopped out of the water while gasping for breath. "That safe room was a joke," Tara complained. "It looks like there are loopholes to the idea of safe," Lydia frowned. They were right to be angry. Dungeons were supposed to have rules, and one rule was that safe rooms were safe. However, this safe room needed you to close the door to keep the water out, and then spawned a boss that might grab and drown you while you were trying to recover. It was malicious, although it probably fit Calypso's personality quite well. Typically, every 10 levels had a boss that came after a safe room. On the final boss, there was no door between the boss and the safe room, meaning the door that you had to close was the outside door to summon the boss. As a general rule, the dungeon master didn't enter the safe room. This was because they would be weakened by entering the safe room. The same setup didn't exist for every other boss level. These safe rooms had a door on both sides. As soon as you entered the boss room, the door behind you would shut and the boss would appear. I had always thought the boss was in some way sequestered before you entered the room. I supposed there was no reason to believe that other than experience. I had just never had an instance where the boss took the initiative to harass us in the safe room. What should we do? Master, this was asked over the slave communication channel by Lydia. In that fight, I had acted out in ways that didn't fit my persona. I wasn't even sure of everything I had said. And if any of it gave away the secret, there was also no guarantee that Calypso was watching us that closely. Just because she had awareness of the entire dungeon didn't mean she was listening in during my fight. Even if she could listen in, wouldn't my words be muffled through all the water and noise of battle? I just didn't know enough about what it meant to be a dungeon master. We'll keep on as before. Select a guard and we'll rest until morning. Chapter 895. Of any dungeon diver teams who ever dived into a dungeon. Our group could have been considered one of the most relaxed and least stressful groups. After all, I could open portals. We never needed to continue down the dungeon in a single go. I would always leave and we could rest in a nice bed every night. As a support, I had an assortment of skills that could fit our needs and keep us fed. I could cook our food, heal our wounds, make our fires, supply our light, and even refresh our spirits. If things became too much, we could take a break and play around Chom, enjoy our hot spring, or relax in the mansion. We could always return right where we left off, even at its worst. We could always make the safe room our cozy little nest, allowing us to lay back and rest in an environment free of conflicting miasma. On this particular day, we had been forced into a wet, dank safe room, and then forced to abandon it all too quickly. After our boss fight, we set up camp and had to spend the night out among the monsters. Despite Terra building walls and Celeste diverting the wind so our scents weren't transmitted, we still ended up getting attacked twice during the night. To a normal dungeon diver, this might just be considered par for the course. To us, this was probably about as bad as we have had it for a while. Lydia. Celeste and Terra seemed to be doing better than the rest of us. Perhaps they had roughed it during their week's long expedition in the wilderness. As for Miki, Xiao, and I, perhaps we had grown a bit too comfortable with a soft bed. We started working our way down to the 15th floor. The monsters were stronger once again, and everyone had bags under their eyes. If I portaled or overused white mage spells, then our cover would be blown. I had to continue to act only passively while the girls defended me. It felt like fighting with a hand behind my back, and it was growing increasingly frustrating as the dungeon grew more and more difficult. "How much longer is this dungeon?" I asked in irritation. "It should only be 20 levels, Lydia explained. That's what Calypso told us. We were on day 3? At this pace, We should be able to break through to the final boss room in 7 days. Although I complained about that, any other dungeon diver would consider that pace beyond belief. The first dungeon I had ever been in took nearly 2 weeks. And the second took over a month. This was a testament to how much better the girls were, even with my support only being passive. We were able to progress this quickly. We spent one more night sleeping on the floor before we reached level 15. Remarkably, we found the safe room before we had stumbled on the boss or the exit. "You have to be kidding me," I said, my mouth falling open at the sight. Calypso had done it again. This safe room was both accessible and findable, but its location was completely unreasonable. A tree had grown out from the side of a cliff, a dead tree. The safe room was embedded in the tree, hanging a dozen meters over a bottomless fall. The tree creaked and groaned under the weight of a single person. In short, if we tried to stay there, the safe room would fall, and we would all perish. Was this really a trial to improve the levels of bandits? Chapter 896. Before we left the level. I did make sure to check out the mural. There were only 4 in this dungeon. That meant there were only 4 chances to understand the nature of this dungeon and why it was formed. This mural didn't mention the war, but involved a battle between 2 of the blue people. One of them died, and the other was proclaimed king. It seemed like the passing of power went to whoever was strongest. As for the mini-boss of level 15, it was another T-Rex, but even larger. It had a lot of vitality, and killing it took quite a bit of time. I was beginning to see a pattern in this dungeon. The monsters she picked weren't powerful, but they were troublesome. They took a lot to kill, even at a low level. Although I had fought other high HP monsters, these were often slow. I would guess that the Kraken and T-Rex were 2 of the monsters that had the highest HP, and were in a state where you couldn't avoid them or fight a prolonged battle. They required swift attacks and massive use of energy. Then, you had the inaccessible safe rooms, keeping anyone from resting comfortably. On top of that, the hot, arid, humid environment with the relentless sun seemed designed to wear you down. This entire dungeon felt like a massive endurance run, designed to grind someone's will down. Given our situation, I felt we had no choice but to continue. The difficulty of the monsters increased once again as we reached level 16. Most of my hopes that we'd get some rest on the 19th floor before having to face Calypso were all but dashed. I'm sure there was going to be something off about the next safe room too. Currently, my best hope was that we could catch her off guard. That depended on the deception holding. If not, we could always flee in my portal now. The girls had already voiced to me their opinions that we should leave and regroup. But if that happened, we'd be falling into a battle of attrition. Calypso's power came from this dungeon. Even if we needed to flee the dungeon shortly after, I could always portal right back for a surprise attack. That meant we needed to make it to the final floor as quickly as possible. I had a skill from Dungeon Builder called Dungeon Sense. It was a difficult to understand skill, but it seemed to give me a feeling of the status of the dungeon. I could tell the dungeon's mood. At the moment, that sense was telling me that this dungeon was close to going into a growth period. If that happened, it'd become a level 25 dungeon. Although this might seem like just 5 more levels, it also meant that all the mobs would become more powerful, and she'd be able to summon more. In other words, if we didn't finish this in the next few days, the bandit army we were already struggling with would grow exponentially more powerful. This was ultimately why we couldn't just break. We had to plunge forward, and we had to win. Chapter 897. 6 days after we entered the dungeon, we finally came to the 19th floor. 3 weeks from now, I was supposed to be in Osteria to attend some princesses' meeting. It was recommended we leave next week. But that was assuming we were people who traveled normally. Thanks to my portal, we wouldn't need all of that time. It was my goal to finally take care of Lord Rain within the next 3 weeks. I wouldn't be comfortable leaving the country until that threat was dealt with. To deal with that threat, I had to amass a large enough army to deal with Lord Rain's demonic knights. That led us to want to make a treaty with the bandit hero. That hero turned out to be the exceptionally strange and dangerous Calypso. And her bandit army turned out to be dungeon creatures that she had created after becoming the master of her dungeon. There were still too many questions I couldn't answer. I didn't know how someone became the master of a dungeon. I figured it had something to do with the boss's room. Perhaps, if you got your hand on the dungeon lore, rather than destroying or absorbing it, I could claim the dungeon as my own. It was just a guess. But I thought if I injected my miasma into the dungeon lore, that I could become the master of said dungeon. Ultimately, that was my current goal. I wanted to get as close to the boss room as possible, find the orb, and then inject it with my miasma. Then, Calypso's dungeon would become my dungeon. That was one option. Regrettably, the bandits had a very limited use, and I wasn't sure if I'd be able to use them in my invasion of Alurith. Therefore, the more likely scenario was that I destroyed the lore so that Calypso couldn't use it. I didn't hold any hopes that I'd be completing the lore this time. After all, it was anyone's guess what the goal of this dungeon was anyway. Mast. Lydia bit her tongue as she stopped me from taking a step forward. Right where my foot would have been, an arrow struck. Was it a trap? One thing this dungeon hadn't thrown at us were traps. Maybe they would have appeared on level 21. But why would it suddenly appear on 19? That's when I noticed that the arrow came from someone. A moment later, we were surrounded by bandits. The girls were on alert, but I told them to hold off their attack. That shot had been a warning shot after all. They could have aimed for my heart. After a moment, a person walked out of the forest. Congratulations! You've made it! The group all looked at each other in confusion. We were rather tired and a bit haggard after a solid week of rapidly advancing. I hadn't even had a chance to go through the girls' levels and see how they had progressed. I hadn't even had a chance to see how I had progressed. Made it, I took the lead, asking in confusion, "The bandit trial?" He raised his hands. "You made it to and through the final floor. You are now qualified." Qualified for what? Mickey asked suspiciously. "Why?" "To join us? You are a bandit now," he smirked. Chapter 898. This entire dungeon had been a hazing ritual. You fought through ridiculous odds and stamina-grinding obstacles. And once you reached the bottom, you were initiated. Could it be that simple? She had said she sent us down here to earn levels. That had now been accomplished. However, it all seemed a bit too easy. The group of us all looked at each other awkwardly before following the man. There were nearly as many bandits on this floor as there were on the surface. We were surrounded. We ended up being taken to a tent. He stopped, standing at attention right next to it. The group of us entered the tent. I quickly realized that the inside of the tent contained no bandits. It wouldn't, because it was the safe room of this level. I quickly registered at the kiosk and then checked out the mural, the final clue behind this dungeon. It seemed to show a hero rising from the ranks of the blue people and fighting back the humans. As the blue people fled over the seas, the hero fought and allowed them to escape, slaughtering hundreds of enemies. One man against a flood. Honestly, I had no clue what it meant. What was the story that hadn't been complete? Just as I started to dwell on it, I started hearing a thumping sound. I looked around in confusion. I realized it was a drumming sound, mixed with the sound of people stomping their feet. There were also cheers and shouts. This came from the flap across from the one we had entered from. This would be the flap leading into the boss room. I ran to the flap we had come from and lifted it. I found myself peering into a stone wall. I hadn't heard the entrance close behind us. But there was no returning to the 19th floor. The dungeon boss was waiting for us. "Master, we could still leave." Tara began, but then her voice drifted off. "Let's go." The group of us walked out of the safe room and into a giant stadium. I had never seen a boss room like this before. There was a large arena with dirt floors and stands that circled it completely. Those stands were filled with bandits, and as soon as our group walked out, they broke into cheers. As we approached the center, my eyes fell on Calypso. She was sitting on a large chair in the center portion, a unit separate from the seating of the common rabble. She truly looked like a queen. A smile formed on her face as our eyes met, and I started to have a sinking feeling. "Congratulations! You have made it through my trial and have earned the right to join my bandit horde," she pronounced, causing even louder cheering. "Of course, to join, you just have to do one last little thing for me." "What is that?" Lydia asked, asserting herself as the leader again. While I returned to acting like the innocent tag-along and member of her harem, "You should have long figured that out by now." Calypso laughed dryly. "You have to die?" Chapter 899. "Threaten me." "What? Lydia, threaten me." We need to sell her on this. If everything worked out, then she thinks I am Dee Dee, an innocent tag-along. I explained over slave communication. I can't. Master. I sighed. Shao. On it. Shao flashed behind me and held a knife to my throat. Let us go, or I'll cut her apart. Why do your words sound so convincing? I cried out. It's Master's imagination. Yunif is cutting. It's cutting. Master has been very cold the last few days. It was acting. We were acting. Master can endure my love. Why are you licking me? That last one was out loud as Shao suddenly licked the side of my face. Maybe I'll taste her before you can have her, Shao smirked, looking every bit a depraved bandit. Calypso, save me. I cried tearfully, partially meaning it. Calypso's eyes narrowed. However, she didn't seem alarmed. She remained sitting in her chair as the girls made a protective circle. Worse away, Shao was holding me with a knife against my throat and her body pressed against me a bit too romantically. She was getting excited by this. Her crazy was showing. Calypso only made a single gesture, and I was flung aside just as a blade landed where Shao had been. The attack had come from Cilicia. I had thought that since we just came from the safe room, she'd be able to retain her mind for at least a little bit. But with Calypso in her direct line of sight, Cilicia had become her puppet once again, just like that. Shao had dived away into a roll. Naturally, she hadn't planned to hurt me in the first place. Well, at least hurt me any more than she might normally hurt me. She recovered quickly and spun back with 2 daggers out and ready to fight. However, Cilicia didn't bother with her. Instead, she went straight to me and grabbed me. In a single motion, she picked me up, and then jumped up into the box where Calypso was staying. In the end, Calypso had bothered to save me. That must mean she was still under the impression that I was just Dee Dee, her harem member. Furthermore, Cilicia seemed to let me go as soon as we were safely in the box. Lydia had jumped after Cilicia, but to her surprise, she slammed into some kind of force field that blocked the box. This was Calypso's dungeon. So it seemed they had to follow her rules. At that moment, Calypso made another gesture, and a few dozen bandits jumped from the stands down into the ring. They rushed at the girls, forcing them to forget about me and start to fight for their lives. These appeared to be some of the stronger bandits in Calypso's army and weren't nearly as simple to take care of, especially when they outnumbered the girls 5-1. Ultimately, everything had worked out just like I wanted. While Calypso was focused on the girls, I started to look around Calypso's stand. I had barely started looking when Calypso spoke up. Are you looking for this? Calypso lifted the orb in her hand. It was the dungeon lore. I had been right. I didn't think the dungeon lore would still be in the ceiling. When the dungeon was originally formed, the lore would remain hidden. Once the dungeon master died, the lore would reveal itself. If it wasn't destroyed or finished, it had returned to its spot. However, to become the dungeon master, She took the dungeon lore and held onto it. That was how she was able to control the dungeon, rather than the dungeon controlling her. However, since she had shown it to me, that meant that she knew I had been looking for it from the start. "We need to talk, Deke." She finally turned to me, a cruel smile on her lips. Chapter 900. I don't know what you mean, I said, my heart quickly rising up to my throat. "Your tricks never worked on me from the start," she replied, snickering. I knew it was foolish to deny it. She had already said my name. There was no sense continuing the ruse. As she looked at me, I let out a long sigh. Of course, as I watched her, I still had an eye on my girls. Even 5-1. They were still doing well. They had defeated several bandits, but whenever a bandit was defeated, a new one jumped down. "You brought us just where we wanted to be. You may be able to keep summoning bandits, but you'll have wasted more many than you gained." "It's true." She nodded, looking over the girls. "They are a lot more powerful than I expected." It was originally just my goal to kill them off and turn them into powerful dungeon bandits. Perhaps even karmic bandits that could lead as my lieutenants. However, you all exceeded my expectations. After swapping out my original 10th level boss for a kraken, I knew that I had truly hit the jackpot. "What jackpot?" I sneered. "This doesn't end in a way where you don't lose." "Aren't we getting a bit cocky?" she chuckled. "You are in my room?" "What about me?" I asked. "Shouldn't you be killing me?" Should I? Aren't you the weakest of all of them, even though you managed to cure the miasmic curse from my dagger? Killing you is still very simple if that is what I wanted. Then what do you want? Hey!" She grinned. "I want your body." What? My face flushed slightly. "I've had some interest in you from before. Since you've brought Cilicia to me, I've been watching you. There are many secrets about your body that impress me." I didn't know what to say. She really had seen everything. I had thought I had been playing her, but it turned out that she had been playing me. She hadn't just been playing me, but it had started since before I even knew she existed. From the moment I met Cilicia, she had been somewhere in the background. I had hoped that she simply wasn't aware of the details of what Cilicia had seen and done. But it turned out I was being ignorant and naive. "Why are you doing all of this? What is your goal to destroy Lord Auberys?" She sighed. "You want the king? He's harder to handle." "Did I say King Auberys?" she spat. "That fat old fool and his maid slut?" If they did things right, I wouldn't have needed to intervene. The demon lord Auberys is still alive. I took several steps back, my mouth falling open in shock. What that can't be. The demon lord has a special skill, the ability to reincarnate. The first time he had done it, his father, the Demon King, had struck him down when he tried to destroy his father at the end of the First Demon War. First Demon War. How long ago was that? I was just a young sorceress at the time, working with the bandit hero. to gain power. I had betrayed the human race in the hopes of endearing myself to the demon prince. In recompense, he used me as an incubator. The demon king had damaged his soul heavily. It took many years for him to regain all of his strength, but when he did, he possessed me and eventually was reborn as a child between me and the bandit hero. He even forced me to send my husband to the grave. He tried to ensure my death too, but I managed to escape. After that, he began the war on berries. By the time I had recovered, the war was already over, and he had been struck down. However, he had found a new mother. Why does this sound familiar? I scrunched my eyebrows. I believe the woman Ubery's soul now resides in his Shin, the Austerian princess hero. Chapter 901. So, that was why Shin had attacked the king all those years ago. The baby inside her must have taken control of her for a moment and made her attack him. That was also why she probably fled the country. There was just one thing off about her words. How long were you pregnant? Shin was already pregnant 20 years ago. What did you say? Her eyes widened. And then she clenched her teeth. His soul must have not been damaged, either by having had practice or the fact that those that defeated him were too weak and inexperienced. He must have been able to reincarnate right away. Once he enters the baby, the birth cycle is normal. So that means he's already been born and has existed for the last 20 years. At this point, he must be a young man. This is a threat that encompasses everybody, I said. Why don't we work together? This had been my original goal. I had intended to talk to the bandit leader and convince them to cooperate with me. Of course, as time progressed, I had thought that would be impossible, but now that I knew that Calypso's true goals aligned with my own, I couldn't see any reason we couldn't work together. Together, Calypso looked over at me hesitantly. As you said, my girls are strong. I've been building an army, plus I have the trust of the future king. If we reveal what is happening, he'll help. I had always wondered why Asteria had been so hostile to our country. Now that I know their hero is the mother of the demon lord, and her son likely is in some political position, then we can't stand by and allow this new country to fall. I don't just have an army, but I have a lot of powerful friends as well. You are not the only one with a dungeon. Her eyes flickered as I said this. Together, we can destroy this threat. What about it? She continued to stare at me for a few moments, and then threw back her head and laughed. Ha ha. You want to work together? Yes, I frowned. What's so strange about that? She wiped a tear from her eyes, still giggling. Just the irony of your statement. I had very much the same idea. From the beginning, I had planned to make use of Chom and all of your resources. Once I had the knife, it was always my aim to seek you next. It's just wonderful when everything just falls into your lap. Okay. The way she said those words had a slightly menacing tone that made me uncertain. I should say that I know how your soul was torn asunder, and you were turned into a woman. Your soul power is now exceptionally weak, but your body is so strong and full of so many secrets. WH, what? When you were a man, I fought with how I was going to manage to conquer your power and make it mine. Now, the answer is quite simple. This body has grown old and tired. Keeping it young and beautiful requires countless sacrifices. However, your fertile young body will be perfect for my future conquests. I will become you and take everything that you have. Chapter 902. I was still stunned by her statement when she suddenly began to erupt with miasma. Before I could react, her miasma slammed into me. I let out a cry as I slammed back into the wall. Deke! Lydia cried out as I was suddenly attacked. The distraction caused her to take a wound. I instinctively went to cast a spell to heal her, only to find that the miasma that entered my body had restrained my ability to use mana once again. All of the girls went from easily conquering their enemy to struggling as their attention grew divided between me and the endless barrage of bandits that attacked them. "Ignore me!" I cried out, feeling like I had a 10-ton weight on my chest. "I've got this?" I wish my words had more strength, but they were extremely restrained under the power of Calypso. Her body glowed with a menacing miasmic aura. I could immediately tell that she was using an advanced skill from the Dark Priest class. "Do you think you have things handled?" Calypso's voice rang out like a bell. "You were always a puppet running along on my strings. You are not even a real boy anymore." "Calypso?" "You don't have to do this," I shot back through clenched teeth. "Look at your women struggle. It's because of you that they can't fight at their full strength. Can't you see? You are their weakness." Her words were another blow. She had managed to ascertain my greatest fears and jab them right into my heart. Ever since I had cut my soul and been damaged, my strength had declined significantly. I had leaned on the girls to help me more and more because I didn't feel like I could do things myself. I convinced myself that I didn't need to be strong as long as they were strong. Now, in just a few words, Calypso had unmasked how silly those beliefs had been. I was captured by Calypso. Had it been the old me, I would have at least been able to summon up the power to fight back. There was no guarantee I would win against her, but I wouldn't be struggling helplessly as I was pressed down. I could feel the miasma invading inside me, and some instinctual part of my dark priest job told me exactly what she was doing. She was trying to destroy my soul. Once the last vestiges of my soul had been torn apart, she'd be free to insert her soul into my body. At that point, I would truly become the girl's greatest weakness. Calypso must have seen the realization in my eyes because she gave a malicious grin. "You understand now? Once I take your body, I'll also gain all of your achievements. All of those blessings that you've tried to hide will become my power. So, will all of the bonds you made. That's right, your women will become my slaves. Your dungeon will become my dungeon. I will take your power and add it to my own. As for why I won't make an alliance, Isn't that obvious? You are the weakest part of your party. Your girls prop you up, but with your damaged soul and weak physique, you are nothing. A party is only as strong as the weakest link, and you were supposed to be the linchpin of your group. As soon as you fall, they all fall. This is why I never feared your party, since it was fundamentally flawed from the beginning. Support them. You are the cause of their downfall. In the end, you are nothing but a pathetic little girl. Chapter 903. To destroy a soul, even a weakened soul, required a great deal of effort. If possessing someone else was easy, then any high-level person could cause a great deal of grief by jumping from one body to the next, even Calypso. In the boss room of her dungeon, being supported by the strength of the entire dungeon, would need to work hard to forcibly destroy a soul while it was still within the body, and then subsequently inserting her own into it. One such way would be to repeatedly damage the soul. If she used something like the knife, though, there was no guarantee she wouldn't kill me. Once I was dead, she wouldn't be possessing a new living body, but a corpse. However, I already had an extremely weak soul. And I had also been further damaged by her knife, having spent weeks with my soul suffering more and more damage. It could be said that of anyone, I was most ripe to have my soul reaped in this manner. She had taken no risks. She exhausted me mentally, dragged me down to the lowest point of the dungeon, and the place where she was the most powerful. Then she gave me emotional blow after emotional blow. Each step had been meticulous and showed just how conniving and intelligent the sorceress Calypso truly was. It was a sure, fire plan. I could see all of this. I didn't know if Dark Priest was offering me insights into her style, or if I just reasoned it out as I saw my death come closer and closer. But I knew all of this. However, that wouldn't stop those attacks from working. Just because I knew she was trying to destroy my resolve and ability to resist didn't mean I could summon up the willpower. My defenses that were already weak started to cave one after another. My body started to be manipulated by the miasma. Soon, it would reach my soul, and then it would tear it apart from my body, causing pain beyond belief. In the end, I was simply too weak to resist. Die, weakling! Calypso's laugh filled the dungeon room. You are wrong. A voice exploded out from below. Lydia was glaring up at her, blood running down her face. But with a fierce expression on her face, Calypso smirked, unmoved by her sudden outburst. Master is our strength, not our weakness. Little girl, you don't know what you are talking about, Calypso responded, a smug expression on her face. Although I don't dislike ignorant girls, it will be fun educating you once you are in my harem. I will have fun playing with all of you once you are my slaves. No! Celeste exploded with wind currents, sending the majority of the bandits flying away while skillfully avoiding all of her companions. Master is my only master. I won't have any other. I realized it. I may like women, but only master's women. and only because they are Master's women. What Master wants is what I want, and what Master doesn't want is my enemy. Master is much stronger than you realize, Tara called out, sending out numerous ground spikes, impaling bandits. When I met Master, I was weak and sick. I didn't have the strength to do anything, Miki cried out. It was Master who lent me his strength. Since then, my strength is Master's strength. He gave it to me, and it's only his to use. Master is my soulmate. If you think you can wear his face, don't blame me for cutting it off, Xiao shouted angrily, decapitating a bandit with one knife while shaking her other at Calypso. You all seem to be under the belief that you have a choice? Do you think you have strength? Humph, you are blind. I'll show you true strength. Deke, it is time you die. Calypso was finally standing now, a serious expression on her face. Her hand made a claw and she tossed it out in my direction, clenching it. Pain exploded throughout my mind and body. I could feel a tearing in my soul. She had begun to rip my soul apart. Chapter 904. Ah! I let out a scream as my soul started to buckle in her miasmic grip. Master! No! The girls all let out cries. And Calypso's humor returned after the harem's brief period of defiance. Master! My slave communication was still open with all of the girls. I usually left it open, even over my screaming. I could hear Lydia's whisper like it was right in my ear. You are my strength. As she said this, her body started to morph. Soon, she had taken on a slightly morphy-line appearance. This was her feral state which enhanced her power. With a tiger-like roar, she leaped up and kicked the dungeon barrier that separated us from the party down below. The hit this time was enough that the entire room seemed to shudder. At this point, several bandits tried to attack Lydia from behind while she was distracted. Who said you could get involved? A dark, malevolent voice filled the room. Black hands suddenly rose from the ground and grabbed the bandits. They let out shrieks as they were pulled away. Some were tossed, while others were broken right away. The source of the mysterious hands was none other than Xiao. Her eyes now glowed red, and she also had miasma roiling around her body. She had entered her demon lord status. Tara pulled out something from her inventory, and I realized it was 3 golems she had built. They took on a defensive posture behind her while she jumped up, and also smashed into the barrier. It shook once again. Master, watch the strength that you gave us. Miki's voice echoed in my head. She held up her hands, and suddenly, half the bandits that were attacking her went slack and then turned and attacked their own. I want a powerful state, too, Celeste declared, and as she said this, her body exploded once again with the wind. The force was so powerful. The other girls had to duck. The bandits were all slammed into the walls with enough force to kill most of them. The barrier that contained them in the arena suddenly made a cracking sound. When the wind settled, Celeste's body was gone. Rather, in her place was the shapely outline of a person. They could only be seen as a distortion of wind. It was like a deadly tornado floating around in the shape of a beautiful woman. Ah, I didn't know I could do that. Her voice was just as surprised as everyone else. As a sylph, she was a fairy of wind. After watching the other girls gain strength through transformation, she had wanted a similar ability. She could throw off her mortal body of mana for a time and become the embodiment of wind itself. All of the girls were now going all out, and now, no matter how many bandits came, they died. It was no longer a tense battle, but a one-sided slaughter. Don't think any of this matters, Calypso shouted, her expression turning ugly. You will all be my slaves shortly. As for your abilities, they will exhaust with time. As she said this, Lydia and Tara continued to wail on the barrier, and more cracks formed. Worry started to fill Calypso's face. Her composure broke for an instant, and then her eyes fell on me. It was clear what she was thinking. As long as I was defeated, then so were they. Who cares how strong they are, or who gave them that strength? They will still fall with you. They are all being strong. For me, my voice came out much clearer now. I have been acting foolish. Since they can be strong for me, then I must be strong for them. My eyes snapped open. The battle had begun. Chapter 905. My body exploded with light as all of the blessing tattoos on my body ignited. Normally, these tattoos only lit up when I was accessing the Dungeon Point store. For the longest time, I had thought this was all these blessings did. Besides some kind of passive effect that often increased affinity and made it easier to gain certain jobs. However, I had started to think that there must have been a second function. This second function was one I had only considered a possibility, but with no choice now, I had to try it. The only time I thought I had ever used my blessing this way, I hadn't realized that was what I was doing at the time. It happened when I was battling Alicia, that Austerian general, on the beach. At the time, I had been partially controlled by Octius, so I hadn't even realized what I was doing. It was only after carefully considering things, as well as seeing all of the girls use their means of transformation, that I started to realize that this might be the true power behind the tattoos. If I was right, it seemed like I could call upon the latent power of my blessings, using their strength and knowledge in battle. It made sense. If a dungeon master could summon the strength of the dungeon to enhance their power, and these tattoos were the power of a dungeon compressed into a blessing, then I should be able to utilize that power. After seeing my girls all change into their powerful forms, pulling up on the potential of their bloodlines, I realized I had to give it a shot. I'd like to say that was why I was glowing. But if pulling on my blessings for strength was easy, I assuredly would have already done it. Instead, I altered my dungeon points. The Dungeon Point store had a vast array of abilities, and I had 40 dungeon points to use. These abilities were sorted by tiers. First tier items only cost 1 point. Second-tier items cost 5. Then, there were third at 10, fourth at 25, and fifth at 50. Some skill were blocked out and would only become accessible with the purchase of other skills. I could get second job by equipping True Hero, not depending on dungeon points, and then unlock the third job, which costs 5 points, and a fourth job that costs 10 points. Ultimately, I was only really saving 1 point by obsessing about keeping True Hero equipped. Furthermore, I had 16 points sequestered as experience boosters, which was part of the reason I was able to level so quickly. At this moment of life and death, how could I be focused on experience? I equipped second, third, fourth, and for the first time, I added a fifth. That came to 41 points. I just had enough +1 for reset. As for the jobs I picked, True Dungeon Diver, Slave Master, Dark Priest, Demon Knight, and Dungeon Builder, other than Slave Master, which benefited my girls and continued to support them. The other 4 jobs were those closely related to darkness, miasma, and the control of it. If she was trying to control me, I might have chosen Mimic. There was no deception here, but pure destruction. At this point, only a few seconds had passed, and the pain in my soul was becoming increasingly intense. Summoning all of my will, I grabbed hold of the miasma, trying to wrestle it from Calypso. As if you'll succeed? She seemed to become aware of what I was doing. Just die. Chapter 906. Although we were nearly 15 feet apart from each other, we were in the middle of a violent fight to the death. Between the two of us, I looked the worse for wear. Having only just seized the miasma, she wasn't even stressed at all. Feeling my resistance, she suddenly sharpened her miasma to a point. It felt like a blade. It was every bit as dangerous as the knife she had been wielding. The miasmic blade hovered just above my soul, threatening to pierce through it. Meanwhile, I held back the blade with my miasmic control. But how could my control compare to a woman who had lived countless lifetimes? Not only did she birth a demon, but she had maxed out the job of Dark Priest and become a dungeon master. Just how had she managed all of that? It wasn't that surprising considering how long she had lived. To maintain her youth, she had used her dark arts and sacrificed virgin women. That's why she had a harem of women. It wasn't a matter of her being a hardcore lesbian. It was a matter of her having a source of fresh female vitality. In the same way, she needed me to be a woman to possess me. She also needed young women to maintain her youth and beauty. At least, that was what my intuition told me based on my limited levels in Dark Priest. Without realizing it, I had progressed to a stage where I could glean this kind of intuition out of my jobs. This was normal for most people. Since they couldn't see their progress without the aid of certain select skills, few people knew what they unlocked. They might occasionally look at levels to see their progress, but they would usually focus inwardly. Using the intuition gained as their job leveled, and they increased their experience. How else would they have ever discovered the skills they had, let alone how to use them and what they are called? Without depending on that information, they called it obtaining enlightenment. But because I had the separate class and always looked up what skills I had, it took me a while to find this intuition. Perhaps it was the damage to my soul and the change to my personality that allowed me to finally start to feel these subtle changes. As I focused more on inwardly using my intuition to understand my control of miasma, my control of it grew as well. This process might have taken weeks or months of reflection for someone normal. This could be accelerated with the advanced learning dungeon skills, but I had just unequipped those so that I could access as many miasma-related jobs as possible. However, my understanding still grew rapidly. Calypso's eyes widened as what was formerly a struggle turned into us being about at the same level. The reason I advanced so quickly was extremely simple. I had a blessing that gave me miasma affinity. No matter how knowledgeable she was, I had an innate control of miasma that couldn't be ignored. Instinctively, I began to learn more and more about this miasma. Finally, I reached a point where I thought of something crazy. I started to push back against Calypso's miasmic blade, causing it to pull away from my body. Now, she was starting to sweat, and open disbelief appeared on her face. Of anyone she knew, no one had such a powerful miasmic ability. I wanted to possess you because you had miasmic control like me. Your body is suited for me. In fact, with time, I believed your body would gain better miasmic control than I ever did. Yet, you were just a seed. You should only be this powerful after I trained your body to my level. How? How are you doing this? She said through gritted teeth. Like I am going to tell you. Fine. She grimaced. I'll just cut your secrets out of you. She used all of her strength. The miasmic knife fell from my grip and slammed into my soul. Chapter 907. A look of triumph appeared on her face. All of this was happening with miasma within my body, though. The girls, as focused on the battle as they were, weren't able to see what happened. Calypso had sent all of her bandits into the ring now. And while Lydia and Tara were still landing blows on the barrier, and it was covered in cracks, it might be another 5 minutes before they were finally able to break through. Considering they were breaking through the laws set out by the dungeon master using the full strength of her dungeon, even getting this far could have been considered impossible. As quickly as Calypso smiled in triumph, her smile dropped, and a look of confusion and then horror painted her face. As the knife went into my soul, rather than cut it, it merged with it. Combining my affinity with miasma with absorb, I had managed to directly convert her miasma and use it to nourish my soul. She tried to pull it back, but now a stream of her miasma was seized by my soul. I began to consume it. Miasma began to flow out of Calypso into me. No! She cried out, feeling her power growing weaker. She was pulling her miasma from the dungeon itself, and now I was stealing that power and making it my own. This was the newly created skill, Soliter. In other words, this was a new combination skill. Modifying absorb with the mana derivative, miasma. Strength flooded into my body, and I finally peeled myself from the wall. As the miasma flooded into my soul where it was consumed, my soul force exploded. My damaged soul, which had only been a sliver of its previous size, was now growing at an astronomical rate. However, as it grew, it was also changing. I was nourishing it with miasma, not mana, which meant my soul was becoming a karmic soul. I didn't care, though. This was the ultimate sacrifice I had to make. I wouldn't allow Calypso to win now. Sweat ran down her face, and she was panting as she desperately tried to sever the connection between us. However, doing this would be like cutting apart her soul. Who would have the resolve to do such a thing? Stop, she cried out. You can't do this. I won't let you. As my strength grew, so did the power of suction as I slowly consumed Calypso. At the moment, I hadn't gotten to the point where I was eating her soul. Rather, I was munching down on the thick miasma of the dungeon. This quickly weakened the dungeon as a whole. And the new bandits were being created slower and slower, and could no longer have the same strength as before. The pressure was taken off the girls at this point. As the miasma of the dungeon started to weaken, I was able to get glimpses of her soul. I saw flashes of pain and suffering, memories of times long ago. I also saw something else that instantly caught my interest. It looked like some kind of source or connection. I instinctively reached for it through the bond. Feeling this, Calypso let out a shriek. You think you've won Cilicia? Kill him! Cilicia had stood to the side so silently that I had almost forgotten she was there. As soon as Calypso shouted the order, she pulled her weapon and attacked. Chapter 908. Cilicia charged forward, her weapon in hand. She immediately took a casual swipe at me, forcing me to leap back to avoid it. I had to pull back my perception, no longer able to reach the strange bond within Calypso. The girls could see me being attacked by Cilicia, and they immediately reacted to it. With the bandits having lightened their attacks significantly, the girls redoubled their efforts attacking the barrier that separated us from them. More and more cracks formed along the barrier, but it might still be a minute or two before they could finally get through. Cilicia, I cried out, pulling out my blade and hitting hers. After absorbing a great deal of the dungeon's miasma and replenishing my soul, I was able to resist her strike. Unfortunately, I wasn't spec'd for close combat at the moment. Furthermore, I was trying to maintain the link with Calypso. I felt like the only way I could defeat her was through this miasmic link. If that was lost, then I had a feeling like she would escape, and all of this would have become meaningless. Cilicia seemed completely unresponsive to my words, instead attacking me several more times. As she did so, Calypso started using her will to extradite me from our attachment. She was resistant to my absorbance and trying to reassert her control over the dungeon. The miasma connection between us continued to shrink, and once again, bandits began to flood into the rink, forcing the girls to become distracted. Meanwhile, Cilicia's attacks grew more and more brutal. If Cilicia had been going all out from the beginning, it was possible that she would have defeated me in an instant. However, her attacks were slow and methodical, like a robot simply carrying out its command without any emotions. That's when I noticed Cilicia's eyes. I had avoided paying too much attention to Cilicia recently. That was because she likely functioned as Calypso's eyes and ears. I was afraid if I put too much attention her way, she'd notice something and I'd be found out. As I looked into her eyes at this moment, I saw reluctance. I could see Calypso growing frustrated by this as well. "Kill him! Just kill him!" she cried out. "Cilicia, don't!" This wasn't a slave order. A slave order wouldn't work on Cilicia. A slave order punished someone for acting against their master's will. It didn't choose for a person, but it punished them for making the wrong choice. As for Cilicia, she had no will. She had no choice. Calypso made her do what she did, so naturally. There wasn't even a point to the order. However, I didn't ask her as her master. I asked her myself. I looked directly at her, and she looked back. Slowly, she began to raise the blade in her hand, planning to bring it down on my head. I could see pain and anger, although it was hidden behind an expressionless face. A realization shot through me, and a small smile formed on face. At first, I was going to plead with her. I was going to try to speak to her humanity and the relationships between me and her. Then I remembered who I was talking to. Chapter 909. Are you really this weak? I spoke so quietly that Calypso couldn't hear. As those words struck Cilicia's ears, her hands stopped, the blade raised over her head. Cilicia was a proud woman, nearing the level of narcissistic. How could she possibly stand to be insulted like that? You let others control you so easily. I thought you were a bandit queen, but apparently this is as far as a bandit queen goes. A minion for another woman. Her body shook. At this point, Calypso realized she had frozen. "What are you doing? Cut her down! Cut her down now!" You weren't strong enough in that dungeon. You failed to accumulate wealth. You failed to save your sister. Now, you are still failing. Shh. Shut up! Her eyes had turned red, and her entire body was shaking. It was the first time she had ever spoken while she was under the control of Calypso. Her words seemed to catch the other woman off guard too. "Ignore him. Just kill him!" Calypso screamed. "I am sorry." Ah! Tears began to well up in her eyes, her grip on her sword tightening. "Cilicia, if you don't help." "Who's going to help me defile women?" Her eyes widened, and then a slow smirk formed on her face. "I guess it can't be helped." Her movements suddenly became explosive, but instead of attacking, she flew back, slamming into the unprepared Calypso. She spun around, grabbing Calypso and holding her in place, preventing her retreat. "What are you doing?" Calypso cried out. "Get your hands off me, puppet! How can I stop until Master breaks you if I don't give him regular sacrifices?" "Then he might take me. Is that what you think of me, Master? Please." Your speech reached me deep down. Celicia blushed, her words clearly seeming a bit misleading. "That worked!" I cried out in surprise, and then coughed. Ahem. I mean, of course. So, please, have at her. Why do I sound like the criminal now at this exact point? The barrier that had been keeping the other girls in the rink shattered. Lydia leaped up to my side. She immediately pulled out a potion, handing it to me. Having grown used to taking mana or health potions being handed to me, I impulsively drank it. Then I looked at it to see that it was actually the gender bender potion. I could feel myself turning back into a man. Why was this necessary? So, Master can finish defiling Calypso. Is that what you all think of me since... When did I become the breaker of women? There is a precedent for this kind of thing, Lydia said helplessly. Like what? I responded tearfully. Well, there was my mother, Celeste said. That was a special circumstance. Then there was Alaya. That didn't count. The siren and the giant. Not even dungeon masters. The girls decided now to give me a hard time. But what did I do to deserve any of it? I was mostly joking with that last line. I didn't think everyone would take it so seriously. All of my actions up until now had been completely logical. I was just a victim of circumstance. Just because I had seduced several dungeon bosses didn't mean that I planned to break Calypso. What kind of guy would that make me? I needed to make this clear to my girls. Look, I have no plan to violate Calypso. She came on to me. If she didn't want me to reach inside her and take away her special something. Holy crap. I am defiling her. I suddenly felt depressed. Chapter 910. Fine, whatever. I decided to stop wasting time. Although the girls relaxed significantly, it wasn't like Calypso had been defeated. She was weakened and seemed to be under Celicia's restraint. But how long would that last? I reached out and began to pull the miasma from her once again. She didn't even fight the restraints. Other than a small shiver, she made no reaction. Her eyes bore into me with a mixture of hate and disgust. I quickly found the bond within her body, and then I slowly pulled it away. This was done instinctively. I honestly didn't know what I was doing. I just felt like this was somehow the source of her power. As the bond left her, her eyes never left mine. Slowly, I sunk that bond into my own body. It was at this point that the text popped up, and I realized what I had just done. You have conquered the dungeon, Bandit's Respite. You are now the dungeon master. With that text, information flowed into my head. The bandits who had been attacking immediately stopped. I felt like through the bond, I could absorb miasma, but also repel it. Was this the connection a dungeon master had to their dungeon? I suddenly felt extremely powerful. And also I felt an awareness as if I could kind of feel what was going on anywhere in the dungeon. As for Calypso, once the bond was severed and her connection to the dungeon ended, so did the stream between our bodies. She collapsed like her kite string had just been cut, slumping down in front of me. She had been overtaxing herself during this battle, using quantity over quality to send out an endless stream of bandits. Every time we killed one, she lost a little bit of miasma. Add to that the amount of miasma I stole directly from her, and both she and the dungeon had reached their limit. For the dungeon, it felt dry and desiccated. It felt like it was on the verge of collapse. I was vaguely aware that the trees spread out on top of the dungeon were all dead now. During this battle, to maintain the fight, the dungeon had sucked the life out of the world around it. The rate that dungeons sucked mana out of the earth differed based on the dungeon. Those in cities were often covered in protective runes by priests to keep them from being able to pull from people. Instead, these dungeons could only grow by sucking energy from mana veins deep within the earth, those that were too destructive. Like Mina's dungeon or Kar's dungeon, often ended up being destroyed. Yet, in a moment of extreme need, the dungeon could suck up on all the life force nearby. Humans and other creatures had a lot of resistance. They wouldn't easily, especially if the dungeon wasn't that large or powerful. Trees, on the other hand, were a ripe means of acquiring mana. It left me a lot to think about for my path to being a dungeon builder. As I was casually thinking about this, my attention had slipped. I never expected that Calypso had only been playing dead. She suddenly leaped up at me, and there was the flash of a blade. The girls all let out cries as the miasmic blade that had once almost killed me headed right for my body a second time. Just as I was going to resist, someone shoved me aside. The blade slammed into Cilicia, cutting into her stomach and causing severe damage. Chapter 911. After stabbing Cilicia, Calypso didn't choose to wait. Instead, she turned and leaped from the box down into the arena. Without hesitating, she bolted straight toward the exit and the safe room. As this happened, blood came from Cilicia's mouth. And as she collapsed forward, I recovered and caught her in my arms, guiding her down to the floor. As soon as she reached the floor, I immediately healed her. The wound started to close, but just before it did, it resisted. Not sealing completely. "Miki?" I cried out. "On it?" Miki climbed up to the box with the help of Celeste's wind. As she kneeled next to the dying Cilicia, I stood up and looked out over the arena. During the brief moment I had taken to aid Cilicia, the others hadn't remained still. Lydia had followed Calypso, leaping down after her. Perhaps she could have caught Calypso, but all of the girls had already exhausted their various modes. Lydia was back to being a normal cat girl, Celeste's body reformed, and Xiao was no longer in the Demon Lord state. As Calypso reached the exit, Tara created a wall blocking her as a last resort. When this happened, I felt an intense pressure, as if I was doing something I shouldn't be. It caught me off guard, and I stumbled for a second, catching the edge of the arena. Calypso, who was now trapped, spun around with her knife in hand, looking like a wild animal who had just been trapped. She noticed me looking pale and smirked. "You feel that blocking me from exiting violates the tenets? It's dungeon law. Now that you are a master, you'll learn more about that soon." I had always known that dungeons fundamentally had to allow people to escape. Apparently, this wasn't just a trend, but a rule built into the dungeon. The dungeon had to follow certain specific rules. I had never heard of the tenets before, but they were apparently more than just a recommendation. "Get her!" I ordered. The girls besides Miki began to surround Calypso. They didn't immediately attack, though. They were all wary of the knife in her hand. If she cut any of them, it would be disastrous. She kept them all back, occasionally swinging her knife wildly. "You can't kill me!" Calypso yelled. "If you kill me while restricting my freedom, then the backlash from the dungeon will kill you as well." I didn't know if what she said was true, but the pressure on me seemed to be growing with each second. If I hadn't already consumed so much miasma and absorbed it as part of my soul, then I would have already collapsed. "I don't need to kill you, just restrain you. Girls!" I impatiently glared, swinging out my hand and ordering them to attack. Of course, I didn't want any of them to get hurt, but Calypso couldn't be allowed to escape either. If she reached the safe room, it was the same as sending her to the first floor. At that point, there was no stopping her from leaving the dungeon and then causing even more problems. Celeste ended up being the one to move first. She sent wind flying at Calypso's wrist. She tried to block it, but Celeste sent out several puffs, and the second struck Calypso's wrist and sent the knife flying. Celeste waved her hand, sending the knife far out of Calypso's reach. "You are done!" I shouted as the remaining girls attacked. Even though she was severely weakened, she was still a powerful dark priest. Even without the support of the dungeon, she was formidable. At that moment, she created a black wave that exploded out from her body. Lydia, Tara, Celeste, and Xiao were all thrown back. "This isn't over!" Calypso shouted, a dark smile forming on her face. "We'll meet again." At that moment, a portal suddenly opened behind her. My eyes widened in shock as I looked through a path suddenly created to the outside world. I wasn't so much surprised by the fact that she was able to create a portal into a dungeon, with Tara blocking off the path. Perhaps it affected these so-called laws, and allowing the portal to form could be called letting them have a means of escape. It was also possible she had left an opening in the dungeon, or maybe toggled the no portals tag. I just didn't understand enough to say one way or the other. The shocking part was who made the portal. On the other side of the portal, it was Siti who had summoned it. The bright light from the outdoors streamed into the dungeon, and she stood at the entrance with her arms up, like she was the one who casted the spell. Siti? What are you doing? Why are you helping her? The girl cocked her head as if my question was confusing. Why wouldn't I help Mistress? A dark grin formed on Calypso's lips as she leaped back through the portal. Sorry, but I'll have to leave for now. As she spoke, she gently stroked Siti's face while laughing maniacally. Siti put on an expression like a dog happy to see its master. The other girls had recovered and were racing toward her. But the portal closed just as they reached it. The light darkened like a light bulb being flipped, plunging my group into relative darkness. Chapter 9:12. I felt irritation that she had gotten away. But at least we had managed to get the knife from her. As for the dungeon core, she still had it on her. So she must have taken it. Shaking my head, I turned and approached Miki as she was getting up. Celicia was still on the ground. And she looked even worse now. Some of the veins under her skin had turned black, and it was quickly spreading through her body. One look into Miki's eyes, and I could see the tears and helplessness there. She shook her head. She's close to death now. You can't do anything? I asked. Miki looked down. If she was mana-based, I could flush her soul of the miasma. However, she's already made of miasma. I can't differentiate the two enough to remove it. I can't stop the curse from progressing. But she's a miasma creature herself. How can she even be affected by the blade? I asked. You forget. Creatures that leave the dungeon slowly become mana-based. Celicia had been on the surface for years as the bandit queen. She had already started to convert. Although it's not enough to call her mana-based, she has some purified soul in there. Furthermore, the miasma from the knife doesn't match the miasma in her. Just because they are both miasmas doesn't mean they wouldn't war within her body. If mana and miasma were like oil and water, then two different miasmas are like water and brine. I see. She isn't completely helpless against the curse. If she had a scratch like you did, it was possible she would recover. After all, she's still mostly miasmic. And so the curse can't hurt her as badly. However, the strike was just too much and too close to her heart. If she was a mana creature, she'd already be dead. As is, she doesn't have long. How long at best? A few hours. Miki sighed. As a spiritualist, Miki was an expert when it came to matters of life and death. Even if she couldn't stop Celicia from dying, she would at least be able to tell me how long. Her answer would probably be more accurate than anyone else in this world. If she said that Celicia had only a few hours to live, it was true. Grimacing, I walked over to Celicia and then kneeled next to her. She had her eyes closed, looking like she had fallen asleep, but as I kneeled next to her, they shot open. She looked at me. Her expression did not give anything away. Celicia? I said, You saved my life. That's because I am awesome. She let out a laugh, which quickly turned to a grimace. What's the damage? Healer? Why, You are going to be fine, I responded. Just fine. Don't lie to a liar, she grinned weakly. I've lived with enough death in my life that I know what's happening. Master, I heard Lydia speak up as she walked up to me. The knife? It wasn't the miasmic knife. What? She must have switched it out. The knife Celeste knocked away. It was just a normal knife. So, in the end, Celicia would die. Calypso got away with the knife. The dungeon core, and Siti betrayed us. I wasn't used to losing so badly. Even though I was standing in the dungeon, Calypso had defeated us completely. Chapter 9:13. I couldn't hide the lost. Defeated expression on my face. It's... Okay, Master, Celicia spoke up. You haven't lost much? You can chase after and kill Calypso. As for me, I am just a guard, right, Celicia? My eyes started to sting for some reason. This is fine, she smiled sadly. Death is fine. After all, it's not like I am her, right? I blinked in surprise. You know, just because I couldn't react didn't mean I wasn't aware. She grimaced. That woman who longed to be strong enough to protect her family. She died a long time ago. As for me, you were right. I am a failure. I failed to protect my sister when I was alive, and even this imitation failed to protect her. Carmen died, and I wasn't there. Nothing is keeping me here anymore. There is no reason to be alive. No reason at all, my voice came out tightly. Come now, Master, don't get all emotional on me now. Although I thought you might eventually get close to my sister, you and I were never a thing. I bit my lip. I am sorry. Don't be. I kept you at a distance, just as you kept me at distance. Maybe, deep down, we both knew we were enemies. My time with you was genuine, though. You didn't control me. The time I had with you? You and Carmen, I was happy, I think. A tear flowed down her cheek, but as I reached out to catch it, I felt tears run down my own. Celicia, we're not enemies anymore, I said with certainty. Huh? She nodded, smiling. My only regret is that those times couldn't have lasted longer. Perhaps, in another life, we could have grown closer as well. Looking down at her helpless form as she grew paler and weaker, a surge of unwillingness exploded in me. This wouldn't happen. I wouldn't allow it. Using slave communication, I contacted Astria. It appears she was with Elia, so luckily I was able to communicate with her too. They were the ones most familiar with miasma, so if anyone could come up with an answer, it had to be one of them. Although they were distant, my slave communications were able to reach them. Part of the reason was because the dungeon that had once blocked my signal had inexplicably become the opposite. It was now able to amplify my signal like a giant satellite dish. It consumed some of the already waning miasmas of the dungeon, causing it to further desiccate, but I was willing to do anything at this point, even destroy this dungeon. Ho ho! You should have messaged me sooner. Of course, there is a way. Alea's voice sounded back. I shook visibly, immediately demanding to know the way. As she told me, my face turned strange. You are messing with me. I am not. You... If you want to save her life, it must be done. I let out a long breath. And then fierceness burned in my eyes as they locked on to Celicia. WH, what? She asked, suddenly blushing from being looked at so intensely. There is a way that I can save your life. Really? How? She asked. But then she shook her head. Who cares? Let's do it! I blinked. What happened to all that talk about accepting death? Heck with all that. I want to live. I see. Then I guess you won't mind this method. I'll do anything. I nodded firmly, standing up and unbuckling my pants. I am glad you said that. WH, what are you doing? Celicia's eyes widened with panic. What must be done? My eyes flashed with seriousness as I pulled down my trousers. Told you he was going to bang someone, Lydia whispered to Xiao. Circumstances, I cried back. Chapter 9:14. Not that I am complaining. I died a virgin the first time. And if we had sex, then at least I could accomplish something with this life. But why sex? It's because you are a virgin that this works, I explained. I mean, Alaya is the one who explained it, and I don't understand all of it. But something about when we make love for the first time. Our souls intertwine, allowing me to use my soul to purify yours. Okay. Deke's correct. Alea's voice suddenly called out. A split formed in the dungeon, and the queen herself stepped through it. This method of transport was completely different from creating a portal, and I had no clue how it was done. Oh. So I guess everyone can just transport in dungeons right now. That's cool. I sighed. This dungeon is now controlled by you. So as your servant, this should be the least I can do. Alea blinked. Anyway, the point I was making is that women virginity contains a bit of their blood essence, and when they lose it, that can have a purifying effect. If you say so. Celicia looked unconvinced. Why are you here anyway? I asked. Are you needed for this? She created a chair and sat down. Not at all. I just wanted to watch. Watch him. Master's going to deflower a virgin wench. Since the other girls are getting to watch, I want to as well. Who says the other girls get to watch? I cried out. We don't, Miki complained. Come on, wreck that wench. I want to see you break her. A little form suddenly leaped up on Alea's shoulder. Astria! You came too damn straight! You keep leaving us at home. We're bored. Don't you know we're thirsty women at our sexual prime? I'd say past your sexual prime, Xiao said, crossing her arms in a huff. What did you teeny boppers say? Alaya threatened them with her fist while Astria jumped up and down on her shoulder excitedly. Well, I am not going to do it in front of you. I cut in before they escalated into a catfight. Deke, don't ruin this for us. Astria cried out. I want to see you get some. Don't you, daughter? A. Celeste grew flustered after being singled out by her mother, touching her fingers together. Well, I mean, I guess it'd be kind of sexy to watch. I want to see it too. Lydia raised her hand excitedly. Mm. Mm. Tara nodded with her hand balled into fists against her chest. Besides, Alea added, you need us around in case something happened. You'll be touching your souls together to heal her. You need me here to facilitate the process so you don't end up injuring yourself. Is that true? Astrea whispered in her ear. I don't know, she shrugged. But... Deke? Her life is in jeopardy? She only has 2 hours to live. You have to get started before it's too late, Mickey cried out dramatically, holding her hand to her forehead while hiding a grin. Get on top of her now. There is no time. No time. It'll only take 5 minutes. Masterbacks. The girls all gave me strange looks. I see. Celicia spoke, causing me to glance down at her. So, 5 minutes is all I am worth to master. Jah! You too. Do you really want your first time like this? Celicia grinned and shrugged. I am a bandit, being wounded by my enemy. Helpless on the cold ground, I'd get pushed down by a grunting man while people cheer for him to wreck me. It's kind of how I figured I'd lose it. Even so. I blushed, feeling like I must be the shyest one at the moment. Elia and Astria had already pulled out a fried snack food and were eating while watching with interest. The other girls all started to get comfortable too. They laid out blankets. It looked like they were having a picnic. Shuddering. I turned away and decided I'd just ignore them. Fine. If this is how everyone wants this to go down, I am fine with it. I ripped off my shirt. No clapping. No cat calling either. Slave order. Party pooper. Miki huffed as I stopped them just as they started getting rowdy. I looked down at Celicia, who gave a little helpless shrug. I can barely move right now if you were expecting me to get on top. Normally, I'd be delighted to mount and see how long I can ride you, but it looks like that'll have to wait until next time. You are already planning for the next time? She genuinely blushed. Don't tease, Master. Although we haven't necessarily been close, it's not like I don't recognize everything you've done for me and my sister. In the end, I couldn't protect her. She shook her head. No, Master. We both couldn't protect her. I don't blame you. I nodded, but my fists still tightened at her words. Thank you. Do you think that maybe Carmen might exist out there too? What do you mean she was tossed into some kind of trial by Lord Rain? And then she never came out. That has to be a dungeon, right? If she died in that dungeon, then it would have made her a part of it. Knowing my sister, she definitely would have become a dungeon boss. My heart suddenly throbbed at her words. A part of me that felt like it had died had suddenly sparked with hope. I had never thought about such a thing. But wasn't it possible Elia had been reborn in a dungeon, and it did that only by memories and impressions? Celicia wasn't even the original girl, but someone born from a dungeon and raised by Calypso. If it was possible for the pair of them to walk in this world again, then wasn't it possible for Carmen as well? If she died within a dungeon, then her soul would still be in the dungeon. She wasn't nobody. She was a powerful paladin, those that could be said to have the greatest resistance to miasma. That was another way to say that the miasma would not have been able to destroy a soul like hers. While paladins were the ultimate weapons in dungeons, they were also those most prone to becoming bosses. Because their soul persevered. Since the dungeon couldn't grind it down into miasma, it instead incorporated it into a new body. Such an action could have occurred for Carmen. Even if it didn't, we might be able to make such an event occur. I wasn't sure how I would feel about replacing anyone else in this manner. It felt a bit too convenient. And they'd never truly be the same person, but this wasn't about me. Celicia was already a copy. So she understood all of this best. A copy of her sister would almost be ideal for a miasmic woman such as her. Then? "It is settled," I said, after coming to all of these realizations. "We need to defeat Lord Rain. And we need to defeat him quickly. We will reclaim Carmen's soul, and we will bring her back to the world of the living." Celicia's eyes teared up for a moment, and she nodded. "That would be wonderful. Then, please, have me, Master. Fill me with your power. Then, together, we won't just take vengeance, but we'll save her as well." Celicia's eyes, which had seemed haunted these last few weeks since she found out about Carmen, grew bright once again. Finding out about her own true nature had taught her about what to do regarding her loss. Previously, the only thing that had kept her going was the desire for revenge. This was why, even with life dangling before her, she had acted so lukewarmly. She had been thinking that deep down, if she died, it wouldn't matter that much. The desire for revenge could only take you so far, and afterward, you would have nothing left. After seeing everything that Calypso had accomplished, she now had something that she hadn't before. She had hope. With a firm resolve, she realized that she truly did want to live. It was no longer just words. That's when her eyes fell on mine. And she couldn't help but blush. Although Celicia was bold and shameless, and was the kind of woman who once flashed her tits to a crowd of strangers in the capital, when I looked at her a certain way, an intense look that saw her not as a companion, but as a woman, she suddenly grew unbearably shy. It wasn't quite like Xiao's modesty. Xiao was submissive in bed despite her otherwise forceful nature. Instead, Celicia was truly embarrassed to be desired. Perhaps it came from her never feeling she was good enough to be loved. Celicia covered her chest, even though it wasn't exposed. Her face turning red as her expression grew really cute. She must have not realized that this kind of look was deadly for me. They brought out the worst in me and made me nut to tease and torture them. Looking so shy and innocent, my dark thoughts bubbled to the surface, which caused her to fidget even more shyly, creating a vicious cycle. Actually, I changed my mind. Let's do this privately in your room. Celicia breathed out in nearly a whisper. Too late for that. I grinned darkly. Chapter 9:15. I reached down and removed Celicia armor and tore open her shirt. She let out a cry. But she didn't have the strength to resist. That wasn't to say she was trying to resist. Being looked at like that seemed to excite her, and at the same time make her even shyer. She tried to hide her chest, which included a certain pierced nipple. Looking up at me with a helpless look, it only sparked my animalistic desires even more. I didn't try to be an aggressive lover, but my first experience had been with a tigress. While she had no personal experience of her own, she was trained in sexual gratification, and I learned many things from her. The next girl was another animalkin. When you add the unbreakable Celeste and Terra, followed by the demon Shao. There should be no question why my sexual tastes had grown to be a bit overbearing. Many times, I had to satisfy multiple women at once. So to get the job done, an aggressive approach was needed to leave everyone satisfied. It was only when I was with only one girl that this nature came out as a bit dark and scary. The girls had a general policy of deciding amongst all of them when sexual encounters were allowed and with who. Every girl would get one time alone, but most subsequent times would involve two or more. When I could focus on only one woman, then I would enjoy it to my fullest. It should also be noted that although my sex life was good, I wouldn't say I had it all the time. Even when staying in the mansion, there were many nights we'd just cuddle together and sleep. We used to do things on a rotation. But many of the other girls had been excluded by these rules. Astria and Elia eventually broke the deadlock. And such a system fell apart. Now, we perhaps had sex maybe once a week on average. However, on that day, we'd have enough sex to last the week. It'd often be an orgy with at least all 5 women, and sometimes more. And it would go long into the night, forcing me to pull on my pervert and harem master skills to accomplish. Speaking of which, I needed to keep my state of mind. Although I swapped out Dungeon Builder for Harem Master, thinking it might help with getting our souls closer, I didn't want to lose myself and risk making a mistake. So I avoided pervert. Watching Celicia's uncovered body, she was incredibly pretty for a woman who should be a monster. Rather than grow corrupted by the dungeon and become some kind of beast or monsters like the Siren and the Giant, she maintained her original form, but with just a hint of darkness. This was probably because Calypso extracted her before the curse could corrupt her further. I had already known that she had control of darkness magic, but I had thought it was because she was the Bandit King. It turned out it was more likely because she was a miasmic creature. As to what the difference between darkness and miasma was, it'd be like the difference between mana and magic. One is the expression of the other. She was a bit skinny, not looking nearly imposing, naked and wounded on the floor, as she once had as a bandit king. Her hair covered her eye patch. I brushed it gently aside and she raised one of her hands from her breasts to stop me from pulling away the eye patch. After a moment, she dropped her hand and let me pull it up. This revealed an eye that had no damage and could very much see. It was dark brown, however, where her other eye was blue. She had blue eyes, Celicia admitted. She had once jokingly said that she wore an eye patch because she thought it made her look more charming. Perhaps she had actually believed that at the time. The truth was that the dungeon Celicia was dichromic. Maybe part of her soul mixed with someone else. Maybe it was just a mistake in creation. Maybe it was a hint at the creature she inevitably would have turned into from the curse if Calypso hadn't captured her. Either way, it didn't make her look ugly or strange, but it was simply part of who she was. Master. She lightly whispered as I gently stroked her hair. Whatever Miki had done earlier when she tried to heal Celicia of the miasma, it no longer showed on the surface. Her skin wasn't flawless. She was a woman who had spent a lot of her life fighting. However, she had an attractive complexion and her skin was soft. Gently, I leaned down and kissed, finally taking her lips. She parted them slightly, letting out a rough breath as I slowly pushed myself on top of her. While we kissed deeply, and I tasted her sweet saliva and breathed in her fragrant breath, my hands removed her pants, which were made out of black leather. Once they were discarded, I spread her legs. I knew she was injured and struggling. Just because I had dark impulses to tease and play with her didn't mean that I would accidentally harm her. My fingers found the area between her legs, and I carefully fingered her wet pink slit, letting two fingers slide inside her while using my thumb to rub her clitoris. Her body shifted as the stimulation shot through her body like a wave. Her toes tingled and her body ached. Although she was weak, there seemed to be a rising heat deep inside that also served to give her strength. She let out gentle moans as our kissing grew more intense. Her pussy grew wetter and wetter from my touch. I finally pulled away from her lips, raining kisses down her neck and shoulders. As for the girls watching, I had sex with other women in front of them before, so although they had never watched before so daringly, it wasn't difficult for me to ignore them. Rather, we were already in our own little world. And I had completely forgotten about their presence. As they saw me treat Celicia so gently, a few of them had wry looks on their faces. I hadn't given all of them such a gentle first experience. But I was scared of harming Celicia further. I pulled open my pants and brought out my cock. I still wanted to make sure she was ready, so rather than stick it in, I rubbed it gently up and down the entrance. Her wet slit slowly moistened the tip of my cock. I started to use it to rub the clit of her pussy. Well, I didn't have to do that, but while I needed to go easy on her, I wasn't going to resist making things a bit hard. "Master's such a sadist," Lydia whispered. "When he does that to me, it drives me crazy," Miki commented. "Master should just put it in already. Doesn't he know that's what she wants?" Celeste added. "Shh. That's the idea. If he gives her what she wants, he's too complacent. She's got to beg for it. Elijah let out a light laugh. Humph. I'd have just forced it inside by now, Xiao said. She's too weak right now. She can't do anything but take it. Tara explained. Taking advantage of weak women, Master's path toward evil is progressing nicely. Astria chuckled. My brow furrowed a bit. Maybe I wasn't able to ignore them as well as I had hoped. It wasn't clear if Celicia had heard them, though. She had her eyes closed and her mouth open as she panted in an uneven breath. Every once in a while, when I hit the right spot, her body would shudder. Her eyes finally snapped open. And looking up at me with her weak, flushed face, she looked impossibly sexy. And I felt a little guilty for taking advantage of her in her weakened state. Please, I need it inside me, she begged. She was a virgin. I was just making sure that she was sufficiently prepared. My mind immediately came up with such excuses as I blushed under the gaze of all the other women present. The other reason I had been teasing more was that I wanted to last longer after some of their previous comments. However, since it came to this point, the next time I pushed with the head of my cock, I lowered it down and the head popped inside her instead. On! It's in! Celicia cried out. I ignored the clapping. I really should have ordered them to make no noise. I wanted to ask Celeste to put up some kind of wind barrier. But I was already in Celicia, and stopping now to make orders seemed like it'd ruin the mood. And her suddenly blowing wind around in this small room would only be a distraction. Instead, I worked on ignoring them again. As I steadily pushed myself into Celicia, slowly filling her tight pussy an inch at a time. Ah. Master. You are filling me up. I feel like I am tearing apart. Celicia panted. I am almost in, I spoke softly, kissing her lips as I pushed the rest of the way. When I finally was down to the base of my cock, Celicia's back arched and her lips pulled away from mine as she let out a moan. Her eyes closed tightly. As she settled back down, I gently kissed her eyelids and then slowly began moving my hips in and out. Ah! Ah! She made little sweet noises with each thrust, panting with her mouth open. As the shyness started to melt away while her enjoyment built, she became increasingly more expressive. She wasn't afraid to show pleasure on her face, and she even looked a bit silly as she lost herself to the pleasure. She used up her last remaining strength to wrap her hands around my head and hold on to me for dear life. Meanwhile, I dived into her chest, taking each of her small breasts into my mouth and sucking on them. She gasped and moaned as I played with them. My tongue took particular interest in her pierced nipple, flicking it up and down in my mouth and even biting and pulling on it. Each attack elicited cute and erotic noises from Celicia's mouth. I am coming, she moaned. Her body shivered and her pussy tightened even more against me, suckling my cock as the muscle twitched orgasmically. However, I wasn't done yet. Ultimately, as good as she felt, I needed to cure her. I didn't feel like we were there yet. So I started to move faster and faster. As my speed increased, I felt myself growing closer and closer to Cilicia. I paid particular attention to the flow of mana and miasma, and watched as we slowly united as one. At first, I had thought it would happen organically during sex. They always treated sex as a blending of souls. Now, I realized that although our souls slowly moved closer during sex, it was only at the point of a certain act that they'd touch. That was the point to which we both came. I had already made her come once, and it wasn't enough. Only by simultaneously coming. Would our souls touch? I did ask Alaya, and she confirmed this was true. Didn't I say you'll need to come inside her? You must mix with her completely, she announced. I sweated slightly. Cilicia was a human, and I didn't have pervert equipped. If I came inside her, wasn't there a high chance of her getting pregnant? For Lydia and Miki, it was already difficult to conceive. When it came to Celeste, she actually had complete control of conception. When it came to Tara, conception was impossible. As for Xiao, although she wanted to get pregnant, I convinced her it was a bad idea, and she had gotten a special magical item that prevented it. However, there was no choice. We'd just have to risk it. I decided to go all in, both figuratively and actually. I started moving my hips roughly, using all of my skills to bring Cilicia to climax once again. Of course, I was far more skilled in this than she was. Ah. Yes, almost. Ah. I am there. This time, when she started to come, so did I. I'll released my seed deep inside her. As she climaxed, her own machinations sucked the hot seed deep into her womb. I feel it. I feel it, she moaned. I came over and over again, but half of my mind was also focused on our souls. They finally touched, and as they did so, I could feel all the pain and malice from the curse. I immediately exploded in lightly, casting my healing through both of our bodies, looking to destroy the curse. With our souls linked, Cilicia and I were on the same wavelength. I finally understood what Astria meant. The reason that Miki couldn't fix her is that she couldn't differentiate the miasma of the curse and the miasma of Cilicia's body. I would have the same problem, except that at this moment as our souls touched, her soul and my soul were the same. Of course, I could tell what was the true me. At that point, I was able to expel everything else. As we came together, our bodies glowed with white light, filling the entire room. It was a melding of souls. We were in sync on an emotional, physical, and spiritual level. We were like one being, blended together. Such a sweet scene inexplicably occurred in the dungeon. I can't see the climax. Who put the sensor glare up? I called dibs on, pushing her stomach and watching his stuff squirt out of her. I want to see her Ahegao face. Well, sort of a sweet scene.